seems like that the best way to public sphere to defend this disinformation is with more speech.
Correct.
And through authentic communication for truth, as you see it.
You know, the Times that across the globe said something about me that hasn't been. They invariably publish my letters to the editor. I'm also, not bashful about getting in touch with the reporter. At the end of every column, they give the reporter's email address. And I know people say that I have no access to the media because most people. But all that means is I get defended with those people.
Can we also comment on the individual consumer of speech? There's a kind of sense that freedom of speech means you should be forced to read freedom of speech versus freedom of reach. We as consumers of speech, do we have the right to select what we read?
We do. And nobody can force us to sit down and listen to a radio program that we don't want to listen to. Nobody can force us to read a book we don't want to read. The whole notion of freedom of speech means that people have autonomy on their choices.
In order to form a complete non-complete human being, there's a kind of tension of that autonomy versus consuming as many varied perspectives as possible, which is underlying free speech. So on college campuses, it seems like a good way to develop the mind is to get as many perspectives as possible, even if you don't really want to.
Well, that is the theory. Academic freedom is supposed to be the highest degree of free speech. You should be able to entertain all kinds of still threatening ideas. And the way I put it is, there's something wrong when you can say something with complete abandon without any fear in Harvard Square. There is on the other side of the fence. You can't say it in Harvard Square. It should be the opposite. And what happens is universities, and the best to the worst, the most focused to the least focused, have been taken over by administrators. Administrators do not really subsume academic values. They know nothing about the Constitution. They know nothing about free speech. They know nothing about academic freedom. They feel that their job is to keep order. And so they develop speech codes, kangaroo courts to enforce the speech codes. These are very dire developments. I wrote about them in the Shadow University debate. I try to deal with it conventionally. Fire, co-started fire. And I would fire. The reason that I'm running currently for the Harvard Board of Officers is what I'd like to do is convince the Harvard Corporation, so-called president and fellows of Harvard College, the chief governing board of the university with the real power. The Board of Officers is the secondary body, quite influential. To fire 95% of the administrators, it would have a salutary effect on academics of the university, it would have a salutary effect on speech and academic freedom. It would cut tuitions by about 40%, and it would create a whole different atmosphere on the campus. And the same say MIT or any other place. I think administrators are a very bad influence on very good higher education.
Can you sort of elaborate the intuition why this thing that you call administrative bloat such a bad thing for university?
Well, first of all, just in terms of the cost, they pay, there are more administrators than other average commissioners. There are course is enormous. Number two, they are integral to the teaching enterprise, and they feel that their job is to control things, to make sure that problems and nobody's feelings are hurt. Being called, before a dean because you said something that insulted somebody, they shouldn't happen in American education. Yet it happens because you got these administrators who think it's their job to protect people from being insulted. You insult a black student, you insult a woman. There's a disciplinary bill, but there shouldn't be. Um, Black people are accustomed to being insulted. Jews are accustomed to being women are accustomed to being insulted. And it's very good to know who doesn't like you. It's useful. It is it's essential information to know who doesn't like you. If everybody is forced to say I love you, nobody can say I hate you. You get a false view of what life is all about
outside of the university.
outside the university. And you do graduate eventually.
And that's ultimately the mission of the university, is to prepare you to make you into a great human being, to a great leader that can take on the problems of life.
And you don't do it by treating you like a little flower.
But what role does the university have to protect students, women, African Americans, anybody, Jews, anybody who gets killed, a victim of hate speech?
They protect you from physical assault. If somebody physically assaults you, then they get punished. But they shouldn't. They shouldn't protect you against insult, because that is a violation of academic freedom, the freedom of being insulted. And also, as I said, it's very useful to know what is happening. It's useful for the so-called victim. I think it's so that I want to know who doesn't like me. It's as important to me as going to advice.
But do you also believe in this open space of discourse that the insulter will eventually lose?
I think that's true. I think of the insulter eventually will wear out his own America. I do. But I like to know who the insulter is.
Because it gives you a deeper understanding of human nature.
Yeah. And usually, by the way, by experience, the insulters are generally not as smart as the people that insulted. And that's probably one of the reasons they insulted, is they feel inferior. Man, I'm not trying to be a psychoanalyst here, but a lot of the people who were the haters are pretty low down on the intellectual scale.
Anyway, 95% of administration, you would fire, you're qualified to fire 95% of the administration. People should know. I think people that don't really think about the structure, the way the universities work, they're not familiar, I think, with the fact that administration is a huge growth administration. When you think about what makes a great university, it's about the students, it's about the faculty, it's about the people that do research, that do research university. They don't think about the bureaucracy, meetings, committees, rules, paperwork, and all that, and all the people that are involved. There's a huge cost to that, but it also slows down and suppresses the beautiful variety that makes the university great, which is the teaching, the student life, the protests, the clubs, all the fun that you can have in the university, all the very exploration, which you can't really do in explore. It's the place, the university is a place to really explore. Everything. So let me just talk about this important thing, because I'm very fortunate to have contact with you. It was by accident. You're very important woman. You're running for the Harvard Board of Overseers. What is this board? How much power does it have? And what would you do if elected?
Okay. First of all, I have a prediction.
Yes.
That in about 5 years, they will probably change the name, because overseers defines people that be studying in Europe, and we're in such a politically correct era that the English language is being restricted, corrupted as well, because certain words are. We have some problems in this country, and I think part of the problem is the educational system has lost the sense of what academic freedom and free speech are all about. And I think it's essential that the educational system begin to take more seriously what free speech and who we really are. Yeah, I'm running for the Harvard Board of Overseers.
So let me just lean on the role of the administration in protecting free speech. But what often happens, I think you've written about this, is there's going to be a few, maybe a small number of hypersensitive students and faculty that protest. So how does Harvard administration resist the influence of those hypersensitive protesters in protecting speech, protecting even free speech?
Harvard has done fairly well under the presidency of Lawrence. I have had a couple of meetings with that. I like that. I have donated to Harvard a print my late wife took a picture of Bob Dylan and Allen Ginsberg with the Rolling Thunder Review at the Harvard Square. And it's sort of an iconic part of it. It's called the music lesson because it's got Dylan teaching Ginsberg how to play the guitar. And I donated one of those to Harvard. It's hanging in my his office. The new president, Claudine Gay, is not known for respecting academic freedom. People said, well, we'll give her a chance. Well, I'm going to give her a chance, but she does have a record. And she's a bureaucrat. I don't think she believes in free speech and academic freedom. I think she's a progressive, not a liberal. I'm not happy with the appointment of Claudine Gay, and it was made more essential by attempt to get on the legislation.
So let's talk about the Board of Overseers and your run for it, the specifics actually. So it would be nice because I think you're a writing candidate and the election is over on May 16th.
Yes.
And I think there are specifics. I'll probably give you the intro, I'll give links to people, but the specifics are complicated. Let me just mention that you have to be Harvard alumni, so graduate from Harvard.
You have to in order to run and
And the process, I imagine, is not trivial, but this is done online. And if you're an alumni, you should receive an email from a particular email address, harvard at energyelectionservicescorp.com. And presumably there's a way to get some validation number from that email. If you go online, you enter that validation number and you vote. You vote for Harvey, you have to enter his name correctly, Harvey Silverglate. Spell it correctly. Obviously, I'm imagining this because I'm on my team with Harvey. But I'm imagining the process is not trivial. You have to click on things, you have to follow instructions and not trivial. And I'll also provide an email if the process is painful, it doesn't work for you, then you can email Harvard and complain. IT help ID. There's actually something else you can say. The voting process, the running on.
this is my second year. The first time I got enough signatures to get on the ballot. Then the Harvard Alumni Association sent out a letter to all living Harvard recommending that they vote for the officially nominated candidates that excluded two petition candidates of whom I was one. And I wrote to the Alumni Association that we were now sent out to advertise the policy positions of all the officially nominated candidates. There were two petition candidates on the ballot. I would like to be able to send out 5 positions to be voted. They wrote me back saying our policy is only to send out the policy positions to the platforms that are officially nominated candidates. We really like that, right? This is a liberal arts college, right? From the clash of ideas, truth of beliefs, right? This is what I call Harvard's not so subtle means of candidates, not voter suppression, candidate suppression. And Everybody can vote, but not everybody can vote. But in Dover County, a liberal arts college where the clash of ideas will produce the truth. Whoever the clash of ideas will produce. The Board of Overseas is important. It doesn't have the same power or authority as a public corporation, but simply the president. very fellows at Harvard College, but it's very influential and very important. And it would be a great coach for me to try to exert influence for the university to where it was before it was taken over by the administration.
Well, I'm pretty sure that most of Harvard alumni, most of the students probably going to Harvard, most of the faculty at Harvard probably stand behind the ideas and the ideals.
Yep.
The people that love Harvard.
So the alumni were educated, with these concepts were taken seriously. And before the administration took over. So I do think if I get my message out, if I win a seat, I will have a great coach who trying to convince the real power that we, which is the Harvard Corporation, to do the things that I'm suggesting. Get rid of like the administrators, get rid of the speech codes, reduce tuition by 3%, all of these salutary benefits. Can you imagine if Harvard became the most affordable college in the United States?
Well, the affordability is another aspect, but I think before that, just the freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and it's America's greatest universities, I think, is something that everybody would agree with.
It would have a tremendous effect on the whole country.
And is there something to say about the details of how difficult it is for alumni to vote? What experience with this?
You can vote online, and you can vote by pick ballot. You can request a pick ballot. And all I can say is that the hard part is getting the message out. My name doesn't appear on the ballot because I didn't get enough signatures.
Well, Harvey Silverglate.
Silverglat. When my grandparents arrived from Russia, um, the, the name in Russian is something like Silverglat. And the immigration officer had several choices. He could have said Silver Gate. Gate is the real. Silver and Gate would really. He could have said Silver Glade, Glade, is a real English word. That's how my name is often spelled. It's Silver Gate, Silver Glade. Silver Glade is a nonsense word. And why the immigration officer goes translated Silver Glade or Silver Glade, I have never understood because of endless mistakes in my name.
But the fundamental absurdity, yes, is also the source of the
Yes.
Anyway, we should spell it out. We should get young, loud, and wide that everybody who's ever come here from Harvard should go through if they believe in the ideals of the great American universities. I think most people do. Let me also ask about diversity, inclusion, and equity programs. We've had a few harsh words to say about those. The idea of diversity, I think, is a beautiful idea. You said that Harvard's idea of diversity is for everyone to look different and think alike.
And be comfortable. Yeah. First of all, it is impossible with a large education like Jersey. It's impossible for students to feel comfortable. Why? Because one of the goals of college is to challenge all the beliefs that they grew up with, mostly the beliefs inculcated by parents and by elementary school teachers. And the idea is to be able to challenge those thoughts, those ideas. If you don't have free speech and freedom, those views get reified, they do not get challenged. So it violates the fundamental role of higher education institutions have any restrictions at all. That's number one. Number two, as I think I said earlier, if the students were not allowed to be frank with one another, they don't really learn about one another. I've given a lot of lectures in which I standard. I'm much more interested in hearing from the people who hate me, people who love me. I'm much more interested in knowing who disagrees with me, with people who agree with me. That's how I learn, and that's how they learn. The clash of ideas, which is the theory behind the first debate. That truth will somehow emerge, or if not truth, at least a better truth, true truth, more useful truth, if ideas are allowed to clash.
Especially in the structure of the university, at least I would say there's some set of rules, some set of civility. I think I would rather read my tongue understand people that hate. There is also quality uh, to disagree with that we should strive for. And I think the university is a place where when disagreement and even hate is allowed, it's done in a high effort way.
Somebody asked me once about what books I would, well, I have this required reading of literature courses, at least at my college. And they're horrified. I said, well, it's one of the most important books of the 20th century. The 6 million Jews died, and enormous number of other people died because one guy wrote a book called Mein Kampf and took it seriously. It's one of the most important books ever written. How can an educated person not ever read through Mein Kampf? And
it's not a great read, though.
it's not a great read. He's not a great writer, but you do get a sense. The sociopath that said, "Oh, but
Yes, because he really reacted on the work that he did.
yeah,
And it was there when the people took that work seriously.
correct."
They would have understood.
It's one of the most important books of the 20th century. It's politically incorrect to read it. It's crazy.
But can you speak to uh, the efforts to increase diversity in universities, which I think is embodied in this DIE effort, diversity, inclusion, and equity programs? Where do they go right? Where do they go wrong?
Let me tell you, first of all, this may surprise a lot of people. I am opposed to affirmative action. And I think that um, what it does is it labels people by their race, by their religion, by their national origin. Precisely what we don't want people to do. We pigeonhole in those categories. The reason that affirmative action has become the way that universities try to basically because historically people in what's called marginalized groups, blacks, gays, Hispanics, have been discriminated against in the admissions process. Now, what I have suggested is that instead of affirmative action, and by the way, there's a prediction. The Supreme Court is going to abolish affirmative action. There's a case pending as part of the case. Uh, there are two cases joined together, one at a public university and one at a private university. The private university is Harvard. I predict that the Supreme Court will vote 6-3 to abolish affirmative action. It is, on its face, it is a violation of equal protection of the law. Some groups are favored because of race or ethnicity. It is a classic violation of equal protection. When affirmative action is approved, is decided to vote with Justice Senator Baird. She wrote a very famous opinion where she said, um, I hesitate to vote to keep up to affirm the notion of affirmative action because it's such an obvious violation of equal protection. But we have an urgent problem in this society. We are not educating our members of racial and ethnic minorities, and we have to try to get them into our colleges. So I think it should be approved for 25 years. Uh, and it should be into 25 years. It should have performed this law, but it hasn't. And 25 years is coming up. I think it's 3 or 4 years left. The Supreme Court is going to abolish it because it's such an obvious violation. Why do we throw it out? Well, because the secondary and elementary schools are so bad. Public secondary and elementary schools are so bad. Why are they so bad? Partly because of the control of the teachers union. As Randy Weinberg runs the public school system in the United States. And what I have suggested is that the effort should be to, this is an emergency, it's a national emergency, to improve the quality of elementary and secondary education. And one way to do it is to hire teachers who are fabulous teachers rather than necessarily members of the union. I have come to oppose public workers' unions. I am very strong supporter of unions in the private sector. Why do I think there's such a difference between unions in the public sector and the private sector? In the private sector, management is bargaining with its own money and with the money of shareholders. In the public sector, there's only one side. There is the teachers union, and there's a school committee that is dealing with the taxpayers' money. And so it's a very skewed power balance. So, as supportive as I am of private safety unions, I am in opposition of public safety unions. They're very destructive. And I think without teachers union, teachers who are really skilled will be able to get jobs. They would not have to worry about the seniority of teachers who only sit so that they don't really deal with teaching. And we have to improve the public educational system. I had my late wife and I had a classmate, and we have a son who's now student school. He went to the public schools. He has a friend, first name Eugene, who was black kid from Rothschild, whose mother understood that the schools in Rothschild were terrible, schools can be pretty good. He lived in our house Monday to Friday, and he went to school with Isaac at the Cambridge Public Schools. Elsewhere and I would show up the school committee meetings when there was bargaining between the teachers union and the school committee. The teachers union objected to our being there. We argued the taxpayers. We had a kid in school, and his best friend lives with us and goes to school with him. We have a real interest. And the school committee walked out the bargaining session. The city council had reconsidered its vote, and they voted that citizens, taxpayers, parents of kids in school could not show up to these negotiation sessions. I thought that was absolutely outrageous. But I understood why. Because these contracts are crazy. Those same municipalities should enter into some of these contracts. Um, and, so I've become an opponent of the National Teachers Association, the Cambridge Teachers Union, the Teachers Association. I don't think there should be unions for public employees because there's no real bargaining going on. And I would think that the public school system will never be improved as long as the teachers union.
So that, to you, is at the core of the problem that presents the kind of inequality of opportunity that affirmative action is designed to solve.
If the educational system in the elementary and high school level is improved, we wouldn't need affirmative action. These kids would get good educations.
So from all backgrounds, poor kids in the United States get good education if public unions are abolished.
correct.
But do you,
And basic health disorders would probably be great too.
that's a whole other conversation. But do you, the core of the problem of inequality in universities that diversity, inclusion, and equity programs are trying to solve is the public education system, secondary education,
Elementary, for example.
elementary. Well, then, is there use? What is the benefit? What is the drawback of DIE, diversity, inclusion, and equity programs in universities that
It's an affirmative action, basically. And what it does is it allows the system of elementary and secondary education to be there. Because they could say, oh, we can have kids into Harvard. Yes, but you haven't educated them. And it covers up the wound. And I think we will never improve as long as we're able to cover up the wound. As I said, affirmative action is going to be abolished by the Supreme Court. It's a clear violation of equal protection that centers they are understood but ignored intentionally, but as an experiment. And I believe it's going to be abolished, and that's going to help us to enforce the elementary and high schools.
do you see the same issues that you discussed now at Harvard, MIT? We're here at Boston, so that's one of the good universities in Boston. We've written about MIT. I'm the university I love. I'm a research scientist there. Do you see the same kind of issues there?
Yes.
Do you remember, can you explain the case of Dorian Abbott lecture that was canceled?
This is not the only. It's not the only incident. There have been incidents all around the country uh, with academics, professors who have used the dope rapport with as the great movie in Home and another friend of mine, life, that she said she refused to cut her garments in the fashions of the day. Dorian Abbott didn't cut his suit to fit the fashions of the day, his intellectual suit. And so he was, this has happened at Princeton, this has happened at Harvard, this has happened at MIT. The great universities in the country have decided that the clash of ideas is not such a good idea because some people's opinions will be hurt. So there was quite a revolt against it. Fire, the and then in the end, the universities were, I believe Abbott was invited to come back. I think he turned them down. He shouldn't have turned it down, but he did. And when the light is cast upon the situations, the universities back down. They said honors. And the newspapers, because newspapers depend on the First Amendment in order to exist, newspapers tend to give pretty good publicity to these cases.
So they grow universities.
Yeah.
So they really emphasize the kind of
Yes.
So is that one of the ways, is that the best way to find out?
Yes. Sunshine is the best disinfectant.
You written about MIT's Commissioner Jeffrey Epstein. He was well connected at MIT and Harvard. What lessons we draw about human nature, about universities, about all of this from the society?
Let me say this. I believe that universities, if somebody wants to freeze up their donate, donates on the requirement of fulfilling the mandate. If the university is taking those donations and the person is funding the building, and wants to improve the mandate, the police should be named that they can cover them. Harvard is facing this now with the SAC. The SAC is that become a persona non grata because of their very reducing the opioids that cause Egypt. It's scandalous to look at your equation. There are people who want to remove the name SAC from the SAC of opposition. Larry Bacow, the president of Harvard, is credit, has refused to do that. And if it reminds people that the money is earned from selling opioids, It's good. It's good that people understand that that's where the Saudis got their money. They should be good money. In my undergraduate alma mater, Princeton, there's a movement to remove the name Woodrow Wilson. Because Woodrow Wilson was president of Princeton before he became governor of New Jersey, before he became president of the United States. How he got to be governor of New Jersey was he was so insufferable with the trustees of Princeton that had a nomination to run for governor of New Jersey. They got to get this guy out of here. And not because he was anti-black and anti-Semitic, because the trustees were as well, but because he just was insufferable. He drove the faculty crazy, and they got him out. Uh, and so Princeton was thinking of changing the name. I wrote a letter to the president of high school at Princeton saying, you know, this is part of the university's history. You want to rewrite history falsely? Woodrow Wilson was the president of this institution. He was one of your predecessors. He never answered me either. I think these people, they know what happens. The reason I didn't get a response from President Israel is the same as the reason I didn't get a response from the head Israel of the Capitol. They understand that what they're doing is violating the fundamental precepts of academic institutions. They're ashamed. They feel they have no choice because they feel that they would be criticized for racism, phobia, blah, 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 blah.
Criticized by how many people?
Well, they feel that they would be criticized by students and parents and donors. I disagree with that. I actually think there are more people out there that agree with me than agree with them.
Yeah, by a large margin.
By a large margin in what I call the real world, which is the world outside the campus. But academics are afraid they'd be criticized. They're incredibly thin-skinned. When I say academics, I calculate users. They're very thin-skinned, politically correct, wholly in the know. As I said, I would fire 95% of them. I would be more careful in who I elected in these institutions. So voting gay is probably going to be a disaster in Oregon.
So it takes guts, it takes courage to be in the administration with the task of protecting your freedom of speech. And also, which in part requires you to admit and to uphold the mistakes you've done in the past.
Correct.
Not to hide them.
Correct.
And that to Jeffrey Epstein, the Harvard from MIT is a very recent mistake.
Well, there's a debate that he's a mistake. It took money from them. Is it a mistake to take money from bad people? Do you have to do a morals test as a potential donor? I don't think so.
It's complicated because
if there are no conditions attached to it, I think it's emotionally complicated. I don't think that it is rationally complicated. It's emotionally complicated. It's particularly complicated if there are naming rights. The Jeffrey Epstein biological laboratory. That would be a problem for most universities. I don't think that naming rights have to be given to somebody that you don't think is worthy of having it in. I think the university has the right to say no. We'll take your money, but we will not name the building after you. I think they have the right to do that.
there's some degree in which you whitewash the name. If you not the naming rights, but if you take the money, it allows the person in public discourse to say that they were collaborating and working together.
I have a problem with universities making morals tests for donors. Because not every donor is as bad as Epstein, but some of the donors made their money in industry by being rapacious, by paying low wages, by exploiting people.
You can make the case that accepting money from the Department of Defense, from DARPA, from the United States organizations that contributed to waging war and killing hundreds of thousands of civilians over the last 2 decades. Folks like the 10-year professor Noam Chomsky made the case that that is far more even than accepting money from Jeffrey Epstein. But still, Jeffrey Epstein is a known pedophile.
Yes. So that's why I said I would not give him naming rights. I think the university has the authority to not give naming rights. But I think that giving moral testimonies is a Pandora's box.
What do you think about the aftermath of the Jeffrey Epstein saga? It feels like I'm not familiar with Harvard's response, but MIT's response here to fire a few scapegoats, and it didn't seem like a genuine response to the evils that human beings are capable of, sort of like rising to the surface. The description in a very transparent way of all the interactions that happened with Jeffrey Epstein, and what that means. What that means about the role of money in university, what that means about human beings in power.
Money is essential to learn in the university. One of the reasons it's essential is because the university is artificially, artificially requires huge amounts of money. That's partly because of the administrative army that they support. And they would be less dependent on the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world if they didn't have. So it's sort of part of the same stuff.
But there's a tension here. You're saying we shouldn't be putting a moral test on money, but actually, if you expand the amount of money needed to run universities, you're going to make less and less, more and more unethical decisions.
Correct. And as I said, I am flexible enough to say that I don't think I would name a building yet to say that it's truly evil. I think the university has the right to limit the naming rights of those with the fellows and Marxist Buddhists. I would even say that. I'm not an Marxist Buddhist. I have that limits. And that's where the Jeffrey Epstein biological laboratory, it's a little bit much.
It feels like there should be requirements. There should be more requirements on people accept money. But the question is, the concern you have was about who gets to decide. And what's the alternative?
Correct. I think there is no alternative. I think that turning down donation, you don't approve of the conduct of the donor, is a Pandora's box.
But I'm just sickened by the fact that an evil human being was allowed to walk in the halls of the University of LA. So what do we do with that?
Well, are you telling me that none of the students are evil? Are you telling me none of the faculty are evil? Are you telling me none of the administrators are evil?
But that doesn't. Sure. So scapegoating, saying that Jeffrey Epstein is evil, can help us forget, can aid us in forgetting that there is other people in the world, and some of it might be really still mentioned.
And listen, I won't tell you the name, but I represented somebody in the MIT administration a few years ago who was charged with sexual improprieties against students. And as a lawyer, I represented that person. People say, how can you represent some of the people I represent are bad people? And how can you represent? Well, if I was a cardiologist and this person had a heart attack on the street, I didn't deliver CPR, I would be MLS. But I'm a lawyer, and the only difference in my obligation or not this obligation is the Constitution gives people the right to counsel. They don't have, because there's nothing about the assistance of cardiologists. I have a very high duty representing popular people. Well, I think I apply the same test to the college donors. The university should not have a morals test to whose money to take. I do draw a line about naming rights of buildings. I say that's an inconsistency with my activism. But I just emotionally, I just can't deal with having, as I said, the Jeffrey Epstein biological laboratory.
Well, for me, emotionally, there's nothing that sickens me more in the university than the abuse of power.
Right. And there's an awful lot of people who abuse power at university.
And especially when it comes to abuse power of students.
Correct.
So sexual harassment, so in the realm of sexual abuse of power, and all kinds of other.
This is a crime to use one's power position in order to take sexual advantage of the student. It's a crime. This is not a close crime.
Yeah, there's a legal crime, and there's a deeply ethical crime, and there's an emotional response that I have. You are a good lawyer, perhaps a good man to want to defend some folks who are evil in this world. I don't think I have that emotional fortitude.
Or you should be a criminal defense lawyer or a cardiologist.
I'm still deeply sickened by Jeffrey Epstein and the faculty, the administration that still may be in these great universities that are abusing the small ways and big ways. That's human nature. You get a little bit of power, and you're a bad man or a bad woman, you take advantage of that. We see that in the smallest ways and in the biggest ways. And institutions and regimes all across the world. Oh boy, Harvey, it's a complicated situation.
It's a complicated world. It's complicated to be a human being, and this is nothing new.
And we should talk about it without restriction. All right, just to linger on liberal arts. In 2014, and probably still today, you wrote that liberals are killing the liberal arts.
Yes.
So can you explain?
Yes, the problem with I'm a political liberal. The problem with the political left is that it has divided between what's called progressives and liberals. Liberals are people of the left who believe in the First Amendment, the absolute First Amendment, and the due process of law. And the problem with what progressives have in the pursuit of equality, what they do is equality, they're willing to bend those rules. And this movement actually started in Brandeis. Uh, it's the critical race theory. Uh, it started, Herbert Marcuse was a professor at Brandeis, and he came up with this theory. The theory was this, that this is right out of order. In order to create true equality in a society where you have some downtrodden and some who are the uber-rich, in order to create real equality, you have to reduce the rights of the upper classes and artificially increase the rights of the lower classes. And that will produce out of unequal treatment and true equality will be attained. This is nonsense. The idea of discrimination, producing true equality, is nonsense. My view is, as I said earlier in our discussion, that the way to increase the opportunities for the lower classes to give them real educations. And until we do that, it's not going to happen. And in order to do that, we have to overcome the problem of the teacher unions at the elementary and secondary school levels. Until we're willing to do that honestly and to improve those schools, we're going to have a problem of a large number of uneducated people who need a boost because we haven't given them proper educations.
What do you think about some of the more controversial faculty? An example, somebody I've spoken with many times, unlike enough, is Jordan Peterson. I'm not sure if you're familiar with his work.
Yes.
But he's an outspoken critic of a proponent of free speech. It's been attacked quite a bit. He's a controversial figure. Which role the university to Jordan Peterson?
I think the university has an absolute, not relative, not ordered, absolute obligation to protect academic freedom. even the most controversial faculty members. And you can imagine out on the university campus, you have more people who are outliers than you do with the general population. Um, and that's the hope for everyone. And those outliers they can't be pressured, they can't be fired, they can't be disabled from doing their interviews, whether they can see racist, whether they can see, they promote an idea that human society is considered obnoxious. Um, it doesn't matter. If you can't have freedom of thought on the college campuses, where can you? Then we'll get us as a society with lost. And as an educational institutions no longer educate, they will indoctrinate. That we have to avoid with this.
We should also remember that the outlier might also be the only bearer of truth. In Nazi Germany, speaking against the fascist regime, in communist Soviet speaking against the communists, they might hold the key to solving the illness of Nazi society.
Absolutely. It's some of the most important discoveries in science, for example, were knocked at the beginning. You think of poor Charlie Darwin.
Charlie, I see he was on nickname. Well, because we're talking about these big topics of sexism, racism, and hate, we should not forget about the smaller topics, which might even have a much bigger impact, which is what you're speaking to, which is outlier ideas in science. So basically, welcoming controversial ideas in science. And by controversial, I mean the stuff that most of the community doesn't agree on and doesn't actually harm anyone at all. But even then, there's always pressure. And one of the things I'm really concerned about is how little power young faculty have. Like there's a kind of hierarchy, seniority that universities have, empowered by the administration, where young faculty that come in, they're kind of pre-taken. Yeah, there's a process of chasing tenure where you're kind of supposed to behave, and there's an incentive to kind of fit in and to not be an outcast. And that's a really huge problem because oftentimes the youth is one of the craziest and biggest ideas, the revolutionary ideas come. And if you're forced to behave and fit in and not speak out, then even though they're out in science, the innovation is stopped.
But how you triggered my I'll tell you this story.
If you're triggered, this is good.
In the mid 1980s, I decided to take a 4 month sabbatical from my law practice.
Yes.
Professor James Finneran was the time dean of the Harvard Law School. Heard about it from his wife, Elizabeth Debbie Dillard, whom I was very friendly with because we were both on the ACLU of Massachusetts board at the time. And Betty told Jim that Harvey was taking this sabbatical. Jim called Harvey and asked Harvey if he would like to teach a course at the Harvard Law School because there was nobody who could teach you criminal law from the perspective of somebody who actually is employed. It was all theoretical. I said, sure, I'll do it. So I taught a semester at Harvard Law School. The student evaluations were fabulous. Why? Because it was really interesting to hear the lawyer who spoke about real cases. I actually brought in a few of my clients in some of the cases. And so Jim called me and said, Harvey, the students love this course. I'd like to offer you a tenure-track position at the law school to conduct law practice. I turned him down. He said, did you just say no? I said, yes. I said, no. He said, how come? He says, nobody ever has ever, my administration has ever turned down a tenure-track offer at Harvard Law School. So because I could see that I was not a good fit, that the administrators are run the place, that faculty members, especially untenured, are afraid to say things that might not get comfort and
saw this in the mid 1980s.
Yes, about 1985. And I went back to my law practice. I did not want to get into this weak line that I saw. That's why I started to see it before the turn of the century, because I co-authored the Shadow University in '98, and then co-founded Fire in '99. I was an early student of this phenomenon.
What are some other aspects of this, the book, The Shadow University, that we may have covered?
But let me tell you a story. I believe I covered the Shadow University because it was the art of.
I'm loving these stories.
The stories are fabulous. Let me tell you a story of I did tour the country, go visiting campuses. I visited a college called Hamline University, that I believe was Indiana or Illinois, somewhere in the Midwest. And I attended a freshman orientation. Now listen to this. This was a freshman orientation. The administrators, the deans and the deanettes and the deputy assistant deans and deanettes, the third deputy assistant deans and deanettes, line the students up according to their skin hues. Okay? The blonde, blue-eyed, and white girls, the darkest, uh, you know, African Americans whose bloodlines had not yet mixed with any of the whites, the other way. And the exercise was you had to tell how your race affected your success in life up until that point. I thought it was the most demeaning thing that was pretty much demeaning. I thought to myself, they could do the same about sexual orientation. They could do the same about religion. They could do the same about national origin. It would be demeaning no matter what. And, and the students actually verbalized how their race had either been a plus or a minus. They did. They did. And I thought it was so demeaning, it just confirmed all my distaste for this kind of approach.
Let me ask you from the interviewer seat. So I get to do this podcast, and I often have to think about giving a large platform and having a conversation with very controversial people. And the level of controversy is slowly increasing. What's the role of this meeting to you? This meeting must be between two people, and me speaking with a controversial people, me or some other interviewer. What's the role of giving platform to controversy? Say members of the KKK, or dictators, people who are seen as evil.
But we want to face the world with reality. And the reality is that there is some unpleasantness in the world. Running from genocide right through to ordinary discrimination, to offensiveness. It's the real world as we know it exists. We're afraid to say it. We want to make people think that we live in a world where those words are not used, where those animosities don't exist. Um, the answer is no.
But you can whitewash, you can normalize use of those words, you can whitewash the acceptability of certain leaders. So, for example, if you Hitler in 1938, 1935, 1936, 1937, 38, those are all different dynamics there. But you could normalize this person and in so doing create enormous harm.
Well, see, I don't see it as normalized. I see it as explosive. If more people had taken on seriously, Franklin Roosevelt would have had to much sooner. But he only got us into the war as Congress got us into the war. But the Japanese made the mistake of attacking Pearl Harbor. But there were some people in the State Department, there were some people in the administration who were trying to get Roosevelt to see what Hitler was really like, and he was blind to it. This is one of the greatest presidents of the United States ever had. He was blind to it until the Japanese attacked people. why I think that we should not whitewash language. We should not whitewash the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was close to MIT
And Harvard.
and Harvard. Um, and reality actually means something.
Yeah, but from the role of interviewer, that's something I have to think a lot about. Whether interviewing Hitler, you said exposing. I think it's hard to know what Hitler's like in the room, but it's also hard to know. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. It's hard to know what Jeffrey Epstein's like in the room. But I imagine to some degree encouragement figures. But exposing them in the interview setting is not an easy task.
Well, interviewing is not an easy job. It's not a good idea to have to be an idiot.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I know what you're mean directly as you say it. I appreciate that. All right. Let me ask about your friend, your colleague, Alan Rothschild. And I'll also ask about your review of his recent book. But before that, it'd be interesting to ask what you think of him as a human being, as a lawyer, because it's quite an interesting case. He's represented some of the most controversial cases in history, including Jeffrey Epstein, Mike Tyson, Julian Assange, Jim Baker, and Jeffrey Epstein, and even Donald Trump. So he's an interesting figure. What do you think about that household? You love. What do you think? What do you think about him as a human being, as a lawyer, and what he represents in terms of values and ideals?
Well, he's a criminal defense lawyer. And the job of a criminal defense lawyer is to represent the accused criminals. He is a lifelong Democrat. He didn't represent Trump because he was political. He voted for Hillary. He voted for Hillary. Yes, that's what he says, and I actually believe it. He's a liberal Democrat. But he's a criminal defense lawyer as well as a professor. And I've represented some very nasty people in my career. I wouldn't go out for coffee with them, but they have the constitutional rights to representation.
Do you take that very seriously?
Yes. You notice something that people don't understand about him. He was asked by Trump to represent the second impeachment. He turned it down. Why do you think he turned it down?
Well, people should know he represented Trump in the first impeachment.
He represented him in the first. And he was successful in what Trump was impeached. He said, yes, yeah, he represented. Alan has had a lifelong policy of only representing something once, never twice. Why? Because he never wanted to be House Counsel. And so early on at this position, he only represents something once. The mafia wants a lawyer who's an in-house counsel who represents them in the cases. So that's the reason. Alan never publicly displayed it. I know it's a fact because I've known with David and Danny Barber Law School when he was 64. He was a first-year professor. I was a first-year student. We were both at Colbert Edson, so we did it off. We've been close friends ever since.
But there's sometimes when the line is crossed, we continue.
Yeah, he thought it was not so much an ethical law. You have a right to represent popular people. But he didn't want to be House Counsel. He didn't want to be have them asking for advice in advance of what they were doing. He was willing to represent something he wanted out off that. That's not criminal. He's accused of killing his wife. These are pretty nasty people. But he didn't want to be House Counsel for any of them.
So you wrote a review of Alan Rothschild's new book on Donald Trump. The title of that book is Get Trump, The Threat to Civil Liberty, Due Process, and Constitutional Rule of Law. Can you summarize this book in your review?
Yes, but by the way, I co-authored it. I mean, yes. And I thought that the book was another example of the fact that everybody's entitled to a defense. And that Alan's being involved with Trump was purely professional. It was not political. It was not philosophical. And I thought that the fact that he was being criticized, he was being shunned because of his connection with Trump, I found very interesting that this is a guy who represented such, I call them distasteful figures as Klaus Bachmann, as Mike Tyson, as O.J. Simpson, as Sheldon Siegel, and he was considered to be a skillful lawyer, made his reputation. And then he represents Carol Trump, who, to my knowledge, never killed anybody. And he's suddenly shunned. I thought the hypocrisy of it, the political training, was very distasteful to me. It was not only because he was my friend. If he wasn't my friend, I think I'd have to say to you. The holier than thou nonsense, the hypocrisy of it. They would talk about multiple views. I don't know how to do. I'm not so sensitive. Someone doesn't want to talk to me. No problem. No problem. But I was considering how controversial his life has been. He's somewhat sensitive. He's somewhat sensitive, and I feel so let's get to you because
I can relate. I can definitely relate. Taking on some controversial conversations that we are not hard on this because or maybe the pain makes you a better student of human nature. Yeah. Maybe that's the case for you. Nevertheless, the book, as it makes it a complicated and interesting point, he opens the book. He opens the book with now that Donald Trump has announced his candidacy for the U.S. president, the unremitting efforts of political opponents to get him to stop him from running at any cost will only increase. These efforts pose the most significant threat to civil liberties since McCarthy. Is he right?
he's absolutely right. Because these will have to prosecute. For example, the prosecution, the one prosecution that is brought out of housing court in Manhattan.
What is
I have looked at that, and I don't believe that Trump is fighting for it. And if Bragg is pressured to bring that before his office for Trump to quit if he didn't indict, wholly improper, wholly unethical, and he's going to lose the case. The Trump, yes, both he is he is cheated on taxes his whole career as far as I can tell. He can easily be indicted on state and federal taxes, but they're not essential.
I love it.
And
Whatever.
I think that
Well, that fucking makes sense, kid. All right.
Vicious politicians and vicious prosecutors who's got sympathy, which he doesn't deserve, and a lot of it is pardon the phrase, political correctness. Better people
I mean, very
are not supposed to be truckers.
high school law. Very
I had an interesting experience about truckers. I had two interesting ones. Because I was in the house of
we're like
all the summers, the famous person
but I don't want
who was driven out by political correctness all the way. So with biologists. I was in his house. He was still president when the Trump 30 contest took place. I was with Elsa. We were invited to Summer's house. And it looked like everyone was going to win. The Harvard faculty members there were in it, celebrating everyone. People know what their cabinet positions were going to be, blah, 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 blah. And then at about 11:30 at night, all of a sudden, he was announced that in terms of electoral votes, Trump had just got a victory. That Hillary beat him in the popular vote, but he had won the electoral college. And there was an immediate depression. And
That meeting I got quiet a little bit.
The reading absolutely straight us out. And they were all disappointed. Well, that was a memorable moment. And he told me that they were a little bit too overconfident. And they were savoring being part of the president of the administration. Ambition had exploded. I'm not a great fan of creaming ambition. I think it blinds people to realities
Resulting arrogance.
and arrogance. It's one of the reasons I didn't accept Jim Dornberg's offer to be part of the academic community. You know, I represent professors, I have friends with the professors, I represent students, I have friends with students. And I have great regard for universities and higher education. But I was not about to become part of the culture. I thought it would be not good for me and not good for the institution either.
Definitely not. A culture that can breed arrogance.
Yes,
It's self-importance.
yeah,
And in a sense, the election of Donald Trump is a big FU to such.
correct. Which is why I think he managed to pull it off.
To jump topics a little bit, what do you think about something you've read about? And what do you think about the mass surveillance programs by the NSA and also by organizations, CIA, FBI, and others? And broadly, what do you think about the importance of privacy in the American citizen?
Okay, I believe that the FBI should be abolished because I believe that its culture is so corrupted by its first director, John Edgar Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover, that it is impossible to reform the FBI to make its agents honest, to force them to obey the Constitution, the first, fourth, and fifth amendments especially. Um, and it's a culture that cannot be changed. But Hoover established the culture, and no FBI director since has been able to change it. If you go online, I did on YouTube a video, the ACLU of Massachusetts, because when I was on the board, it was probably when I was president of the board. I was president of the board for 2 years. I was on the board for 20 years. And I did a video about advising people to never, ever, ever talk to an FBI agent when they come out.
Can you briefly explain the intuition?
Yes,
Why not to talk to an FBI?
they have a system. When they come in and interview you, two agents show up, never one. One asks the question, the other one takes notes. The note-taking agent takes notes. He has goes back to the office, picks up the report called a Form 302, which is the official record of life. Is asked and answered. So when I have a client interviewed by the FBI, I show up and I always agree, or almost always agree with the interview. But I bring a tape recorder and I say, all right, I'm going to take this. And they say, well, by regulation, we're not allowed to do the interview with state. The record is the 302. The agent is taking notes. I say, well, I have a policy too. My policy is to never allow a client to be interviewed unless it's recorded. So it's unfortunate, but we're going to have to end this meeting. And the agents have been muted. And I've never seen a Form 302 that I consider to be accurate. The agents would write down what they wish you would say, rather than what you said. It is a wholly corrupt organization. It has not got any better
Double
support.
before, which is
Fundamentally,
no double
the
it,
corruption
which is quite
of culture
very much
is existing the Constitution of the United States.
Correct.
The first and fourth and fifth.
Correct. It's not
Fuck this shit.
financial corruption. It is corruption of
Right, so
omission.
I'm thinking we have to do
And
the thing now.
it should be abolished. And
where
if
it's
you
like,
need a family,
okay, 0
be a new name, new
with
culture, only new members,
and the P's are
a new
difficult because I
director.
don't see what's going on. I mean,
You,
when I stand, I do, but when I'm
to,
sitting,
you feel
focus is
Can
on.
you elaborate on
Yeah.
what
All right.
exactly is broken about the FBI? Is it the
So let's think of
the
10 different foods that could be like,
from Stalin's KGB,
or things, objects.
very
I was reading about the
actually
Bristol
for
Steel
your
Scale.
crime. Right. Is it that kind of process?
Anyway,
It's got to be
also, on the Bristol Steel Scale, like 1 is like a solid ship, and 10 or
the
7
goal
is
is
a
not to
liquid
find the
ship.
truth.
Get this, that's a stupid way to do it.
The
The higher the number, the denser
To
it
show that
becomes.
this man is guilty is also solving the case.
So like, what's a 1-1? It's just like,
It's a falsely convict.
all right. So what would it be? Okay, well we got
It closes the case and they
Start with D-ball, then Pee-wee,
closing cases.
then Little League.
So that's the FBI, but broadly
Then-
speaking about the surveillance aspect. What are your
High
views
school,
on the right
college,
to make decisions?
A, double, triple A.
Electronic surveillance is very, very crucial. And I think that the
The show.
circumstance that these tools are used to be narrowed. For example, they're used in a lot of drug cases. Since I don't think drugs should be illegal in any of them, I certainly think that it's a terrible violation to,
All right.
to use wiretapping in the drug.
Well, I still have to pee.
I can see it in cases of
I'm
murder,
just like,
possibly in cases of serious extortion. But uncredited really
well,
well,
10's a mountain.
especially drug cases. I mean, drugs should all be legalized anyway.
It's not.
I think it's the
It's kind of cheap.
the
Well-
price we pay as a society.
There's on the Wikipedia page for Nothing to Hide, you're cited.
What's
You have your book released at
Well,
2
yeah.
a day.
You
For
said
Nothing
it's
to
not.
Hide. And that's an argument.
Yes, we don't have zero. One could be a
You citizen. You have nothing to hide in your crimes.
That's just all.
But
I
the
just
problem is
mentioned
we're under the federal criminal code.
one could be
It's
released.
particularly the federal criminal code.
Released it. No, actually, I think baby oil
It
is
is very easy
one.
to charge.
Or releasing is two.
Under the Constitution, the
I
federal
guess go
government
from
does not
that
have
to cottage cheese.
plenary criminal jurisdiction. That's up to the state.
Or
How is it that the feds indict so many areas of the American? It's
I
because
think
the
that
Supreme Court has allowed the following
we could have
for
a
really insane situations. Anything I made a federal court
Yeah.
in the course of the commission of the crime, the means of interstate communication or travel is used. That means that if you commit a crime, which is ordinarily would be a state crime, and you use the telephone, and you send a letter, it suddenly becomes federal. That means that the limitation that the founding fathers who wrote the Constitution intended to keep the feds out of daily life and to give that jurisdiction to the states has been completely thwarted. Because I can't think of a case where somebody doesn't use a telephone in the course of planning, discussing, something that's argued before. And so, with limited authority, federal government, to bring charges in criminal cases is illusory. Feds can indict a handstand.
So basically, everybody's guilty, and if the feds want to bring you in, they can find it.
And that allows to terrorize people who are dissidents.
What is broken? What works about the American criminal justice system from your perspective?
The jury,
The jury system.
yes.
You like the justice. Every citizen is represented.
What's going on there?
Well, the ordinary people have to agree unanimously in order to get it.
What do you think about the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court? What's already built into the Supreme Court as an institution? What are its strengths and weaknesses?
The Supreme Court is unfortunately fairly political, and the current Supreme Court is overruling precedents, which are really improper. The precedents should not be overruled so easily. It's about to overrule affirmative action. Now, I'm opposed to affirmative action. I made that clear earlier. But still, it's a precedent. It should be given some respect. But in order to propagate a conservative agenda, before this treating precedent as if it doesn't have any role, then that's a huge mistake. Some of the congressmen on the Democratic side are looking to enlarge the court in order to basically do what Franklin Roosevelt was not able to do. And that is change the court's philosophy. But I think it's very short-sighted, because this is a long day. It's a public reality. Anyone who tries to, for example, enlarge the court from 9 to 12 in order to get more then some other organization will try to enlarge it from 12 to 15. It goes in the court. There's a constant fiddling with the very important institution.
So the law should have more lasting power than the political victory of the day.
Correct.
Let me ask you, lived one heck of a life, and fought a lot of battles and continue to do so with the hard work overseas. First of all, thank you. But we're all human, we're all mortal. Do you ponder your death? Do you ponder your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Let me just get this. My father died at 48. He died at 48 because his poor cancer. He got a massive heart attack at 43. He continued to smoke despite that. He died at 48. So I did not expect to live this long, because I thought it was genetic. It turns out it was cigarettes. So here I am. He will be 81 on May 10th. I was born on May 10th, 1943, which is Mother's Day. And I realize I'm not going to live forever. I would also take pride in the fact that I have demonstrated that a lawyer does not have to go to a law firm to make it. Look, you go right away. I mean, had work to get. I've done that. I agree that I've had an elite education at the Princeton and Harvard Law School, but I don't think you have to necessarily go to elite institutions in order to be you can go to and you shouldn't put yourself in a place where you directly feel comfortable and feel empowered. And I refuse to take your words. Protection. We change that position of Harvard Law School. I'll tell you one other thing that illustrates this. I was originally pre-med. Freshman couple years of police service in Cleveland. Because my parents wanted me to marry the daughter of a family physician. The idea was I was to learn medical school. I was going to go to medical service with the Hackensack, New Jersey. We had moved from Brooklyn at the time. We had to do my father. I think it followed the story of shooting. I think his life was great. And he moved today with Jews. He got a job, photo shop, to save Jews. And a family physician. They had 3 daughters.
Silly
The
buddy.
oldest was my age. She went to Hackensack High School.
And then
I went to Victoria High School.
like soft.
Did both of them go to
What are those mallets that are like soft?
The idea was that
Tops?
she and I were going to marry. I was going to become, I was in an American school. I was going to become a part of her father, and he went to practice in Hackensack.
All right.
And he retired as we were very good practice. This scenario was
Maybe.
Carolyn's brother and my brother.
That's the one. The two
In my
is
sophomore year of the
Reese
November fellowship for the summer between my sophomore and junior year in Paris. I was fluent by then. I had taken some accelerated French course my freshman sophomore year. And I went to Paris.
what is
It was
the
the first time I ever had and spent the entire summer working supporting myself here. Please support the airfare and I earned money for food and board. And I thought about my life and I decided I didn't want to be a physician or a career. Number 2, I didn't want to marry Carolyn. And I came back, I changed the pre-law. I broke up with Carolyn, who was by that time school partners right down the road from Princeton. She had followed me. I had followed her. And her life took me to a totally different turn. So that summer, Paris had an outsized effect on my life. Every year, the Brown Theater shows Casablanca. We have Bogart, as this great line shows, will always have Paris. And I think to myself, it was just stay out. Used to see Casablanca every day on Thursday. Because it was such an important movie to me. Because Paris was transformative in my life. And we went to Paris every year during my vacation. We went to Paris.
What is that?
That was good. And she took some great pictures of bicycles this high and this high. We're hanging up the house.
So
And,
4 is
so I always,
cottage cheese. 5
and
is
even after Elsa's death, I've been Casablanca twice now.
6.
She died in 2020. And I always think we always have Paris. We always have.
Well, Harvey, like I said, I hope you're very successful in your run for the Harvard Board of Overseers. I think what you stand for in the realm of freedom of speech is, I think, the thing that makes these universities great institutions in American culture. You know, I'll do everything I can to help you succeed.
Six
It's
is
just
like
I'm really grateful for
7
all
is
the work.
brownie. 8 is brownie. Nuts.
Thanks for listening to this conversation, Harvey Silverfield.
9
Support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with the words from Harry S. Truman. Once the government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, there's only one way to go. That is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes the source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives together. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Okay, so then what is it when you just chill? Softball? Just softball. So is that the Rabbi steel scale? Fish? Alright.
You know, I could tell people to
So that's like a really
I mean, it's one of them.
shit you guys
And I'm like, that's a personality for me. What could possibly go wrong?
How big is
It's
it?
like,
Not like crazy.
it was
So then that could be like
if you do that, like, what is the sacrifice?
a triple
And that's a version of that question for the world. That is, as soon as you put the AIs in charge
Yes.
to
In human history,
the following
what's
conversations
self-structure?
computer scientist, mathematician, theoretical physicist, and the founder of the research company behind Mathematica, working alpha, working language, and the work in physics and metamathematics projects. He
It's
has
much
been
easier to just call
guiding
that.
and exploring computational nature of reality.
Yeah,
So he's a perfect person to explore with together the new quickly evolving landscape of large language models, civilization journeys towards building super intelligent AGI. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. For support, please check our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, Stephen Wolfman. You announced the integration of ChatGPT and Wolfman Alpha and Wolfman language. So let's talk about that integration. What are the key differences from the high philosophical level, maybe the technical level, between the capabilities of broadly speaking the two kinds of systems, large language models, and this computational, gigantic computational system infrastructure?
Yeah. So what does something like ChatGPT do?
I guess that
It's mostly focused on make language like the language that humans have made and put in words. So its primary sort of underlying technical thing is you give a prompt. It's trying to continue that prompt in a way that's somehow typical of what it's seen based on a trillion words of text. And the way it's doing that is with something which is probably quite similar to the way we think of the first stages of that, using enlightenment. So just saying, given this piece of text, let's ripple through the knowing that one word and get one word at a time output. And it's kind of a shallow presentation of the large amount of kind of training data that is what the humans are putting away. That's a different thing from sort of the computational stack that I spent the last few years or so building, which has to do with what can you compute many steps, potentially.
Imagine how we do it.
That's not taking the statistics of
where
what we humans have produced and trying to continue things based on that statistics. Instead, it's trying to take kind of the hidden structure that we've created in our civilization, whether it's from mathematics, whether it's from kind of systematic knowledge of all kinds, and use that to do arbitrary deep computations to figure out things that aren't just let's match what's already been kind of said and read, but let's potentially be able to compute something new and different that's never been computed before. So as a practical matter, what we our goal is to make as much as possible of the world computable, in the sense that if there's a question that in principle is answered, for example, the technology and we can compute the answer back, and we can do it in that sort of and it's the best thing by being given the expertise that it's a much more sort of labor intensive on the side of creating the computation system to do that. Obviously, in the kind of the ChatGPT world, it's like take things which were produced for quite other purposes, for all the things being written out of the web and so on, and sort of forage from that.
Yeah, but reverse the hard
and looking in the web.
and
So
soft.
I think, as a practical point of view, I view
Soft is
sort of
like
the ChatGPT thing being wide and shallow. And what we're trying to do is sort of building out computation as being this sort of deep, also broad, but most importantly, kind of deep type of thing. I think that another way to think about this is you go back and
reverse it so that rubber mallet is 10.
and you say, what can the typical person going to figure out? Well, the answer is there's certain kinds of things that we humans can quickly figure out. That's sort of what our our neural architecture and the kinds of things we learn in our lives let us do. But then there's this whole layer of formalization that got developed, which is the kind of whole sort of story of intellectual history and whole kind of depth of learning. That formalization kind of logic, mathematics, science, and so on. And that's the kind of thing that allows me to build the power of
I mean,
work
it's
out. It's
not
not just I
make
can
number 9 silly putty,
it's no, I
and
can
number 10
use
rubber
this kind
mallet.
of formalism to go step by step and work out something which was not immediately obvious to me. And that's kind of the story of what we're trying to do computation is to be able to build this kind of tall towers of what implies what, and so on. As opposed to kind of the, yes, I can immediately figure it out, just like if I saw somewhere else in something that I heard or remembered or something like this.
What can you say about the kind of formal structure, the kind of formal foundation of the brain that you call structure side, about the kinds of things you would start on in order to build this kind of deep cognitive knowledge trees?
So the question is sort of how do you think about computation? And there's a couple of things here. One is what computation intrinsically is like, and the other is what aspects of computation we humans with our minds and with the kinds of things we
This is
do
amazing. Can you just make it
relate to in that computation
together
model.
also come
So if you start on kind of what computation be like, it's something I've spent some big chunk of my life studying, is imagine that we usually write programs where we kind of know what we want the program to do, and we calculate many lines of code, and we think the program does what we intend it to do. But the thing I've been interested in is if you just look at the kind of natural science programs, you just say, you can make this program a really tiny program, maybe I even pick a piece of the program at random, but through it, I really tiny and less than a line of code. You say, what does this program do? And you run it. And the big discovery that I made in the early 80s is that even extremely simple programs, where you run them, can do really complicated things. Really simple. Realized that was good. But that realization that very simple programs could do incredibly complicated things that we very much don't expect. Discovery I realized that's very much, I think, how nature works. That is, nature has simple rules that does specific complicated things that we might not expect. Big thing in the last few years has been understanding that's how the whole universe and physics works. But that's a quite separate topic. But so there's this whole world of programs and what they do, and very rich, sophisticated things that these programs can do. But when we look at many of these programs, we look at them and say, that's kind of, I don't really know what that's doing. Not a very human kind of thing. So on the one hand, we have what's possible in the computational universe. On the other hand, we have the kinds of things that we humans think about, the kinds of things that have developed in our intellectual history. And that's and really the challenge to sort of making things computational is to connect what's computationally possible out in the computational universe with the things that we humans sort of typically think about with our minds. Now, that's a complicated and moving target because the things that we think about change over time. We've learned more stuff. We've invented mathematics. We've invented those kinds of ideas and structures and so on. So it's gradually expanding, so gradually colonizing more and more of this kind of intellectual space of possibilities. But the real thing, the real challenge is how do you take what is computationally possible, how do you encapsulate the kinds of things that we think about in a way that kind of plugs into what's computationally possible. And actually the big sort of idea there is this idea of kind of symbolic programming, symbolic representations of states. And so the question is, when you look at sort of everything in the world, and kind of take some visual scene, something you're looking at, and you say, well, how do I turn that into something like kind of stuff into my mind? You know, there are lots of pixels in my visual scene, but the things that I remembered from that visual scene are, you know, there's a chair in this place. It's a kind of a symbolic representation of the visual scene. There are two chairs and a table or something, rather than there are only pixels arranged in these detailed ways. And so the question is, how do you take sort of all the things in the world and make some kind of representation that corresponds to the types of ways that we think about it? The human language is sort of one form of representation. How do we take the human language is not in and of itself something that's plugged in very well to sort of computation. It's not something from which you can immediately compute consequences and so on. And so you have to find a way to take sort of
I'm being
just
amazing
re-understand from
and
language and make it more precise. And that's really the story of symbolic programming. And what turns into is something which I didn't know at the time that was going to work as well as it has. But back in the 1979 or so, I was trying to build my first computer system and trying to figure out, how should I represent computations at a high level? And I kind of invented this idea of using kind of symbolic expressions, structured as it's kind of like a function and a bunch of arguments. But that function doesn't necessarily evaluate them. It's just a thing that sits there representing the structure. And so building up that structure, and it's turned out that structure has been extremely, it's a good match for the way that we humans, it seems to be a good match for the way that we humans kind of conceptualize higher level things. And it's been for the last, 45 years or something. It's served me remarkably well.
So building up that structure is a symbolic representation. But what can you say about abstractions? Because you could just start with your physics project, you could start at a hypergraph at a very, very low level and build up everything from there, but you don't. There are shortcuts.
Right.
You could take the highest level of abstraction, convert that
please make it
that
start
kind of abstraction to convert it into something computable
with
using
one
symbolic representation. And then that's your new foundation for that piece of knowledge.
Yeah.
So all of that is integrated.
Right. So the sort of a very important thing that is kind of thing I sort of realized is just it's one of these things that sort of in the future kind of everything is going to become more and more important as this phenomenon of computation that we described. And the question is, you know the use of something you might say, I know the rules, great, I know everything about it. Well, in principle, you do, because you can just run those rules out and just see what they do. Like run them in steps, see what happens, etc. The question is, can you immediately jump ahead and say, I know what's going to happen for many steps, and the answer is 13. And one of the very critical things to realize, if you could reduce that expectation, there is in a sense no point in doing it. The place where you really get value out of doing computation is when you have to do the computation to find out the answer. But this phenomenon that you have to do the computation to find out the answer, this phenomenon of computational reducibility, seems to be tremendously important for thinking about what's happening things. So one of the things that happens is, okay, we've got the model of the universe at the low level in terms of atoms of space and hypergraphs and writing hypergraphs and so on. And it's happening, 10 to the 100 times every second. Let's say, well, you say, great, we've nailed it. We know how the universe works. Well, the problem is, the universe can figure out what it's going to do. It does those 10 to the 100 steps. But for us to work out what it's going to do, we have no way to reduce that computation. The only way to do the computation, to see the result of the computation, is to do it. And if we operate within the universe, there's no opportunity to do that because the universe is doing it as fast as the universe can do it, and that's what's happening. So what we're trying to do, and a lot of the story of science and a lot of other kinds of things, is finding pockets of reducibility. That is, you could have a situation where everything in the world is full of computational reducibility. We never know what's going to happen next. The only way to figure out what's going to happen next is just let the system run, see what happens. So in a sense, the story of most kinds of science, inventions, a lot of kinds of things, is the story of finding these places where we can locally jump ahead. And one of the features of computational reducibility is there are always pockets of reducibility. There are always places, there are always an infinite number of places where you can jump ahead. There's no way where you can jump completely ahead, but there are little patches, little places where you can jump ahead a bit. And I think we can talk about physics projects and stuff, but I think the thing we realize is we kind of exist in a slice of all the possible computational world in the universe. We exist in a slice where there's a reasonable amount of predictability. And in a sense, as we try and construct these kind of higher levels of abstraction, symbolic representations and so on, what we're doing is we're finding these lumps of reducibility that we can kind of attach ourselves to and about which we can kind of have fairly simple narrative things to say. Because in principle, they say, what's going to happen in the next few seconds? Oh, there are these molecules moving around in the air in the room, and oh gosh, it's an incredibly complicated story, and that's a whole computationally reducible thing, most of which I don't care about, and most of it is, well, the air's still going to be here and nothing much is going to be different about it. And that's a kind of reducible fact about what is ultimately an underlying computational reducible process.
And life would not be possible if we didn't have a large number of such reducible pockets.
Yes.
Pockets available to reduction into something symbolic.
Yes, I think life in the way that we experience it. That, one might, depending on what you mean by life, so to speak, the experience that we have of sort of persistent things happening in the world, the idea of space awareness, if you just say, you're here, you move there, it's kind of the same thing. It's still you in that different place, even though you're made of different space and so on. This idea that it's that there's sort of this level of predictability of what's going on. That's us finding a slice of reducibility in what is underneath this computationally reducible kind of system. And I think that's sort of the thing which is actually my favorite discovery of the last 2 years is the realization that it is sort of the interaction between sort of underlying computational reducibility and our nature as kind of observers who sort of have to key into computational reducibility. That fact leads to the main laws of physics that we discovered in the 20th century. So we'll talk about this in more detail, but this is to me, it's kind of our nature as observers. The fact that we are computationally bounded observers. We don't get to follow all those little pieces of computational reducibility to stuff what is out there in the world into our minds requires that we are looking at things that are reducible, we're compressing, and we're extracting just some essence, some kind of symbolic essence of what's the detail of what's going on in the world. That, together with one other condition that at first seems sort of trivial, but isn't, which is that we believe we are consistent with it. That is,
So that's the personality.
here's the thing. At every moment, according to our theory, we're made of different atoms. At every moment, sort of the microscopic detail of what the universe is made of is being rewritten. And that's, in fact, the very fact that there's coherence between different parts of space is a consequence of the fact that there always are the processes going on and knit together into structured space. It's kind of like you wanted to have a fluid with a bunch of molecules in it. Those molecules won't interact. You wouldn't have this fluid for these kinds of things. It would just be sort of a free-floating collection of molecules. So similarly it is with space, with the fact that space is now knitted together as a consequence of all this activity in space. And the fact that what we consist of sort of this series of we're continually being rewritten. And the question is, why is it the case that we think of ourselves as being the same us at the time? That's kind of a key assumption. I think it's a key aspect of what we see as sort of our consciousness, so to speak, is that we have this kind of consistent thread of experience.
Well, isn't that just another limitation of our mind that we want to reduce reality to some that kind of temporal consistency is just a nice area to tell ourselves.
Well, the fact is, I think it's critical the way we humans typically operate, that we have a single thread of experience. If you imagine sort of a mind where you have, maybe that's what's happening in various kinds of minds that aren't working the same way other minds work, is that you're splitting into multiple threads of experience. It's also something where, when you look at quantum mechanics, for example, in the insides of quantum mechanics, it's splitting into many threads of experience. But in order for us humans to interact with it, you kind of have to knit all those different threads together so that we say, oh yeah, definite thing happened. Now the next definite thing happens, and so on. And I think, sort of inside, it's sort of interesting to try and imagine what's it like to have kind of these fundamentally multiple threads of experience. Right now, different human minds have different types of experience. It's a bunch of minds that are interacting with each other. But we don't have within each mind there's a single thread. And that is indeed a simplification. I think it's the thing, the general computational system does not have that simplification. And it's one of the things, people often seem to think that consciousness is the highest level of kind of things that can happen in the universe, so to speak. I think that's not true. I think it's actually a specialization in which, among other things, you have this idea of a single thread of experience, which is not the general feature of anything that could kind of computationally happen in the universe.
So it's the feature of a computationally limited system that's only able to observe or reproduce new objects.
No, it's not.
So, so in this word observer, it means something in mechanics, it means something in a lot of ways. It means something to us humans, as conscious beings. So what's the importance of the observer? What is the observer? What's the importance of the observer in the computational universe?
So this question of what is an observer, what's the general idea of an observer, is actually one of the next projects.
What about
somewhat derailed by the current sort of idea. But
Is there a connection there, or is that, do you think the observer is primarily a physics phenomenon?
is it related to the whole AI thing?
Yes.
Yes. So one question is, what is a general observer? So we have an idea of what is a general computational system. We think about Turing machines, we think about other models of computation. There's a question, what's the general meaning of observer? And there's kind of observers like us, which is kind of the observers we're against. We could imagine an alien observer that deals with computational reducibility and has a mind that's utterly different from ours and completely incoherent with what we like. But the fact is that if we are talking about observers like us, that one of the key things is this idea of kind of taking all the detail of the world and being able to stuff it into a mind. Being able to take all the detail and kind of, extract out of it a smaller set of kind of degrees of freedom, a smaller number of elements that will sort of fit in our minds. And I think this question, so I've been interested in trying to characterize what is the general observer. And the general observer is, I think, in part, there are many features. You have a gas, so a bunch of molecules bouncing around, and the thing you're measuring about the gas is pressure. And the only thing you as an observer care about is pressure. And that means you have a piston inside of this box, and the piston is being pushed by the gas. And there are many, many different ways that molecules can put that piston. But all that matters is the kind of aggregate, all the molecular impact, because that's what determines pressure. So there's a huge number of different configurations of the gas, which are all equivalent. So I think one key aspect of observers is this equivalency of many different configurations of the system, saying all I care about is this aggregate feature, all I care about is this overall thing. And that's sort of one aspect. And we see that in lots of different, again, same story around. There's a lot of detail in the world, but what we are extracting from it is something, a sort of a thin summary of that.
Is that thin summary nevertheless true? Can it be a crappy approximation that on average is correct? And if you look at the observer, it's actually a line. It seems like there's a lot of as represented by natural language, for example, there's a lot of really crappy approximation. And that could be maybe a feature.
Well,
there's nothing to do with it.
Right. You don't know. It could be the case. You're just measuring the aggregate
Mashed potatoes or
molecules. But there is some tiny probability that the molecules will arrange themselves in some really funky way, and that just measuring the average isn't going to be the main point. By the way, an awful lot of science is very confused about this, because when you look at
order,
and people are really keen, they draw this curve and they have these, these curves. It's just this curve, and it's this one thing, and it's supposed to represent some system that has all kinds of details. And this is the way that lots of science are wrong, because people say, I remember years ago I was doing snowflake growth. You have a snowflake and it's growing, it's on, it's sort of other things, but there was a literature on this stuff, and it talked about, what's the rate of snowflake growth, and people had pretty good answers for the rate of the growth of the snowflake. And then after they looked carefully, and then they had these nice curves, snowflake growth rates, looked at it more carefully, and they realized, according to their model, got the rough reference, but the detail was just utterly wrong. And not only the detail, but the whole thing was not capturing, was capturing this aspect of the system that was in a sense missing the main point of what was going on.
What is John 9? That was
Snowflake 10 in the phase of water, it's relevant to the formation of snowflakes. It's a phase of ice which starts with a hexagonal arrangement of water. And so it starts off growing as a hexagonal plate. And what happens is it's a very sphere. Well, no, but it's much more than that. I mean, snowflakes are fluffy. Typical snowflakes, little dendritic arms. Yeah. And what actually happens is it's kind of cool because you can make these very simple discrete models and things that figure this out. You start off with this hexagonal thing, and then the places it starts to grow a little ice, and every time a little piece of ice adds itself to the snowflake, the fact that ice condenses from the water vapor heats the snowflake up, and so it makes it less likely for another piece of ice to accumulate like this leads to a kind of growth efficiency. Grow an arm, and it is a separated arm because right around it it got a little bit hot and it didn't add any ice there. So what happens is it grows hexagon, grows arms, the arms grow arms, and the arms grow arms, and eventually it's actually kind of cool because it actually fills in another hexagon, bigger hexagon. And when I first looked at this, very simple, when I looked at this, I realized when it fills in that hexagon, it actually leaves some holes behind. I thought, that really right? So I looked at these pictures of snowflakes, and sure enough, they have these little holes in them, little kind of scars of the way that these arms grow out. So you got to holes.
And presumably there's a limitation on how big they could get arbitrarily grow.
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing falls through it hits the ground. I think you can grow. I think you can grow in the lab. I think you can grow two big ones. I think you can grow many iterations of this kind of goes from hexagon, it grows out arms, it turns back, it fills back into hexagon, it grows from arms again, and 3D. No,
Well, why does it need spell out? You said it's fluffy. What is it? Can you mention it?
I don't know. It's what snow is. So what makes the really because really things that is not just snowflake fluffy. Single snowflake is not fluffy. No, single snowflake is fluffy. And what happens is, if you have snow that is just pure hexagon, they can they fit together pretty well. It doesn't make it into a record. And they can also slide against each other pretty easily. And so the snow can be pretty, avalanches happen sometimes when the things tend to be these, hexagonal plates and kind of slides. But then when the thing has all these arms that are growing out, they don't fit together very well. And that's why the snow has lots of air in it. And if you look at the snowflake, if you catch one, you'll see it has these little arms. And people often say, no, the snowflakes are light. And that's mostly because as a snowflake grows, they do grow pretty consistently with these different arms and so on. But you capture them at different times as they fell through the air in a different way. They catch this one, this stage, and as it goes through different stages, they look really different. And so that's why it kind of looks like little snowflakes are alike because you're talking at different times.
So the rules of the work. Yeah. Okay, so the point is science is not able to describe the full complexity of snowflake growth.
Well, science, if you do what people might often do, to say, okay, let's make it scientific, let's turn it into one number. And that one number is how to reference the arms and such other things. That fails to capture some of the detail that's going on inside the system. And that's in a sense a big challenge for science is how do you extract from the natural world, for example, those aspects of it that you are interested in talking about. Now, you might just say, I don't really care about the fluffiness of snowflakes. All I care about is the growth rate of the arms. In which case, you can have a good model without knowing anything about the fluffiness. But the fact is, as a practical, if you say, what is the most obvious feature of a snowflake? Oh, it has a snowflake shape. Well, then you've got a different story about what you want. And this is one of the features of certain modeling in science what is a model? A model is some way of reducing the actuality of the world to something where you can readily sort of give a narrative to what's happening, where you can basically make some kind of abstraction of what's happening and answer questions that you care about answering. If you wanted to answer all possible questions about the system, you'd have to have a whole system. Because you might care about this particular molecule, where did it go? And your model, which is some big abstraction of that, has nothing to say. So one of the things that's often confusing in science, people will have, I've got a model, somebody says. Somebody else will say, I don't believe in the model. It doesn't capture the feature of the system that I care about. There's always this controversy about, is it a correct model? Well, no model except for the actual system itself is a correct model in the sense that it captures everything. The question is, does it capture what you care about capturing? Sometimes that's ultimately defined by what you're going to build technology out of, things like this. The one counterexample to this is, if you think you're modeling the whole universe all the way down, then there is a notion of correct model. But even that is not depends on how observers start to that's a separate story. But at least at the first level, to say this thing about it's an approximation, you're capturing one aspect, you're not capturing other aspects. When you really think you have a complete model for the whole universe, you better be capturing ultimately everything, even though to actually run that model is impossible because of computational reducibility. The only thing that successfully runs that model is the actual running of the universe.
Is the universe. Okay, so what you care is an interesting concept. So it's a human concept. So that's what you're doing with alpha language, because you're trying to focus symbolic representation as simple as possible. So the model that's as simple as possible that fully captures stuff we care about.
Yeah. So, for example, we could have a thing about data about movies, let's say. We could be describing every individual pixel in every movie itself, but that's not the level that people care about. And this is and that level that people care about is somewhat related to what's described in that language. But what we're trying to do is to find a way to sort of represent precisely so you can compute things. See, one thing you say, you get a piece of natural language. The question is, you feed it to the computer. You say, does the computer understand this natural language? The computer processes it in some way. This maybe it's a continuation of the natural language, and maybe it can go on from the top to say what it can say. You say, does it really understand? Hard to know. But in this kind of computational world, there is a very definite definition of does it understand, which is, could it be turned into this symbolic computational thing from which you can compute all kinds of consequences? And that's the sense in which one has sort of a target for the understanding of natural language. And that's kind of our goal, is to have as much as possible about the world that can be computed in a reasonable way, so to speak, be able to be sort of captured by this kind of computational language. That's kind of the goal. And I think for us humans, the main thing that's important is, as we formalize what we're talking about, it gives us a way of kind of building structure where we can sort of build this tower of consequences. But we're just saying, well, let's talk about it in natural language, it doesn't really give us some hard foundation that lets us build step by step to work something out. It's kind of like what happens in math. If we were just sort of vaguely talking about math, it didn't have the kind of full structure of math and all that kind of thing, we wouldn't be able to build this kind of big tower of consequences. And so, in a sense, what we're trying to do with the whole computational language effort is to make the formalism for describing the world that makes it possible to kind of build this tower of consequences.
Well, can you talk about this gap between natural language and wolfram language? So there's this gigantic thing we call the internet, where people post memes and diary type thoughts and very important science articles and all of that makes up the training data set for GPT. And then there's wolfram language. How can you map natural language, the internet, and wolfram language? Is there a manual, is there an automated way of doing it as we look into the future?
Well, so with Alpha, what it does, its kind of front end is turning natural language into computation.
And what you mean by that is there's a problem, you ask a question, what is the capital?
Yeah, right. And it turns into, what's the distance between, Chicago and London or something, and that would turn into, geodistance of entity, city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of those things is very well defined. We know, given it's the entity, city, Chicago, et cetera, et cetera, in the United States, but, we know the geolocation of that, we know its population, we know all kinds of things about it, which we have, curated that data to be able to know that with some degree of certainty, so to speak. And then we can compute things from this, and that's kind of the that's the idea.
But then something like GPT, large language model, do they allow you to make that conversion much more powerful?
Okay, so it's an interesting. We still don't know everything about it. Okay? This question of going from natural language to computational language.
Yes.
In Wolfmouth, Wolfmouth has been out and about for 13.5 years now. And, we've achieved 98%, 99% success on proving to get put into it. Now, obviously, there's a sort of feedback loop. There's the things that work, the things people go on putting into
Yo,
it.
what's going on?
We've got to a very high success rate of the little fragments of natural language that put people could have questions, calculations, chemistry calculations, whatever it is. We do very well. Spend those things into computation. Now, from the very beginning of Alpha, I thought about, for example, writing code with natural language. In fact, I had just looking to do something with something like programming multiple languages actually work. And so, when we've done a bunch of experiments using methods that were but certainly not the same, the same kind of idea of what change. That is the story that I found in the literature. I know that post is just a utter tribute, but that case that Steve Jobs forwarded that post around to a bunch of people that was the because he never really so he was very happy to see the idea that you could get rid of this kind of layer of kind of engineering like structure. He would have liked what's happening now because it really is this idea that you have to kind of learn how the computer works to use a programming language is something that is, I think, a thing that is just like you have to learn the details of that code to know how computer works. It's kind of a thing it's limited time to work. But kind of so this idea of how elaborate can you make how elaborate can you make a natural language and extract from it computational language? It's a very interesting question. And, what ChatGPT, GPT-4 and so on can do is pretty good. It isn't, it's a very interesting process, and we're still trying to understand this workflow. We've been looking at a lot of tooling around this workflow. The natural language, computation, and the process.
Especially for conversation, dialogue, with multiple students.
Yeah, there's so many things that are really interesting that work. And so the first thing is to just walk up to the computer and expect to sort of specify computation. What one realizes is how much time you have some idea of this way of thinking about things computation. Without that, you can't have it. Because you just have no idea what you're going to work out to remember it. So the very first computer I see, which is on this technique, and it kind of didn't really understand what computers did. It's like he was showing me this computer. It's like, how the computer work out what we can do. It's like that isn't a sensible thing to ask. It's kind of you have to give it. That's not what computers do. And with math, for some people say that we took away this source and give us an answer, but that's a very different kind of thing from what one thinks the computers are doing. And so the kind of the question of the first thing is people have to have an idea of what computation is about. And, I think it's a very for education that is the key thing. It's kind of this notion, not computer science, not sort of the details of how just this idea of how do you think about the world of computation. computation,
Well,
thinking about
maybe
the computation is this formal way of thinking about the world. We've had other ways, like logic, this formal way, and there's a way of sort of abstractly formalizing things like the world. Mathematics is another way. Computation is this very broad way of formalizing the world. And the thing that's true about computation is computation, computers can help us figure out the consequences. It's not like you formulate that now, well, that's nice, but now you have to, not using a computer to do the math, you have to work out stuff yourself. So I think with this idea, we're trying to take kind of we're talking about sort of natural language and its relationship to computational language. The thing, sort of the typical workflow is first, human has to have some kind of idea of what they're trying to do. That if it's something that they want to sort of build a tower of capabilities on, something that they want to sort of formalize and make computation on. So then human can type something into, some LLM system and sort of say vaguely what they want in sort of computation terms. Then it does pretty well at synthesizing local language code. And it'll probably be better in the future because we've got a huge number of examples of natural language input together with the local language translation of that. So it's kind of that's a thing where you can kind of extrapolating from all those examples makes it easier to do that task.
Is the problem with kind of debugging language code, or is your hope to not do that debugging?
No. And so there are many steps. So the first thing is we type natural language. It generates local language.
There are examples where is the dinosaur example, there are examples up to 9. First, we think it was an example.
It's like, take my heart rate data and figure out whether I make a moving average every 7 days or something and work out what and make a plot of the results. Okay? So that's a thing which is, about 2/3 of a line of language code. Just plots of moving average in some data bit, something you think of the data, and then you'll get the results. The vague thing I was just saying in that language would almost certainly correctly turn into that very simple piece of language code. So you start modeling the heart rate. Yeah, and
you're right, moving average kind of idea.
But you say average over 7 days, maybe to figure out if that's a moving average, if that's a moving average idea. I'm not sure. But then the typical workflow that
what was that?
I'm seeing is you generate this piece of local language code. It's pretty small usually. And if it isn't small, it probably isn't. But it's pretty small. Language
It was like a phone.
One of the ideas the language humans can read. It's not the language which, programming languages tend to be this one-way story of humans write them and computers execute them. Programming languages intended to be something which is sort of like math notation, something where humans write it and humans are supposed to read it as well. And so, kind of the workflow that's emerging is kind of this human mumbles and things. Large language model produces a fragment of language code. Then you look at that and say, it's got typically you just write the question. You see, does it use the right thing? You look at what it produces, you might say it's obviously crazy. You code, you see why it's crazy. You fix it. You really care about the result. You really want to make sure it's right. You then look at that code and understand it, because that's the way you have this sort of checkpoint. Did it really do what I expected it to do? Now, you go beyond that. I mean, it's
we can have sub numbers. Oh, it's nice. Yeah.
That you can often say to large language models, can you adjust this to this? And it's pretty good at doing that.
It's just you're using the output of the code to give you hints about the function of the code. So you're debugging.
Flow.
What was the flow that we have with the ChatGPT? It does that. It will send the thing, then it will get a result. It will discover it will set the result is not perfect. And it will go back and say, I said it. It goes back and does write that piece of code and do it and get the results. Those are when you just learned that one of the new concepts that we got we invented this before was notebooks about 36 years ago now. And so now the question is sort of how do you combine this idea of notebooks where you have text and code and output, how do you combine that with the notion of chat and so on? And there's some pretty interesting things. Like, for example, a very typical thing now is we have these notebooks where as soon as if the thing produces errors, if it runs code and it produces messages and so on, the LLM will not only see those messages, it can also see all kinds of internal information about stack traces and things like this. And it
Yes. However, I think what we probably started on September 11th, 2001, and thus I want to end it.
Tak, jednak myślę, że trzecia wojna światowa prawdopodobnie zaczęła się 11 września 2001 roku. I my chcemy ją zakończyć.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Since having this conversation,
That's what I'm talking about, Jake. We've been trips around the world in a multilingual way.
I wish I could speak with soldiers with goodness and creator.
Jake, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me, my friend?
Honestly, I think
Perfect. I'm gonna send you a friend request. Just, if you ever need anything, know that I'm here for you. Know that I'm quite consistent. That I always stream. So I'm here to support you. I'm here to be an optimistic person in your life. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Yeah, what's the name of your kitten?
Baby.
Oh, that's a great name. I love that name. I really do. I thought if I were ever to get a dog, I might call it Baby. I love that. All right. Okay. We're just chilling watching podcasts. We've got Monday Night Football tonight. We've got Kill Tony tonight. That's it. So just oh, great question. It's the Dallas Cowboys versus the Cincinnati Bengals. So feel free to enjoy. If you need anything on here,
and then it does a remarkable good job of guessing what's what and telling you.
tell me that. Well, it's over. Thankfully. So that's a good thing. How long we can go? All right, well, we can help you with that. I'm a very positive person. I do my best to bring positivity to everyone. Tonight we'll be doing karaoke. Karaoke, and we basically just karaoke, sing karaoke. Dude, shout out to her. Shout out to that gift. That is amazing. Well, let me ask, at least when it comes to welcome, LOC Group. Hope you live in the dream. What's good for you, neck of the woods? How are you? How are you, Aloe? These are all these are all valid worries, 100%. So you're right to do this, especially with governments falling and all of the events that have happened recently. And we have the new presidency coming in. There's a lot of questions. Oh wait. Oh, absolutely. I'm all about that. No, we can talk about that all day. Yeah, absolutely. So did you see what happened on the east coast of the United States recently and all over basically like 40 years? Exactly. Exactly. So I'm a big advocate for UFO disclosure. I'm a believer, have been for many years, and I advocate for disclosure that it's time that we start being mature about the issue and stop making fun of it and realize that we may not be alone in the universe. And 100%. Very much. I watched something uh, like very recently. Just one moment, I'll show it to you. I watched it like within the last hour. They had a press conference of some sort in New Jersey. I'll show it what they said. So, how you living, Ken? We're just talking aliens, UFOs. Oh, here it is. So this was, yeah. So I mean, they're talking about it. They were with the White House all yesterday talking about it. That's just really interesting. Well, here's, here's, here's the thing about the United States is we take our airspace very seriously. We don't like stuff flying in and out from other countries. So if it were another country, the government would have scrambled jets to either shoot it down or to essentially guide it out of the airspace. Airspace. This is stuff that we don't have control of. Meaning, it's not Russian, it's not Chinese, it's not from England, it's something perhaps off-world, and they don't know. No one in the United States has a a droid system essentially that flies over major populated areas. If it were a plane, which would be like something domestic, it would be on FAA radar. It's not on radar. It is very strange. So, and these are happening all over the world. Did you see in Manchester, England, like 2 weeks ago? Did you? Did 100%? Hello, Singro. You're very well versed on the topic. Yeah, exactly. And it was just off the ground, like an inch, or like very little. And then there's just like a picture. They had some video of it as well, but it was like right, exactly. Yeah. Um, I'm in agreement with you. I think it's well, truthfully, I think we were seeded here as a planet, like a zoo, by an extraterrestrial civilization, perhaps millions of years ago, and they watch us like a zoo, and they do alien abductions and they do experiments on people, just like we do with animals, just like we tag animals, and we study animals. We're just like a big zoo, and they know that we can't do anything about what they're doing in the sky, and the government doesn't want to let people know what's going on because cause a few things. Some people may panic, which is fine. But also, people will realize that if we're not alone, then many of the religions of the world crumble because they're based on humans only. And also the fact that the scientific community would have major issues, including economic issues, because these objects use types of propulsion that is much faster than anything that we have on Earth. So people are going to say, well, how are they powered? When you really learn how they're powered with like element 115, which is known as moscovium, also potassium. So basically, like really advanced elements. And people are going to say, okay, well, why can't we power our things with that? And it will cause many people to ask questions. And then they will ask questions about the previous generations and say, look, if we've known about this for 50 years or 80 years, why didn't anybody tell us about it? Why do we have any faith in any of our previous leaders? Why? Who are we to trust? 100. 100%, man. Absolutely. I mean, I agree. And that will cause a lot of people in the world to raise questions about their governments, about their religion, about their scientific figures, and every leader that they've ever had. Agreed. It is very, I would say, it's possible when you're not talking, can you mute your microphone? I appreciate it. Thank you. It will cause an awakening globally, I think, that people aren't ready for. And it's really nothing to be afraid of. It's really something that we should embrace as a global community. And it's been happening for thousands of years. We have these things traced, going back to, like, we're saying ancient China, ancient Greece, ancient Rome, into the dark ages, the medieval period, and then into more modern times where these things have been recorded. And then we get into the last 120 years where we have crashes and we have perhaps reverse engineering of alien technology, which is perhaps how we're communicating right now. I tend to believe that we have advanced much faster than we were, and a lot of that is due to perhaps the reverse engineering of alien technology, the transistor, the things like night vision, things like infrared cameras, things like perhaps even like Scotch Guard and Teflon. All of these could have been reverse engineered materials. And yeah, likely from Rothschild. Yeah, according to Colonel Philip J. Corso in his book The Day After Roswell, he was in charge of a program to reverse engineer things that we found at Roswell and then give them to companies, and the companies would then give them to their engineers and say, reverse engineer this or figure out how it was done. And then once they figured it out, they could use that and make money off it. Higher consciousness as well. Yes, absolutely. Um, I'm, I'm someone who tends to believe that perhaps aliens were here before even humans were here, at least evolved here, and that this could all be just one like project of an alien civilization. And from what I know, there are many different alien civilizations that are in the sky, not just in the universe, but I mean in our like in Earth orbit, who come and visit us and do alien abductions and have unidentified crafts that fly over areas, and we are basically being studied as a people, just like we study animals. I agree. And so, when it comes to alien, well, what else you say? I'm sure you probably do, but Alo, do you know who God Lazar is? Excellent. Yes, correct. Exactly. He passed my detector test. Exactly. Right. Absolutely. So I believe that happened in 2003 with Lieutenant Faber, and then it was publicized, at least in the New York Times, in 2018. I mean, it's been on the front page of the largest newspaper in the United States, circulation wise. And people are still like, well, we don't know. And it's just at a certain point, I feel this is a process called slow disclosure. That perhaps there may never be one day where it's like, all right, breaking news, aliens land. No, you just figure this stuff out on your own. And then you tell your friends about it, and they're very skeptical of it at first. And then you show them evidence, and then they start to become believers, and then they tell someone, and that person's skeptical, and then they're shown evidence, and it slowly spreads. I would say when I was a younger person, if you were to bring up the topic of extraterrestrials, you were seen as a loon. You were seen as weird. And today, it's a very scientific thing to discuss. Um, crazy. It's short for the term lunatic. Just somebody who is doesn't know isn't based in reality. And they would use these words um, to essentially differentiate people, and they would attack them, and then no one would speak out about these things. But in reality, it's a very serious subject, and it's really the biggest news event ever. 100%. So I'm a big fan of Bob Lazar. His story has been consistent for the last 30 plus years, if you're aware of what he has done at CWR. And many of the secret facilities that exist in the United States, in particular, where a lot of this technology has been reverse engineered. And frankly, a lot of scientists who have worked there, who have also come out as whistleblowers, talk about things that metals that we don't have on Earth, or faster than our current capability for propulsion. Uh, they talk about vertical takeoff and landing of, aircraft, you know, not using um, jets, just basically being able to use. And it really comes down to something called anti-gravity, which is perhaps one of the biggest discoveries in the history of the world. Hydrogen, H, hydrogen, yes, hydrogen, yes. Sure. So, to my knowledge, it's not hydrogen though. It's element 115, which is known as Muscovia, which is a highly radioactive element at the very end of the periodic table. That's according to Bob. All right. Right, right. As from what I understand, it creates what's called a force field, Essentially, that allows you to travel very far distances very quickly without anything hurting you. Essentially, it's able to warp space-time so that you can travel from one area to another basically instantaneously, very, very quickly. Yes, correct. In fact, I use AI a lot to understand what's going on with a lot of this stuff, just because it knows a lot of the words that are very high-level scientific principles. So just one moment. According to Bob Lazar, UFOs create like a force field so that they can travel without being impeded by dust and other particles and friction. You talk about that force field. Absolutely. So Bob Lazar's claim, anti-gravity technology. Lazar, who first gained fame in the late 1980s for the alleged work of for a secretive site near Area 51, described working on alien technology, particularly around what he called Element 115, which he claimed powered the UFOs. According to Lazar, these craft use a gravity wave or anti-gravity field, which is what you're saying, anti-gravity field. I call it a force field, to manipulate space-time, allowing them to hover and travel at incredible speed. Force field slash gravitational shield. One of the more intriguing aspects of Lazar's account is the idea of a force field, or a gravitational shield, generated by the craft's propulsion system. This shield, according to Lazar, would protect the UFO from environmental hazards like dust, debris, and friction as it traveled at high speed, particularly through Earth's atmosphere. How it works. Manipulating gravity. Lazar suggested that UFOs use gravity waves or gravity manipulation to create a kind of bubble or shield around the craft. The propulsion system, powered by element 115, would generate an intense gravitational field, bending space-time in a way that makes the craft essentially slip through the environment. This would mean that UFO could pass through air, dust, and other obstacles without experiencing normal aerodynamic friction or resistance. No friction or heat. In this concept, because the craft is not interacting in a conventional way with particles in the atmosphere like a jet or spaceship would, there's no heat buildup, friction, or drag. This could explain why UFOs don't leave typical exhaust trails or burn up during rapid movements, which would otherwise be expected in conventional propulsion systems. Shielded from matter. The idea is that this gravitational manipulation would also act as a sort of shield, keeping the craft from colliding with particles in the air, such as dust, bugs, or even small debris. This would be analogous to some modern science fiction stories. This would be analogous to how some modern science fiction stories portray energy shields that protect ships from environmental hazards or space debris. Scientific concept. Scientific context. Element 115. One of the most controversial aspects of the Lazar story is the assertion that element 115, which he called only Pentium at the time, was a stable isotope and that it could be used to generate energy for the propulsion system. At the time of his claims, element 115 did not exist in a stable form. However, in 2003, scientists in Russia created a very stable isotope of element 115, now called Muscovy, which decays almost immediately. This led some to suggest that Lazar might have been right about a stable form existing. Gravitational manipulation. The concept of manipulating gravity to create a shield or force field to protect a craft from atmospheric resistance doesn't have a solid foundation in current physics. Gravity manipulation, especially at the scale required to generate such a field, is not something we can achieve with our current technology. Our understanding of gravity is primarily based on Einstein's theory of general relativity, and while we understand how gravity works on large scales, manipulating it in the way Lazar described remains speculative. and space-time regulation. And theoretical physics concepts like the Alcubierre drive propose a faster-than-light travel by bending space-time itself. But again, this involves manipulating gravitational fields or warping space. Energy streams. We often see energy shields protecting ships from incoming particles of energy in media. These shields work by either absorbing or deflecting incoming threats. While we don't have anything like it in real life, some futuristic concepts suggest it could be possible if we find a way to manipulate electromagnetic or gravitational fields at a large scale. So I think it's exactly what you're saying. It's creating an electromagnetic, a gravitational field around it so that it can travel at very high speeds without friction or heat or any other kind of issues impeding its travel. Okay. Sure. Absolutely. But definitely. If you're not familiar with him too much, just one moment, and we'll turn. You know what the Joe Rogan experience is, Jake? Excellent. Well, just one moment. Joe Rogan has an interview about turn it on. Just one moment. How were your experiences?
First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Tight, relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told this story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really, really appreciate it. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51, and UFOs. And Flight Saucer. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at
No, I do not. But I love animals.
Well, we work the area S4. S4. Okay. It's about 15 miles south. Okay.
How long ago did you get paid?
You worked in, how would you describe it? I guess it was within the Area 51 you can call that a subset. And you got that job. Before that, you were working, before that, I had worked in Los Angeles. Right, actually. And you were involved in what kind of nuclear physics, they do everything. So how do we approach you to say, hey,
Well, the way this went down, at that time, it was 1982. I had put a jet engine on my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. So, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, like this 200 mile an hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos with the car, the hero. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was given a lecture down there. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could come down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall and reading the front page of the paper. And I was a guy in history, so I introduced myself.
This is just whatever you want to talk about. This is just Bob Lazar. He talks about what we were just talking about. Okay. Sure. I can translate this for you. Just one moment. You're welcome. I just sent you a request. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
First of all, cheers. Folks, relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many times. You've been grilled many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really appreciate it. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs and Fly Saucers. I first heard your story decades ago. Like I told you last night, I've seen pretty much every interview you've done. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51. First of all, cheers. Folks, relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many times. You've been grilled many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs and Fly Saucers. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night. I've seen pretty much every interview you've done. I followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them bullet points. You
No, I'm not from Israel. I'm from the United States.
First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Toast, relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you, so I really, really appreciate it. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs.
And Flight House.
And Flight House.
That's Area 51 and Flight House.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night at dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. In Area 51, you got you. Huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound.
Excellent.
You can call that a subset.
And
You're welcome.
you got that job before that. You were working.
Before that, I had worked in Los Angeles.
Right. And you were involved in what kind of
Nuclear physics. They do everything.
So how did they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada Desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, at this 200 mile an hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the founder of the Hyper, was giving a lecture down at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could come down. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm reading about them. We talked for a little while. So, fast forward to years later, I moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos, so, went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So, I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting. Back. And anyway, he remembered it and gave me a reference. Somebody contacted me, and that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter?
Well, I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times. And it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at the Karen Airport.
And did they give you any sort of job description? What you were applying for?
They said it was for. I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something relatively generic. And they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off. Uh, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area out there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because at Area 51 at that time...
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
they just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was out at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, the whole areas. There's giant chunks of Nevada.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day. Really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper, and I left Caron Airport and flew what we call the giant flights, just passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51, and it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork. From security clearances to it was like 2 or 3 hours just on the paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get better? When did you realize, or at what point in time did you say, "Oh, this is not normal work, but this doesn't even seem like it's from its plan"?
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one. I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when there's this facility that is at this floor. It's in the side of a mountain, and normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal type of door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it, a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it, I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy in our guard that followed us, and he said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of craft in the lab, and Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner, so we were very talkative. We couldn't wait to show him. And it was a demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention. This is technology that doesn't exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think it didn't exist? Technologically.
Well, it was that I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a great job. But this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate. And when it was running, it produced a gravitational field. A gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that gravity can't do. You can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine that turns on that makes gravity like that. You turn on anyway, this device was producing. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch this field. I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles at the neck. So that was.
So when you take two magnets and try to press them together.
Yeah, yeah. It's like pushing feeling, but you can't get it together. The closer you put them, the more you push.
But you felt that physically
with my hand, yeah. No, there's nothing. And that immediately caught my attention. Wow, this is something else.
What was your thought when you felt that? You knew that there was nothing that you were learning that could produce
Then
this.
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at this. Was that everything that I had read was
And what were you reading?
I read. It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft, and specifically it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on in the craft. The only reason we do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know up to one of the other projects. You have to know that, excuse me, their existence. So, again, everything from
Come
numbers,
back anytime.
weapon potential of the craft. These were all, essentially a very short brief.
Take care, my friend.
It was just power and propulsion. It made it very clear that what I read was.
You do whatever you
So
do.
when
Thank
you were reading
you for
that,
coming.
before
Thank
you
you for
actually saw the
introducing me.
reactor,
Bye-bye.
what were your thoughts on what they were describing?
You're welcome. Take care.
You knew that something like that didn't exist. They're describing it in briefings. What did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading about that. Is some kind of test?
See if you're crazy.
Well, not to see if I'm crazy. A lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into it. Whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the document, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as the actual thing that I was working on.
I can tell ChatGPT to create a piece of code and then just run it on my computer. And I'm like, that sort of personalizes for me what could possibly go wrong. Was that exciting or scary? It wasn't a bit scary because it's kind of like, if you do that, right, what is the sandbox that you should have? And that's sort of a version of that question for the world. That is, as soon as you put the AIs in charge of things, how many constraints should there be on these systems before you put the AIs in charge of all the weapons and all these different kinds of systems? So here's the sandboxes. Is the AI knows about them. It has the tools to crack. I can tell ChatGPT create a piece of code and then just run it on my computer. And I'm like, that sort of personalizes for me what could possibly go wrong. Was that exciting or scary? It was because it's kind of like, if you do that, what is the sandbox that you should have? And that's sort of
that's a version of that question for the world. That is, as soon as you put the AIs in charge of things, how many constraints should there be on these systems before you put the AIs in charge of all the weapons and all these different kinds of systems?
Well, here's the fun part about sandboxes is the AI knows better. It has the tools to crack following this conversation with Steve Rubin. His fourth time in this podcast. He's a computer scientist, mathematician, theoretical physicist, and the founder of Wolfram Research, the company behind Mathematica, Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Language, and the Wolfram Physics and Metamathematics projects. He has been a pioneer in exploring the computational nature of reality, and so he's the perfect person to explore with together the new, quickly evolving landscape of large language models as human civilization journeys towards building superintelligent AGI. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, Stephen Wolfram. You know the integration of ChatGPT and Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram Language. So let's talk about that integration. What are the key differences from the philosophical level, maybe the technical level, between the capabilities of, broadly speaking, the two kinds of systems, large language models, and this computational, gigantic computational system infrastructure that is Wolfram?
Yeah, so what does something like ChatGPT do? It's mostly focused on make language like the language that humans have made and given words. So its primary sort of underlying technical thing is you give a prompt. It's trying to continue that prompt in a way that's somehow typical of what it's seen based on a trillion words of text, billions of written in there. And the way it's doing that is with something which is probably quite similar to the way we humans do the first stages of that, using neural nets and so on, and just saying, given this piece of text, let's ripple through the neural net one word and get one word at a time of output. And it's kind of a shallow computation and a large amount of kind of training data that is what the humans have put on the web. That's a different thing from sort of the computational stack that I spent the last 40 years or so building, which has to do with what can you compute many steps, potentially very deep computation. It's not sort of taking the statistics of what the humans have produced and trying to continue things based on that statistics. Instead, it's trying to take kind of the formal structure that we've created in our civilization, whether it's from mathematics or whether it's from kind of systematic knowledge of all kinds, and use that to do arbitrary deep computations to figure out things that aren't just let's match what's already been kind of said on the web, but let's potentially be able to compute something new and different that's never been computed before. So as a practical matter, our goal is to have made as much as possible the world computable, in the sense that if there's a question that in principle is answerable in terms of expert knowledge from humanity, we can compute the answer to that question. And we can do it in a reliable way that's the best one can do given what the expertise that our civilization has accumulated. It's a much more sort of labor intensive on the side of creating kind of the computational system to do that. Obviously, in the kind of the ChatGPT world, it's like take things which were produced for quite other purposes, all the things we've written out on the web and so on, and sort of forage from that things which are like what's been written on the web. So I think as a practical point of view, I view sort of the ChatGPT thing as being wide and shallow, and what we're trying to do is sort of building out computation as being this sort of deep, also broad, but most important kind of deep type of thing. I think that another way to think about this is you go back to human history, I don't know, 1,000 years or something, and you say, what can a typical person, what's the typical person going to figure out? Well, the answer is there's certain kinds of things that we humans can quickly figure out. That's sort of what our, what our real architecture and the kinds of things we learn in our lives let us do. But then there's this whole layer of kind of formalization that got developed, which is, the kind of whole sort of story of intellectual history and whole kind of depth of learning. That formalization can be like logic, mathematics, science, and so on. And that's the kind of thing that allows me to kind of build these towers of towers of things you work out. It's not just I can immediately figure this out. It's no, I can use this kind of formula thing to go step by step and work out something which was not immediately obvious. And that's kind of the story of what we're trying to do computationally, is to be able to build those kind of tall towers of what implies what, and so on. As opposed to kind of the, yes, I can immediately figure it out. It's just like when I saw somewhere else in something that I've heard or remember or something like this.
What can you say about the kind of formal structure, or the kind of formal foundation of the build that you call a structure on? About the kinds of things you would start on in order to build this kind of deep computable knowledge trees.
So the question is sort of how do you think about computation? And there's a couple of things here. One is what computation intrinsically is like, and the other is what aspects of computation we humans with our minds and with the kinds of things we've learned and sort of relate to in that computational universe. So if we start on kind of what kind of computation we like, it's something I've spent some big chunk of my life studying, is imagine that you usually write programs where you kind of know what you want the program to do, and we carefully write the main lines of code, and hope the program does what we intend it to do. But the thing I've been interested in is if you just look at the kind of natural science of programs, you just say, I'm going to make this program, it's a really tiny program, maybe I even piece of the program with random, but it's really tiny. By really tiny, I mean like less than a line of code. You say, what does this program do? And you run it. And the big discovery that I made in the early 80s is that even extremely simple programs, when you run them, can do really complicated things. Really surprised me. It took me several years to kind of realize that was a thing, so to speak. But that realization that even very simple programs can do incredibly complicated things that we very much don't expect, that discovery I made realized that's very much, I think, how nature works. That is, nature has simple rules, but yet does particularly complicated things that we might not expect. As a big thing for the last few years has been understanding that's how the whole universe and physics works. But that's a quite separate topic. But so there's this whole world of programs and what we do, and very rich, sophisticated things that these programs can do. But we look at any of these programs, we look at them and say, I don't really know what that's doing. It's not a very human kind of thing. So on the one hand, you have sort of what's possible in the computational universe. On the other hand, you have the kinds of things that we humans think about, kinds of things that have developed through our intellectual history. And that's really the challenge to sort of making things computational is to connect what's computationally possible out in the computational universe with the things that we humans sort of typically think about with our minds. Now, that's a complicated kind of moving target because the things that we think about change over time. We've learned more stuff, we've invented mathematics, we've invented those kinds of ideas and structures and so on. So it's gradually expanding, gradually colonizing more and more kind of intellectual space of possibilities. But the real thing, the real challenge is how do you take what is computationally possible, how do you encapsulate the kinds of things that we think about in a way that plugs into what's computationally possible. And actually the big sort of idea there is this idea of kind of symbolic programming, symbolic representations of things. And so the question is, when you look at sort of everything in the world and some visual scene, something you're looking at, and you say, well, how do I turn that into something that can kind of stuff into my mind? There are lots of pixels in my visual scene.
chairs and tables or something, rather than they're all just pixels arranged in detailed ways. And so the question then is, how do you take sort of all the things in the world and make some kind of representation that corresponds to the types of ways that we think about it? So, and human language is sort of one form of representation that we have. We talk about chairs, that's a word in human language. And so how do we take the human language is not in and of itself something that plugs in very well to sort of computation. It's not something from which you can immediately compute consequences and so on. And so you have to kind of find a way to take sort of the stuff we understand from language and make it more precise. And that's really the story of symbolic programming. And what that turns into is something which I didn't know at the time that was going to work as well as it has. But back in 1979 or so, I was trying to build my first big computer system and trying to figure out, how should I represent computations at a high level? And I kind of invented this idea of using kind of symbolic expressions, structured as it's kind of like a function and a bunch of arguments, but that function doesn't necessarily evaluate them. It's just a thing that sits there representing the structure. And so building up that structure, and it's turned out that structure has been it's a good match for the way that we humans, it seems to be a good match for the way that we humans kind of conceptualize how things. And it's been for the last, 35 years or something, it's served me remarkably well.
So building up that structure is this kind of symbolic representation. But what can you say about abstractions here? Because you could just start with a physics project, you could start at a hypergraph at a very, very low level and build up everything from there, but you don't. By shortcuts.
Right.
You could take the highest level of abstraction, convert that, the kind of abstraction to convert it into something computable using symbolic representation. And then that's your new foundation for that one, using somehow all that is integrated.
Right. So the sort of a very important phenomenon, the kind of thing that I sort of realized is just, it's one of these things that sort of in the future kind of everything is going to become more and more important, is this phenomenon of computational reducibility. And that the question is, if you know the rules for something, have a program, and run it, you might say, I know the rules, great, I know everything about it. Well, in principle, you do, because you can just write those rules out and just see what they do. Like run them in a million steps, you see what happens, etc. The question is, can you immediately jump ahead and say, I know what's going to happen after a million steps, and the answer is 13, etc. And one of the very critical things to realize is, if you could reduce that computation, there is in a sense no point in doing the computation. The place where you really get value out of doing the computation is when you have to do the computation to find out the answer. But this phenomenon that you have to do the computation to find out the answer, this phenomenon of computational reducibility, seems to be tremendously important for thinking about those kinds of things. So one of the things that happens is, okay, you've got the model of the universe at the low level, in terms of atoms of space and hypergraphs and theoretical hypergraphs and so on. And it's happening 10 to 100 times every second. That's well, you say, great, then we've nailed it. We know how the universe works. Well, the problem is, the universe can figure out what it's going to do. It does those 10 to 100 steps. But for us to work out what it's going to do, we have no way to reduce that computation. The only way to do the computation, to see the result of computation, is to do it. And if you're operating within the universe, there's no opportunity to do that, because the universe is doing as fast as the universe can do it. And that's what's happening. So what we're trying to do, and a lot of the story of science and all of other kinds of things, is finding pockets of reducibility. That is, you could have a situation where everything in the world is full of computational reducibility. We never know what's going to happen. The only way we can figure out what's going to happen is just let the system run what happens. So in a sense, the story of most kinds of science, inventions, a lot of kinds of things, is the story of finding these places where we can locally jump ahead. And one of the features of computational reducibility is there are always pockets of reducibility. There are always places, there are always an infinite number of places where you can jump ahead. There's no way that you could jump completely ahead, but there are little patches, little places where you can jump ahead quick. And I think we can talk about physics projects and so on, but I think the thing we realize is we kind of exist in a slice of all the possible computational reproducibility of the universe. We exist in a slice where there's a reasonable amount of predictability. And in a sense, as we try and construct these kind of higher levels of abstraction, symbolic representations and so on, what we're doing is we're finding these lumps of reducibility that we can kind of attach ourselves to and about which we can kind of have fairly simple narrative things to say. Because in principle, I say, what's going to happen in the next few seconds? There are these molecules moving around in the air in this room, and oh gosh, it's an incredibly complicated story, and that's a whole computationally reducible thing, most of which I don't care about, and most of it is, well, the air's still going to be there, nothing much is going to be different about it, and that's a kind of reducible fact about what is ultimately at an underlying level of computationally reducible process.
And life would not be possible if we didn't have a large number of such reducible pockets. Pockets amenable to reduction, interesting, and symbolic.
Yes, I think so. And life in the way that we experience it, that, one might, depending on what we mean by life, so to speak, the experience that we have of sort of consistent things happening in the world, the idea of space, for example, where there's, you just say, you're here, you move there. It's kind of the same thing. It's still you in that different place, even though you're made of different atoms of space and so on. This is this idea that it's that there's sort of this level of predictability that's going on. That's us finding a slice of reducibility in what is underneath this computationally reducible kind of system. And I think that's sort of the thing which is actually my favorite discovery for the last few years is the realization that it is sort of the interaction between this sort of underlying computational reducibility and our nature as kind of observers who would sort of have to key into computational reducibility. That fact leads to the main laws of physics that we discovered in the 20th century. So we've talked about this in more detail, but this is, to me, it's kind of our nature as observers. The fact that we are computationally bounded observers, we don't get to follow all those practices of computational reducibility to stuff what is out there in the world into our minds. Requires that we are looking at things that are reducible, we're compressing, we're extracting just some essence, some kind of symbolic essence of what's the detail of what's going on in the world. That, together with one other condition that at first seems sort of trivial, but isn't, which is that we believe we are persistent in time. That is,
Yes.
So self-causality. Here's the thing. At every moment, according to our theory, we're made of different atoms. At every moment, sort of the microscopic detail of what the universe is made of is being revealed. And that's, in fact, the very fact that there's coherence between different parts of space is a consequence of the fact that all those little processes going on kind of knit together the structure of space. It's kind of like you want to have a fluid with a bunch of molecules in it. If those molecules weren't interacting, you wouldn't have this fluid to pour and do all these kinds of things. It would just be sort of a free-floating collection of molecules. So similar to space, with the fact that space is kind of knitted together as a consequence of all this activity in space, and the fact that what we consist of sort of this series of we're continually being rewritten. And the question is, why is it the case that we think of ourselves as being the same us through time? That's kind of a key assumption. I think it's a key aspect of what we see as sort of our consciousness, so to speak, is that we have this kind of consistent thread of experience.
Well, isn't that just another limitation of our mind that we want to reduce reality to some that kind of temporal consistency is just a nice variable not to ourselves.
Well, the fact is, I think it's critical to the way we humans typically operate that we have a single thread of experience. If you imagine sort of a mind where you have, maybe that's what's happening in various kinds of minds that aren't working the same way other minds do, is that you're splitting into multiple threads of experience. It's also something where, when you look at quantum mechanics, for example, in the insides of quantum mechanics,
it's splitting into many threads of experience. But in order for us humans to interact with it, we're going to have to knit all those different threads together so that we say, oh yeah, definitely happen. Now this definitely happens. And I think, sort of inside, it's sort of interesting to try and imagine what's it like to have kind of these fundamentally multiple threads of experience going. I mean, right now, different human minds have different threads of experience. We just have a bunch of minds that are interacting with each other, but we don't have within each mind there's a single thread, and that is indeed a simplification. I think it's a thing. The general computational system does not have that simplification, and it's one of the things people often seem to think that consciousness is the highest level of kind of things that can happen in the universe, so to speak. But I think that's not true. I think it's actually a specialization in which, among other things, you have this idea of a single thread of experience, which is not a general feature of anything that could be computationally happen in the universe.
So it's a feature of a computational limited system that's only able to observe reducible pockets. So
Yeah.
So when this word observer, it means something in the beginning, it means something it means something to us humans,
Right.
as conscious beings. So what's the importance the observer? What is the observer? What is the importance of the observer in the computational universe?
So this question of what is an observer, what's the general idea of an observer, is actually in my next project, which got somewhat derailed by the current sort of AI mainly. But
is there a connection there, or is that, do you think the observer is primarily physics?
Is it related to the whole AI thing?
Yes.
Yes. So one question is, what is a general observer? So, we have an idea what is a general computational system. We think about Turing machines, we think about other computation. There's a question, what is a general model observer? And there's kind of observers like us, which is kind of the observers we're interested in. We could imagine an alien observer that deals with computational reducibility and has a mind that's utterly different from ours and completely incoherent with what we're like. But the fact is that if we are talking about observers like us, that one of the key things is this idea of taking all the detail of the world and being able to stuff it into a mind. Being able to take all the detail and kind of extract out of it a smaller set of kind of degrees of freedom, a smaller number of elements that will sort of fit in our minds. And I think this questions have been interested in trying to characterize what is the general observer. And the general observer is, I think, in part, there are many, let me give an example. You have a gas, got a bunch of molecules bouncing around, and the thing you're measuring about the gas is pressure. And the only thing you as an observer care about is pressure. And that means you have a piston on the side of this box, and the piston is being pushed by the gas. And there are many, many different ways that molecules can hit that piston. But all that matters is the kind of aggregate all the molecular impacts, because that's what determines pressure. But there's a huge number of different configurations of the gas, which are all equivalent. And I think one key aspect of observers is the sequence of many different configurations of the system, saying all I care about is this aggregate feature, all I care about is this overall thing. And that's sort of one aspect. And we see that in lots of different, again, it's the same story over and over again. There's a lot of detail in the world, but what we are extracting from it is something, a sort of a thin summary of that detail.
Is that thin summary nevertheless true? Can it be a correct approximation?
Yeah.
That the average is correct? If we look at the observer that's the human mind, it seems like there's a lot of very, as represented by natural language, for example, there's a lot of the correct approximation.
Sure.
And it could be maybe a feature of it.
Right.
Yes.
Right. You don't know. It could be the case that you're just measuring the aggregate impacts of these molecules, but there is some tiny probability that the molecules will arrange themselves in some really funky way, but just measuring that average isn't going to be the main point. By the way, an awful lot of science is very confused about this, because when you look at papers, the people are really keen. They draw this curve and they have these these bars on the curve thing. It's just this curve. It's this one thing. And it's supposed to represent some system that has all kinds of detail. And this is the way that lots of science is getting wrong. Because people say,
looked at it more carefully, and then we had these nice snowflake growth rates and so on. I looked at it more carefully, and I realized, according to their models, snowflake would be smaller. And so they got the growth rate, but the detail was just utterly wrong. And not only the detail, but the whole thing was not capturing, was capturing this aspect of the system that was in a sense missing the main point of what's going on.
What is the cheap?
Snowflakes start in the phase of water that's relevant to the formation of snowflakes. It's a phase of ice which starts with an hexagonal arrangement of water particles. And so it starts off there with a hexagonal plate. And what happens is,
it's a plate, versus sphere.
well, no, but it's much more than that. I mean, snowflakes are fluffy. Typical snowflakes having little dendritic arms.
Yeah.
And what actually happens is, it's kind of cool because you can make these very simple discrete models with solid and things that figure this out. You start off with this hexagonal thing, and then the places it starts to grow with your arms. And every time a little piece of ice adds itself to the snowflake, the fact that ice condenses from the water vapor heats the snowflake up. And so it makes it less likely for another piece of ice to accumulate right there. This leads to a growth condition. So you grow an arm, and it is a separated arm because right around the arm you've got a little bit hot, and it didn't add more ice there. So what happens is it grows a hexagon, it grows out arms, the arms grow arms, and the arms grow arms grow arms. And actually, that's just kind of cool because it actually fills in another hexagon, bigger hexagon. And when I first looked at this, very simple this, I realized when it fills in that hexagon, it actually leaves some holes behind. So I thought, that is that really right? So I looked at these pictures of snowflakes, and sure enough, they have these little holes with little kind of stars of the way that these arms grow out. So they're
Back in holes.
they don't know that, they don't know.
And presumably there's a limitation on they can arbitrarily grow.
I'm not sure. I mean, think falls through it hits the ground. I think you can grow. I think you can grow in time. I think you can grow for big ones. I think you can grow many iterations of this kind of goes from hexagon, it grows out arms, it comes back, it fills back into a hexagon, it grows more arms again. 3D guys flat.
Well, why is it flat? Why does it spin on?
You say it's fluffy. Fluffy is three-dimensional. No, it's fluffy. Snow is okay. So what makes virtual is a really like a little this multiple snowflakes fluffy. A single snowflake is not fluffy. A single snowflake is fluffy. And what happens is, if you have snow, it's just pure hexagon. They can they fit together pretty well. It's not. It doesn't make the other way out. And they can also slide against each other pretty easily. So the snow can be pretty, I think avalanches happen sometimes when the things tend to be these, hexagonal plates and kind of slides. But then when the thing has all these arms that are grown out, they don't fit together very well. And that's why the snow gets there. If you look at one of the snowflakes, if you catch one, you'll see it has little arms. And people often say, no two snowflakes are alike. That's mostly because as a snowflake grows, they do grow pretty consistently with these different arms and stuff, but you capture them at different times as they fell through the air in a different way. They catch this one at this stage, and as it goes through different phases, they look really different. And so that's why it kind of looks like the two snowflakes are alike because you caught them at different times.
So the rules under which they grow just time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the point is science is not able to describe the full complexities of flake growth.
Well, science, if you do what people might often do, to say, okay, let's make it scientific, let's limit to one power. And that one power is kind of growth of the arms or some such other thing. That fails to capture sort of the detail of what's going on inside the system. And that's in a sense the challenge for science is how do you extract from the natural world those aspects of it that you are interested in. You might just say, I don't really care about the fluffiness of the snowflakes. All I care about is the growth rate of the arms. In which case, you can have a good model without knowing anything about fluffiness. But the fact is, as a practical, if you say, what's
what is the most obvious feature of a snowflake? Oh, it has a snowflake. Well, then you've got a different story about what you model. And this is one of the features of modeling in science. That what is a model? A model is some way of reducing the actuality of the world to something where you can readily sort of give a narrative to what's happening, where you can basically make some kind of abstraction of what's happening and to answer questions that you care about answering. If you wanted to answer all possible questions about the system, you'd have to have a whole system, because you might care about this particular molecule, where did it go? And your model, which is some big abstraction of that, has nothing to say about it. So one of the things that's often confusing in science, people will have, I've got a model of research. Somebody else will say, I don't believe in your model, because it doesn't capture the feature of the system that I care about. And there's always this controversy about, is it the correct model? Well, no model, except for the actual system itself, is a correct model in the sense that it captures everything. The question is to capture what you care about capturing. Sometimes that's ultimately defined by what you're going to build technology out of, things like this. One counterexample to this is, you think you're modeling the whole universe all the way down. Then there is a notion of correct model. But even that is not something that on how observers sample things and so on. That's a second story. But at least at the first level, to say this thing about Gaussian approximation, you're capturing one aspect, you're capturing other aspects. When you really think you have a complete model for the whole universe, you better be capturing ultimately everything, even though to actually run that model is impossible because of computational reducibility. The only thing that successfully runs that model is the actual running of the universe.
The universe itself. Okay, so what you care about is an interesting concept, but it's a human concept. So that's what you're doing with math and with language. Is you're trying to come up with symbolic representation as simple as possible. So a model that's as simple as possible really captures stuff we care about.
Yes. So, I mean, for example, we'll have a thing about data about movies, right? So we could be describing every individual in every movie, but that's not the level that people care about. And this is and that level that people care about is somewhat related to what's described in natural language. But what we're trying to do is to find a way to sort of represent precisely so you can compute things. See one thing you said, you have a piece of natural language. The question is, you feed it to a computer. You say, does the computer understand this natural language? Well, the computer processes it in some way. Maybe it can make a consideration of the natural language, and maybe it can go on prompt to say what it's going to say. You say, does it really understand? Hard to know. But in this kind of computational world, there is a very definite definition of does it understand, which is, could it be turned into this symbolic computational thing from which you can compute all kinds of consequences? And that's the sense in which one has sort of a target for the understanding of natural language. And that's kind of our goal is to have as much as possible about the world that can be computed in a reasonable way, so to speak, be able to be sort of captured by this kind of computational language. That's kind of the goal. And I think for us humans, the main thing that's important is, as we formalize what we're talking about, it gives us a way of kind of building a structure where we can sort of build this tower of consequences. So if we're just saying, well, let's talk about it in natural language, it doesn't really give us some hard foundation. It lets us, build step by step to work something out. It's kind of like what happens in math. If we were just sort of vaguely talking about math, but didn't have the kind of full structure of math and all that kind of thing, we wouldn't be able to build this kind of big tower of consequences. And so, in a sense, what we're trying to do with the whole computational language effort is to make a formalism for describing the world that makes it possible to kind of build this tower of consequences.
Well, can you talk about this dance between natural language and written language? So there's this gigantic thing we call the internet where people post memes, diary type thoughts, and very important sounding articles and all that makes up training data set for GPT. And then there's written language. How can you map natural language on the internet to written language? Is there
they will say economy.
Sorry. Right. So with Malfoy, what it does, its kind of front end is turning natural language into computation.
What you mean by that is, well, you ask the question, where's the capital?
So yeah, right. And it turns into, what's the distance between Chicago and London or something? And that will turn into geo-distance of entity, city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of those things is very well defined. We know, given it's the entity, city of Chicago, et cetera, et cetera, only in the United States. But we know the geolocation of that, we know its population, we know the kinds of things about it, which we have, curated that data to be able to know that with some degree of certainty, so to speak. And then we can compute things for this, and that's kind of the that's the idea.
But then some of the GPT, large language model, do they allow you to make that conversion much more powerful?
Okay, so it's an interesting. We still don't know everything about it. Okay? This question of going from natural language to computational language is in with Mantra. With Mantra has been out about 13.5 years now, and we've achieved, I don't know, it was 98%, 99% success on queries that get predicted. Now, obviously, there's a sort of feedback loop because the things that work are things people go and put into it. So but we've got to a very high success rate of the little fragments of natural language that people put in the questions, math calculations, chemistry calculations, whatever it is. We do very well turning those things. Now, from the very beginning of this alpha, I thought about, for example, writing code with natural language. In fact, I had just looking at this recently, I had a post that I wrote in 2010, called something like programming international computers actually functioning well. Yeah? And so, we've done a bunch of experiments using methods that were a little bit, some of them are a little bit machine learning-like, but certainly not the same kind of idea as fast change and so on. That is the story of the language. I know that post is an utter tribute, but that post, Steve Jobs forwarded that post around to all kinds of people after. That was because he never really liked programming languages, so he was very happy to see that you could get rid of this kind of layer of kind of engineering-like structure. He would have liked to think what's happening now, because it really is the case that you can, this idea that you have to kind of learn how the computer works to use a programming language is something that is, I think, a thing that, just like you had to learn the details of code to know how something works. It's kind of a thing that's limited time horizon, but kind of so this idea of how elaborate can you make the prompt, how elaborate can you make the natural language and abstract from it computational language? It's a very interesting question, and what ChatGPT, GPT-4 and so on can do is pretty good. It isn't. It's a very interesting question. We still trying to understand this workflow. We're working out a lot of tooling around this workflow.
Natural language, computation.
Right. And the process, especially if it's conversation and dialogue. Take more. Yeah, there are so many things that are really interesting that work and so on. So, first thing is, you just walk up to the computer and expect to sort of specify a computation. What one realizes is humans have to have some idea of kind of this way of thinking about this computation. Without that, you come back wrong, because you just have no idea what you're going to walk up to a computer or try to say a story about yourself. The very first computer I saw, which is when I was 10 years old, it was a big mainframe computer and so on. I didn't really understand what computers did. Like, can the computer work out the weight of dice? It's like, that isn't a sensible thing to ask. It's kind of, you have to give it. That's not what computers do. In this math, for example, you can say, well, if we took the weight of source and give us an answer, but that's a very different kind of thing from what one thinks computers is doing. And so, the kind of the question of the first thing is people have to have an idea of what computation is about. I think it's a very, for education, that is the key
And the thing that's cool about computation is if we can successfully formalize things in terms of computation, computers can help us figure out what the consequences are. It's not like you formalized it with math, and that's nice, but now you have to, if you're not using a computer to do the math, you have to go work out a bunch of stuff yourself. So I think, but with this idea, let's see, I mean, we're trying to take kind of we're talking about sort of natural language and its relationship to computational language. The thing, sort of the typical workflow, I think, is first, human has to have some kind of idea of what they're trying to do. That if it's something that they want to sort of build a tower of capabilities on, something that they want to sort of formalize and make computation on. So then human can type something in to, some LLM system and sort of say vaguely what they want in sort of computational terms. Then it does pretty well at synthesizing open language code. And it'll probably be better in the future because we've got a huge number of examples of natural language input.
It's kind of like
translation.
burnt sienna.
That's a thing that you can kind of extrapolating from all those examples makes it easier to do that process.
Is the prompter task also kind of debugging the work of language code? Or is your hope is not
Single A6?
No, I mean, so for that many steps. The first thing is you type natural language. The generative language.
Why not? Is it the dinosaur thing?
Making you draw under?
Of course, we take it as an example.
It's like, take my heart with it, and figure out whether I, make a moving average every 7 days or something, and work out what and make up a plot of the results. Okay, so that's the thing which is about 2/3 of the lines of language code you could do. So this plot moving average of some data bin, something you can put the data and then give it the results. And the vague thing that I was just saying in natural language would almost certainly correctly turn into that very simple piece of open language code.
So you start building heart rate.
Yeah,
You arrive with the average kind of idea.
like you say, average over 7 days. Maybe if you figure out that that's a moving but that can be encapsulated as moving average idea. I'm not sure. But then, in terms of the workflow, that I'm seeing is you generate this piece of open language code. It's pretty smooth.
It's like a new scale of
It isn't smooth. But if it's pretty smooth, and open language is one of the ideas of the language humans can use. It's not a language which, programming languages tend to be this one-way story of humans writing and computers execute from them. Open language is intended to be something which is sort of like math notation, something where humans write it and humans are supposed to read it.
We need a color chart.
So kind of the workflow that's emerging
I guess the color
is human mumbles and things, large language model produces a fragmentable pattern, then you look at that, you say, it's got typically just one. You see there's a piece of light. You look at what it produces, you have to it's crazy, you look at the code, you see why it's crazy,
it can be
fix
more.
it. You really care about the result, you really want to make sure it's right, you have to look at that code and understand it, because that's the way you have that sort of checkpoint.
One color has it.
Now, you go beyond that,
I think
it's what you define is, for example, let's say the code does the then you can often say, can you adjust this how it does? And it's pretty good at doing it.
Interesting. So
basically every browning
using the code
right? Yeah.
to give you things.
What up, Pimp? How you living, baby?
The function is so you're debugging the
Living the dream, dog. Every day,
But the idea that we have with ChatGPT, it does that routinely.
How are you?
Set the thing, then we'll get a result. It will discover,
I hope you're amazing.
the result is not close. And it will go back and say, I solved it. So it's complete. If it goes back and says, rewrite that piece of code, and we'll try it again,
Thank you.
and get a result. The other thing's pretty interesting because when you just run into one of the new concepts that we invented this whole idea of notebooks, maybe 6 years ago now. And so now there's the question, so how do you combine this idea of notebooks where you have text and
produces errors. If it runs code and produces messages and so on, the LLM automatically not only looks at those messages, but can also see all kinds of internal information about stack traces and things like this. And then it does a remarkably good job of guessing what's wrong and telling you. So in other words, it's looking, it's sort of interesting, it's kind of a typical sort of AI-ish thing, that it's able to have more sensory data than we humans are able to have. It's able to look at a bunch of stuff that we humans would kind of glaze over looking at, and it's able to then come up with, oh, this is the explanation of what's happening.
And what is the data of the stack trace, the code you've written previously, the natural language?
Yeah, it's also what's happening is one of the things that's, is for example, when there's these messages, there's documentation about these messages, there's probably where messages are about otherwise, so all these kind of things. The other thing that's really useful for this is when it makes a mistake, one of the things that's in our prompt when the code doesn't work is read the documentation. Now, it's the Python that lets it read documentation, and that again is very, very useful. Because if you have to go out, sometimes it'll get make up.
I don't think you even have. I tell you, it's a work scanner.
Exists, read the documentation, it'll have some
Or like
structure for function and so on. It's that's a powerful thing. I mean, the thing
probably.
that I've realized is we built this language in the course of all these years in a nice simple build system, so it's easy to understand. Turns out there was a side effect that I didn't anticipate, which is it makes it easy for AIs to understand.
It's all
Take away.
natural.
Yeah.
So what language is trying to
6.
Yeah.
you have a line of English, French, Japanese, Spanish, these systems that are enormous.
What color is this? That's what I want to know.
I mean, maybe, that's an interesting question, because it really depends on what I see as being an important piece of fundamental science that basically just jumps out of ChatGPT. Because I think the real question is, why does ChatGPT work? How is it possible to encapsulate and to successfully reproduce all these kinds of things about language? With a comparatively small set, a couple hundred billion, weights of neural nets and so on. And I think that relates to a fundamental fact about language, which the main point is that I think there's a structure to language that we haven't kind of really explored very well. It's kind of this semantic grammar I'm talking about language. We kind of know that when we set up human language, we know that it has certain regularities. We know that it has a certain grammatical structure. Noun followed by verb, followed by noun, adjectives, etc., etc., etc. That's its kind of grammatical structure. But I think the thing that ChatGPT is showing us is that there's an additional kind of regularity to language, which has to do with meaning of language beyond just this pure, part of speech combination type of thing. And I think the one example of that we've had in the past is logic. And I think my sort of kind of picture of how was logic invented, how was logic discovered. It really was a thing that was discovered in its original conception. It was discovered by Aristotle, who kind of listened to a bunch of people, orators who given speeches, and this one made sense, that one doesn't make sense. This one, and you see these patterns of, if the I don't know what, if the Persians do this, then this does that, etc., etc., etc. And what Aristotle realized is there's a structure to those sentences, there's a structure to that rhetoric. It doesn't matter whether it's the Persians or the Greeks, whether it's the cats and the dogs. It's just being cute and abstract from the details of these particular sentences. You can lift out this kind of formal structure, and that's what logic is.
That's a heck of a discovery that make me realize now.
Yeah, it's very obvious. The fact that there is an abstraction from natural language that has, where you can fill in any word you want, is a very interesting discovery. Now, it took a long time to be true. I mean, Aristotle had this idea of syllogistic logic, where there were these particular patterns of how you could argue, so to speak. And in the Middle Ages, part of education was you memorize the syllogism. I forget how to
15 or something, and they all had names. They all had mnemonics, like Barbara, Sword, two of the mnemonics for the soldiers. People this is a valid argument because it follows the Barbara soldiers. And it took until 1830, with George Boole to kind of get beyond that and see that there was a level of abstraction that was beyond this particular template of scientific system. And that's, what's interesting there is, in a sense, ChatGPT is operating at the Aristotelian level. It's essentially dealing with templates of scientific system. By the time you get to Boole and Boolean algebra, this idea of, you can have arbitrary depth nested collections of arrows and knots and resolve what they mean. That's the kind of thing, that's a computation story. That's, you've gone beyond the pure sort of templates of natural language to something which is an arbitrary or deep computation. I think there's, in a sense, we've captured some of that, and some of what is in language. There's a lot of kind of little algebras of what you can say, what language talks about. Whether it's, I don't know, if you say, I go from place A to place B, place B to place C, then I know I go from place A to place C. If A is a friend of B and B is a friend of C, it doesn't necessarily follow that A is a friend of C. These are things that that they're, if you go from place A to place B to place C, it doesn't matter how you went. Like logic, it doesn't matter whether you flew there, walked there, swam or whatever. You still, this transitivity of where you go is still valid. And there are many kinds of features, I think, of the way the world works that are captured in these aspects of language, so to speak. And I think what ChatGPT effectively has found, just like with discovered logic, people are really surprised to do these logical inferences. But discovered logic is certainly Aristotle discovered logic by looking at a lot of sentences effectively and noticing patterns in the sentences.
But it feels like it's discovering something much more complicated than logic. So this kind of semantic grammar. I think we've worked on this, if you can call it the laws of language, if you call, or which are like the laws of thought.
Yes, that was the type of George Boole, because he was doing algebra back in 1830. But yes, that was a thought. That was what he said.
All right.
So he thought he nailed it before.
Yeah, I think it's a good question of how much more. Too, it seems like one of the reasons is to apply the reason to works, ChatGPT works, is that there's a finite amount of things to it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's discovering in some sense, GPT is discovering what semantic grammar that underlies language.
yes. And what's sort of interesting, in the computational universe, there's a lot of other kinds of computation that you could do. They're just not ones that we humans have cared about and operate with. And that's probably because our brains are built in a certain way. And, the neural nets of our brains are not that different in some sense from the neural nets of the large language model. And that's kind of, and so when we think about, maybe we talk about this more, but when we think about what will AIs ultimately do, the answer is, insofar as AIs are just doing computation, they can run off and do all these kinds of crazy computations. But the ones that we sort of have decided we care about is this kind of very limited set.
That's where the reinforcement learning through feedback seems to come in. The more that AI sees stuff that kind of interests us, the more we're impressed by it. So it can do a lot of interesting, intelligent things, but we're only interested in the AI systems when they communicate in a human-like way.
Yes.
Or human-like topics.
Yes. Well, it's like technology. In a sense, the physical world provides all kinds of things. There are all kinds of processes going on in physics. Only a limited set of those are ones that we capture and use for technology. There are only a limited set where we say, this is a thing that we can sort of apply to the human purposes we can develop. You might say, okay, you pick up a piece of rock. You say, okay, there's a nice silicate. It contains all kinds of silicon. I don't care. Then you realize, we could actually turn this into a semiconductor wafer and make a processor. And then we care a lot.
Yes.
And it's this thing about what do we, in the evolution of our civilization, what things do we identify as being things we care about? And it's like, when there was one announcement recently of the possibility of high temperature superconductor that involves the element mutating, which, generally nobody has cared about. It's kind of, but suddenly if there's this application that relates to kind of human purposes, we start caring.
So, given your thinking, that you may have discovered inklings of laws of thought, do you think such laws exist within our life?
The answer to which we do. Again, the fact is, look, the logic is but the first step. There are many other kinds of calculi about things that we consider about sort of things that happen in the world or things that are meaningful.
Well, how do you know much is not last time?
Well, because we can plainly see that thing. I mean, if you say, here's a sentence that is syntactically correct, don't you look at it and you're like, the happy electron, ate, I don't know, something that you look at it, it's like, this is meaningless. Just a bunch of words, syntactically correct, the nouns and verbs are in the right place, but it just doesn't. And so there clearly is some rule that there are rules that determine when a sentence has the potential to be meaningful, that go beyond the pure part of speech sentence. And so the question is, what are those rules, and are there a fairly finite set of those rules? My guess is that there's a fairly finite set of those rules. And they, once you have those rules, you have kind of construction kit. Just like the rules of syntactic grammar give you a construction kit for making syntactically correct sentences. So you can also have a construction kit for making semantically correct sentences. Those sentences may not be realized in the world. And I think the elephant fruit of the moon. A semantically, we have an idea. If I say that to you, you kind of know what that means. But the fact is, it hasn't been realized in the world.
So semantically correct, perhaps, is things that could be imagined. Things that are consistent with both our imagination and our physical reality. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's a good question. It's a good question. And I think it is, given the way we have constructed language, it is things which fit with the things we're describing in language. It's a big cycle in the end. Because, you can, and the sort of boundaries of what is physically realizable. Okay, let's take the example of motion. Well, motion is a complicated concept. It might seem like it's a concept which has been figured out by the Greeks long ago, but it's actually a really pretty complicated concept. Because what is motion? Motion is you can go from place A to place B, and it's still you when you get to the other end. Like you take an object, you move it, and it's still the same object, but it's a different place. Now, even in ordinary physics, that doesn't always work. If you're near a space-time singularity in a black hole, for example, and you take your teapot or something, you don't have much of a teapot by the time it's near space-time singularity. It's been completely deformed beyond recognition. But so that's a case where pure motion doesn't really work. You can't have a thing stay the same. But so this idea of motion is something that sort of is a slightly complicated idea. But once you have the idea of motion, you could start, once you have the idea that you're going to describe things as being the same thing in a different place, that sort of abstracted idea then has, that has all sorts of consequences, like this transitivity of motion, go from A to B, B to C, from A to C. And that's, so at that level of description, you can have what are sort of inevitable consequences, they're inevitable features of the way you sort of set things up. And that's, I think, what this sort of semantic grammar is capturing, is things like that. And I think that it's a question of what does the word mean. You say I move from here to there. But it's complicated to say what that means. This whole issue of is pure motion possible, etc. But once you have kind of got an idea of what that means, then there are inevitable consequences of that idea.
But the very idea of meaning seems like it's so worth there's a latent ambiguity. I mean, it's the word like emotionally the loaded words like hate and love. Right, is it one example with what? So especially when we have relationships between complicated objects, we seem to take this kind of shortcut, descriptive shortcut to describe like what object A hates object B. What's that mean?
Right. Well, words are defined by our social usage. I mean, it's not, a word in conversational language, for example, when we say we have a construct there, we expect that that construct is a building block in which we can construct an arbitrary tool attack. So we have to very solid, and we have to turn to a piece of code, it has documentation, it's a whole thing. But the word hate, the documentation for that word, well, there isn't a standard documentation for that word, so to speak. It's a complicated thing defined by kind of how we use it. When, if it wasn't for the fact that we were using language, so what is language? Language is a way of packaging thoughts so that we can communicate them to another language.
Can these complicated words be converted into something that computation actually can use?
Right, so I think the answer to that is that what one can do in computational language is make a specific definition. And if you have a complicated word, like let's say the word eat, right? It's in both, it's a good word, it's for animals eat things, whatever else. But you could program and say this function eats arguments, which is sort of poetically similar to the animal eating things. But if you start to say, well, what are the implications of the function eating something? Can the function be close to it? Actually, but if there's a type mismatch or something, but in what? How far does that analogy go? It's just an analogy. Whereas, if you use the word eat in the computational language level, you would define there is a thing which you anchor to the kind of natural language concept eat, but it is now some precise definition of it that then you can compute things from.
But don't you think the analogy is also precise? Software eats the world. Don't you think there's something concrete in terms of meaning about analogies?
Sure. But the thing that sort of is the first target for computational language is to take sort of the ordinary meaning and try and make it precise. Make it sufficiently precise you can build this powerful efficient. But tell us, if you start with a piece of poetry and you say, I'm going to define my program with this, it's kind of like that's a difficult thing. It's better to say, I'm going to just have this boring bit of prose and using the word in the ordinary way, and that's how I'm communicating with my computer, and that's how I'm going to build this solid building block from which I can construct this whole kind of computation plan.
So in some sense, where you take a poem and reduce it to such a computer language, but maybe there's a bunch of pure interactions, poetic, aimless nonsense. But it's just like recreational, like hamster on a wheel. It's not actually interesting.
I think that's a complicated thing because, in a sense, human linguistic communication is there's one mind that's producing language. That language is having an effect on another mind. And the question of sort of a type of effect that is well defined, let's say, but for example, it's very independent of the two minds. That it doesn't, there's communication that matter a lot, sort of what the experience of one mind is versus another one. So,
Yeah, but what is the purpose of natural language communication?
well, I think the versus
So computation language somehow feels more amenable to the definition of purpose. It's like, yeah, you're given two clean representations of concept, and you can build a tower based on that. Is that sort of the same thing as it?
So I think the story of natural language, that's the great invention of our species.
I want to see
In other species, but we know it exists in our species. It's the thing that allows you to sort of communicate abstractly from like one generation of species to another. There is an abstract version of knowledge which we pass down. It doesn't have to be, genetics. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to apprentice the next species, the next generation of birds, the previous one, to show them how something works. There is this abstracted version of knowledge that can be passed down. It relies on, it's absolutely right. Language is fuzzy. It does tend to rely on the fact that, if we look at some ancient language that where we don't have a chain of translation relating to what we have today, we may not understand it. And we may not understand these concepts may be different from the ones that we have today. We still have to have something like a chain, but it is something where we can realistically expect to communicate abstract ideas, and that's one of the big roles of language. I think when thinking this ability to sort of concretify abstract things is what language is providing.
Do you see natural language and thought as the same? The stuff that's going inside your mind?
Well, that's been a long debate in philosophy.
It seems to become more important now when you think about how intelligent you could use whatever that means. It seems like the stuff that's going on in the human mind seems something like intelligence. This language,
So we call it.
yeah. Okay, so you start to think, okay, what's the nature of thought? And language is not the laws of thought, the laws of words that music, and the laws of language, and how that has to do with computation, which seems like more rigorous, precise ways of reasoning.
Right, which are beyond human. Much of what computers do, humans do not do. You might say
Humans are subset.
yeah,
That's what
yeah,
hopefully.
yeah. Yeah. You might say who needs computation when you have large language models can just actually within the range of the language. But they're really doing the kinds of things that humans quickly do. And there are plenty of sort of formal things that humans never quickly do. For example, I don't know, some people can do mental arithmetic if you're sitting around. I don't think many people can run a program of any sophistication. It's just not something people do. It's not something people can do. It's kind of not. You can easily run it on a computer.
Well, an arbitrary program.
Yeah.
Are we running specialized program?
Yeah. If I say to you, here's a church, tell me what it does after 50 steps. Like, it's weird. It's not what people do.
In some sense, people program the computer just to answer your question about what the system does after 50 steps. The human program.
Yeah. That's right. But they created something which is then, then when they run it, it's doing something different than what's happening in the mind. They outsourced that piece of computation, something that is internally happening in the mind, something that is now a tool that's external.
So what are humans to use when you invent computers and discover them?
They discovered computation, which is basic the technology of computers.
Computer is just a kind of way to plug into this whole stream of computation. And all the other ways.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the particular ways that we make computers out of semiconductors and electronics and so on, that's the particular technologies that we took. The story of another particular idea of computers is finding different sort of underlying physical, infrastructure to doing computation. And biology does lots of computation. It does it with an infrastructure that's different from semiconductors and electronics. It's a molecular scale computational process that hopefully we'll understand more about. Some ideas about understanding more about that. So that's another, it's another representation of computation. Things that happen in the physical universe at the level of these evolving hypergraphs and so on. That's another sort of implementation layer for this abstract idea of computation.
So the GPT or large language models are starting to develop or just to understand understand the laws of language and thought, do you think they can be made explicit?
Yes.
How?
Give it a bunch of effort. I mean,
So
it's like doing mathematics. I mean, what is happening in mathematics? You have the world, which is the most complicated things. And then you discover, and then you can see it. So this is how motion works. This is the way that this particular sort of idealization of the world, this is how we describe it in a simple, computationally reducible way. And I think it's the same thing here. There are sort of computationally reducible aspects of what's happening that you can get kind of narrative theory for, just as we've got narrative theories in physics and so on.
Do you think it would be depressing or exciting when all the laws of thought are made explicit, human thought made explicit?
I think that once you understand computational reducibility, it is it's neither, because the fact is, people say, for example, people will say, "Oh, but I have free will. I kind of, I operate in a way that is, they have the idea that they're doing something that is sort of internal to them, but that's really not what happens. But in fact, we think laws of physics that ultimately determine, every nerve, every electrical impulse in a nerve and things like this. So you might say, is it depressing that we are ultimately just determined by the rules of physics, so to speak? It's the same thing at a higher level. It's like it's a shorter distance to get from kind of semantic grammar to the way that we might construct a piece of text than it is to get from individual nerve patterns to how we construct a piece of text. But it's not fundamentally different. And by the way, as soon as we have this kind of level of this other level of description, it helps us to go even further. So we'll end up being able to produce more and more complicated kinds of things. Just like when we didn't have a computer and we knew certain rules, we could write them down within a certain distance. But once we have a computer, we can go vastly further. It's the same kind of thing.
You wrote a blog post titled, "What is ChatGPT doing and how does it work?" We've been talking about this, but can we just step back and look at this question? What's ChatGPT doing? What is a bunch of billion parameters trained on large number of points? Why does it seem to work again? Is it because the point you made that there is laws of language that can be discovered by such a process? Is there something?
Well, let's talk about sort of the low level of what ChatGPT is doing. I mean, ultimately, you give the prompt, it's trying to work out, what should the next word be, right?
You think why? Is that surprising to you that this kind of low level dumb training procedure can create something syntactically correct first and then semantically correct?
The thing that has been so disturbing is realizing that simple rules can do much more complicated things than we imagine. That something that starts simple to describe can grow a thing that is, vastly more complicated than we can imagine. And honestly, it's taken me, I've sort of been thinking about this now 40 years or so. And it always surprises me, even for example, in our physics project, sort of thinking about the whole universe growing from these simple rules, I still resist because I keep on thinking, how can something really complicated arise from something that simple? It just seems, it seems wrong, but yet, the majority of my life kind of known from things I've studied that this is the way things work. So yes, it is real, but it's possible to write a word at a time and produce a coherent essay, for example. It's worth understanding kind of how that's working. Kind of like, if it was going to say, the cat sat on the, what's the next word? Okay, so how does it figure out the next word? Well, it's seen a trillion words, and it's seen the cat sat on the floor, the cat sat on the sofa, the cat sat on whatever. So it's minimal thing to do is just say, let's look at what we saw on the internet. We saw, 10,000 examples of the cat sat on the. What was the most probable next word? Let's just pick that out and say that's the next word. And that's kind of what it, at some level, is trying to do. Now the problem is, there isn't enough text on the internet if you have a reasonable
And as you kind of go further, there just won't be a place where you could have trained, where you could have just worked out probabilities from what was already there. Like if you say 2 plus 2, there'll be a zillion examples of 2 plus 2 equaling 4, and a very small number of examples of 2 plus 2 equals 5 and so on, and you can pretty much know what's going to happen. But then the question is, well, if you can't just work out from examples what's going to happen, just know probabilistically from examples what's going to happen, you have to have a model. And it's kind of an idea. This idea of making models is an idea that really, I think Galileo was one of the first people to sort of work this out. And it's kind of like I think, again, an example of that, the book I wrote about ChatGPT, where it's kind of like, Galileo was dropping cannonballs off the different floors of the Tower of Pisa. And it's like, okay, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you miss 4 or 5 or something for whatever reason. But you know the time it took the cannonball to fall to the ground before 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, for example. Then the question is, can you work out? Can you make a model which figures out how long did it take the ball, how long would it take to take the ball to fall to the ground from a very specific measure? And the thing Galileo realized is that you can use math, you can use mathematical formulas to make a model for how long it will take the ball to fall. So now the question is, well, okay, you want to make a model for example, something much more elaborate, like you've got this arrangement of pixels, and is this arrangement of pixels in A or B? Does it correspond to something we recognize as an A or B? And you can make a similar kind of, each pixel is like a parameter of some equation, and you could write down this giant equation where the answer is either, A or B, 1 or 2, A or B. And the question is then, what kind of a model successfully reproduces the way that we humans would conclude that this is an A and this is a B? If there's a complicated extra tail on top of the A, would we then conclude something different? What is the type of model that maps well into the way that we humans make distinctions about things? And the big kind of method discovery is normally that's such a model. It's not obviously with such a model. It could be that human distinctions are not captured. We could try searching around for a type of model. It could be a mathematical model, it could be some model based on something else that captures kind of typical human distinctions about things. It turns out this model that actually is very much the way that we think the architecture of brains behaves. But perhaps not surprisingly, that model actually corresponds to the way we make these distinctions. And so, the core point is that the kind of model, neural net model, makes sort of distinctions and generalizes things in sort of the same way that we humans do it. And that's why when you say, the cat sat on the green blank, even though it never didn't see many examples of the cat sat on the green whatever, it could make the aardvark sat on the green whatever, and show that particular sentence does not occur on the internet. And so it has to make a model that concludes what, it has to kind of generalize from what it's from the actual examples that it's seen. And so that's the fact is that neural nets generalize in the same kind of way that we humans do. If we were, the aliens might look at our neural net conversations and say, that's crazy. That thing, when you put that extra little dot on the A, that isn't a thing anymore. That's, that messed the whole thing up. But for us, humans, we make distinctions which seem to correspond to the kinds of distinctions that neural nets make. So then, the thing that is just amazing to me about ChatGPT is how similar the structure it has is the very original way people imagined neural nets might work back in 1943. And, there's a lot of detailed engineering, great cleverness, but it's really the same idea. In fact, even the sort of elaborations of that idea, when people said, let's put in some actual particular structure to try and make the neural net more elaborate, to be very clever about it, most of that didn't matter. I mean, there's some things that seem to, when you train these neural nets, the one thing, this kind of transformer architecture, this attention idea, that really has to do with, does every one of these neurons connect to every other neuron? Or is it somehow causally local, so to speak? Is it like we're making a sequence of words and the words depend on previous words, rather than just everything can depend on everything? And that seems to be important in just organizing things so that you don't have a sort of a giant mess
what is ChatGPT in the end? I mean, what is a neural net? A neural net, in the end, is each neuron has it's taking inputs from a bunch of other neurons. So it's eventually it's going to have a numerical value. It's going to compute some number, and it's saying, I'm going to look at the neurons above me. It's kind of a series of layers. It's going to look at the neurons above me, and it's going to say what the values of those neurons, and it's going to add those up and multiply them by its weights, and then it's going to apply some function called zero something, make it one, and otherwise make it zero. It's like a complicated function. You know how this works. It's a giant equation or a lot of variables. And then she figuring out where the ball falls when you don't have data on the fourth floor. This
That's okay. What do you want to talk about?
But it's an equation with 175 variables. And it's quite surprising. It seems like a simple procedure. Training procedure equation. You need to make good representation of natural language. Right, but the real issue is, this artificial neural net where, what's happening is, you've turned the neural net always just deal with numbers. And so, you've turned the sentence that you started with, like, let's say, by mapping each word of the 50,000 words in English, you just map each word as part of a word, so something like that. They feed all those numbers in. And then the thing is going to, and then those numbers just go into the values of these neurons. And then what happens is it's just rippling down, going layer to layer until it gets to the end. In ChatGPT, it's about 400 layers. And it just, it just goes right through. It just, every new word it's making just says all the zero numbers from the words before. Let's compute what does it compute? It computes the probabilities for the estimates for each of the possible 50,000 words.
Yes,
and then it decides, sometimes it will use the most probable word, sometimes it will use not the most probable word. It's an interesting fact that is the so-called temperature parameter, which, a temperature zero, it's only using the most probable word that it estimates as the most probable thing to the next. If you increase the temperature, it'll be more and more from random selection rules that go down to one probability words. The thing I was explaining actually recently is the transition that happens as you increase the temperature. The thing goes wrong. Particularly, sometimes it will at a particular temperature. I knew that 1.2 thing I was noticing from yesterday actually. But usually it's giving reasonable answers, and then at that temperature, with some probability, it just starts spouting off. And you never know. And by the way, the thing to understand is putting down one word at a time. But the outer loop of the facts that says, okay, I put down here. Now let's take the whole thing I wrote so far, let's feed that back in, let's put down another loop. That outer loop, which seems almost trivial, is really important to the operation. Praise the Lord. Great to be here. Essentially, we're going to be trying to shed some light on something that is very commonly understood in most communities. And praise the Lord. It's great to be here. Essentially, we're going to be trying to shed some light on something that is very commonly understood in most communities. You will see the little temples, or in some cases, the not so little temples of masonry, most small towns and all large cities in America. But yet, most people understand that this is a secret society. And what are they keeping secret? And is this something that Christians should be involved in? And we're going to try and explore some of it and see if we can't get to the bottom of some of these issues. First of all, let me give you the classical definition of Mason, because the Masons obviously themselves do have a definition that they give the public for public consumption. And this is basically it. Masonry, we are told, is a system of morality, veil and allegory. Doesn't that help a whole lot? We can just all go home now, you know? We all know everything we need to know about the Masons. Well, that's the way they would like it, and that's of course we join. But actually, there's a lot more to it than that. Let me give you my definition. I define Masonry as the world's oldest secret fraternal organization, a system of 3 ritual initiations or degrees based on the medieval stonemasons guild, guarded by blood oaths and founded on the principles of the Fatherhood of God. And praise the Lord, and it's great to be here. Essentially, we're going to be trying to shed some light on something which is very commonly understood in most communities. You will see the little temples, or in some cases, the not so little temples of masonry, most small towns and all large cities in America. But yet, most people understand this is a secret society. What are they keeping secret? And is this something that Christians should be involved in? So we're going to try and explore some of that and see if we can get to the bottom of some of these issues. First of all, let me give you the classical definition of Masonry, because the Masons obviously themselves do have a definition that they give the public for public consumption. And this is basically it. Masonry, we are told, is a system of morality, veil and allegory. Now, doesn't that help a whole lot? You can just all go home now, you know? We all know everything we need to know about the Masons. Well, that's the way they would like it. But Sunni, praise the Lord. It is great to be here tonight. Essentially, we're going to be trying to shed some light on something which is very commonly understood in most communities. You will see the little temples, or in some cases, the not so little temples of masonry in most small towns and all large cities in America. But yet, most people understand that this is a secret society. And what are they keeping secret? And is this something that Christians should be involved in? Well, we're going to try and explore some of that tonight and see if we can't get to the bottom of some of these issues. First of all, let me give you the classical definition of Masonry, because the Masons obviously themselves do have a definition that they give the public for public consumption. And this is basically it. Masonry, we are told, is a system of morality, veil and allegory. Now, doesn't that help a whole lot? We can just all go home now, you know? We all know everything we need to know about the Masons. Well, that's the way they would like it, unless, of course, you join. But actually, there's a lot more to it than that. Let me give you my definition. I define Masonry as the world's oldest secret fraternal organization, a system of 3 ritual initiations or degrees based on the medieval stonemasons guilds, guarded by blood oaths and founded on the principles of the Fatherhood of God and the Brotherhood of Man. Masonry symbolism is a blend of Old Testament symbols rooted in the building of King Solomon's temple and ancient mystery religions. Now, you've heard in the introduction about all these different degrees and things that I have been through, but in reality, most Masons will tell you that, in fact, there is only classical Blue Lodge Masonry, that is, in fact, the core of all Masonry. Now, Blue Lodge Masonry refers to the first foundational 3 degrees of Masonry: Entered Apprentice, Fellow Craft, and Master Mason. Now, indeed, Masonry has become universal. It's in virtually every country of the world, even now I believe in Russia. And just to illustrate this briefly, this is a stamp that someone just gave me from New Caledonia. Not entirely sure where New Caledonia is, but it's evidently somewhere where they speak French. And if you look up there, you'll see that it says the 125th anniversary of the presence of Freemasonry in this country. And you'll notice many Masonic symbols on there. The one that I want to draw your attention to, though, here is the square and compasses of Masonry. And of course, inside of it, though, instead of the usual letter G that we're accustomed to, we have a bright red pentagram. That's going to be very important later. Now, what needs to be understood
Well, it's technically known as a compass and square. So the compass is used in geometry to measure angles, and the square is used to measure right angle and also be a straight edge. And so when you're building a very large building like a courthouse or even like a pyramid, you need to know angles very well, and you need things to be flush and square. And so these are the tools of the Freemason. Excellent. Excellent. Here. Yep. Now the symbol that is being shown is a compass and square. The symbol that is shown is known as the square and compass. Period. Square is used to measure right angles and also be straight edge, and the compass is used to find angles, and both are very important in building and architecture.
Symbol, który jest pokazany, jest znany jako kwadrat i cyrkiel. Kwadrat jest używany do mierzenia kątów prostych, a także jako linia, a cyrkiel jest używany do znajdowania kątów i oba są bardzo ważne w budownictwie i architekturze.
is that in the United States, all the Grand Lodges that function here come from the Grand Lodge of England originally. But yet, after the American Revolution, it was determined that each state would have its own autonomous Grand Lodge. So every state is more or less its own jurisdiction. And so here, for example, you would have the Grand Lodge of Indiana. Now, the fundamental structure of Freemasonry is rather complex once you get past those first 3 degrees. You'll see here that you have 2 basic stair steps once you get past the blue lodge, which is down here. This represents the 3 degrees I just showed you. Then beyond that, you have, this is the Scottish Rite here, and this is the York Rite over here. Those are the 2 major paths that the Mason can travel. There are 29 degrees here, and there are 9 degrees here. And then when you get to the top, you can go into what is called the 33rd degree if you're one of the lucky few that get to do that, and that is called the Grand Sovereign Inspector General degree. Additionally, Masonry has what are called auxiliary or adoptive bodies, and those are under the arch. The best known of those is the Shrine. And then you also have things like the youth orders, Des Moines and Rainbow, Tall Cedars of Lebanon, Daughters of the Nile, and so on.
Now, all of these together make up what is traditionally thought to be classical American Masonry. Now, suppose you wanted to be a Mason. This is something I'm not recommending, of course, but if you do, some of you may have seen bumper stickers that say, to be one, ask one. The tradition is that you have to ask a Mason. Masons do not do active recruiting. But yet, on the other hand, they are in today because, frankly, Masonry is losing members fast. I wish I could tell you this is because there was a mighty revival sweeping America and the Masons everywhere were just falling on their faces and repenting before God. And to a certain extent, that is happening, praise God. But I think it's more due to cable TV, a little more mundane reason. Because frankly, there are better things most people have to do today than sit in a lodge room somewhere, and unless there's some compelling either political or social or economic reason why you want to be a Mason, you're probably not going to bother with it because, quite frankly, a lot of it is rather boring. And so Masonry is dropping in membership. A recent Time magazine article indicated that between the 1960s and the present day, Masonry has dropped from 4.5 million members down to 2.5 million members. Now that's pretty catastrophic. It's almost a 50% drop. But they're working now harder to get members. That's why now you will see more bumper stickers, more billboards, more ads in the newspaper, even though technically they're not supposed to solicit members. So you're supposed to ask a Mason. Now, once you ask that Mason, there's a process that you're supposed to go through. What will happen is that Mason will go and present your petition to the lodge, and they will send out a committee. That committee will meet with you and interview you. And there are certain requirements to be a Mason. This might sound self-evident, but you're supposed to be a man. I mean, you can't be a woman. You can't be a madman, an old man in his dotage, a young man underage, or a fool. So if you're any of those things, I'm sorry you can't be a Mason. Additionally, you're supposed to believe in some sort of God. And then finally, the other thing they require is that you would have to have the financial wherewithal to be able to go through the degrees and everything like that. In other words, if you were, say, at the poverty level or near that, they probably would not recommend you join because, like when I went through the Blue Lodge, it cost me about $150 just for the degrees, and that was in $1975. So I don't know what it would be today, but I'm sure it's more. Now, one other requirement I would like to mention, you have to be a man freeborn of good report and well recommended. Now notice that freeborn part. That was used for a long time, over 150 years, to keep black men out of the lodge, because it was presumed if you were an American black person, you were descended from slaves. And so really up until the late 1980s, when the civil rights legislation started really heating up, there were no black Masons. They had their own separate but equal branch of Masonry, which was called Prince Hall Masonry. And Prince Hall Masonry, of course, was sort of like the old Jim Crow days where they supposedly had separate but equal schools. And of course, the schools the black people went to were not as nice as the schools the white kids went to. Well, similarly, Prince Hall Masonry is much smaller. It's not as wealthy, but they do have all the degrees. Everything you see here up on this board is part of also Prince Hall Masonry. And unfortunately, the same problems spiritually exist with Prince Hall Masonry that exists with regular Grand Lodge Masonry. Okay, so let's say you've entered into your committee and you've had this committee report, and they go back and they tell the lodge what they think. Then the whole lodge votes, and they have a ballot box with white squares and black balls. And if any of you ever wonder where the expression black balls come from, that is a Masonic term. Because if even one black ball ends up in the ballot box, you will not be allowed to join. Because they quote that one Bible verse where it says, "Behold how good it is and how pleasant for brethren to dwell in unity." And they say if even one Mason doesn't like you or doesn't think you're a decent person, you will not be allowed to join that lodge. You can go and try another lodge, but you would not be allowed in that lodge if even one black ball was given. Now, I briefly want to tell you, having laid that groundwork, how my story as a Mason. If you want to hear all the rest of the bizarre details, some of which Stan alluded to, I'd suggest perhaps you might want to get the other video that's out there already called Exposing the Illuminati from Within, because I don't really have time to go into it tonight. But suffice it to say, I was deeply involved in the occult. Now, I came to Masonry a lot differently than most people did. I came to Masonry already understanding its dangers. And I thought it was a good thing because I was a pagan, I was a witch, I was a high priest and a druid. And the Grand Master Druid of North America told me that I should join the Masons. He himself is a 33rd degree Mason. Now, how's that for an endorsement for the lodge? How that would be recommended by a druid. So anyhow, when I moved to Milwaukee with my wife and we were running covens all over the greater Milwaukee area, it happened one of the young men we initiated in the witchcraft, his father was the junior warden of the lodge in the neighborhood. And I thought, well, gee, this works out nice. So I asked him to introduce me to his dad, and his dad sponsored me into the lodge. And naturally, they were delighted to get members because, like, for instance, that lodge, I think I was the youngest. I was like in my mid-20s, and I was the youngest member there by about 25 years. The average age, according to that Time article I mentioned earlier, the average age of a Mason right now in America is 70. And in fact, later on after I joined the lodge, typically we would have 6 or 7 Masonic funerals a year, and we'd only initiate 2 or 3 people. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that goes on for very long. You aren't going to have any lodge left. And indeed, that is the case. Many lodges have had to close due to lack of membership. But anyhow, I joined the lodge. I was initiated as an inter-apprentice in 1975. I was passed the degree of fellowcraft, I believe, that same year. And in 1976, I was raised to the sublime degree of a Master Mason. Soon after that, I went through the York Rite. I tried this branch first because people were telling me that that, in fact, was the Christian branch of Mason. We'll look at that a little bit later. And then later on, I did the Shrine. I did Scottish Rite. I became a 32nd degree Mason there. And then I also went through the Shrine. And even I was even an associate patron in the Order of the Eastern Star. So I even was in that body as well. I was very involved in Masonry. I was a real fanatic. I was probably in lodge meetings 2 or 3 nights a week. And in fact, that's part of the reason we joined the Eastern Star together. Is my wife said, at least that way I get to see you one night a week. But she joined as well, because that's the branch of Masonry that is also open to women. So anyway, I was very, very active in all of it. And then what happened was I moved back from Milwaukee, which is where all this took place. Oh, by the way, I have to show you this. This is me as a Shriner. That was taken about 1980. And soon after this, my wife wanted to move back to Butte for reasons that are gone into in greater length in the other video from Milwaukee, and so we moved. And because of that, I moved into a different Grand Lodge jurisdiction. And along the way, a lady who was the bank officer at a bank, I'd been sending checks to the Church of Satan over the years. And one of these checks came back to me, and she'd written on the check, "I'll be praying for you in the name of Jesus." Because she figured anybody who was writing checks to the Church of Satan was probably a pretty deep spiritual doo-doo, amen? Anyway, so here I was being prayed for, didn't really care, didn't really know. And along the way, what had happened was I decided I joined the Mormon Church for, again, reasons that are a little too complicated to go into. And so by the time I got to the Butte, I was a Mormon. And I was still a witch, which is not all incongruous if you really understand the nature of Mormonism. Anyway, so as a Mormon, I got this little ad in the newspaper for a prophecy seminar. And oddly enough, it was put on by the Seventh-day Adventists. It wasn't Stan. And so what happened was I thought I'd go to that seminar and see if I could draw some people into the Mormon church, because after all, we had a living prophet. We had the full light of the gospel and all that. But for the first time in my life, in that prophecy seminar, I was exposed to gospel-based preaching. And I had all these questions to ask this evangelist that was doing the thing, and he had a Bible answer just like that for every single one of them. There was no way that guy, I mean, he was filleting me with the sword of the Spirit, amen? And so finally, I went home that night, and I was so scared. I couldn't believe it, because he got it through to me that all I had to do was believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and be saved. That's 1631. And I kept thinking, could it be that easy? Could it be that easy? and I fast and I pray. To see, in the Mormon church, if you're in a great, profound spiritual dilemma, you're supposed to fast and pray, which is not a bad advice in any event. And if supposedly, if you are being told things that are not true, the Holy Spirit is supposed to give you a stupor of mind, and He will forget whatever you are supposed to do. And if it's true, then the Holy Spirit is supposed to give you a burning bosom. Okay, well, I didn't either get heartburn or get stupid, so I didn't know what to do. And so finally, I figured I've tried everything else, and I literally almost had. And so I took off my Holy Mormon underwear so there wouldn't be any static on the line. And I knelt at the foot of the bed, and I gave my heart to Jesus Christ. Praise God, amen. That was 1984. Now, about a week later, I was still going to the lodge through all this, because my impression from being 9 years in the lodge is that all these guys around me were all Protestants. And so I assumed they were all Christians. I went to Lutherans and Methodists and Baptists and all that. And so I assumed they were all Christians. So I got an invitation from this new lodge that I was about to join to go to what they call a high noon luncheon. And so I went to this luncheon, and I was like, this is the first time I've ever been in a Masonic lodge since getting born again. And I walked into the building, already it felt clammy and awful and evil. And I went down to the basement, which is where the luncheon was, and it got worse. And I felt more and more oppressed and heavier and heavier. And I felt the Holy Spirit speaking to me and saying, get out of here, get out of here. And I went through and I tried to eat the lunch, but it was just like, lead in my stomach. And finally I got up even and didn't eat dessert. You know I was serious, so I skipped dessert, man. And so I got out in the sun shining, and it was like, ugh. I felt like I had escaped from some profound spiritual trap. Well, later on, the Lord began to show me things about how this was really very dangerous spiritually. And I didn't have anybody tell me that Masonry was a cult. Only the Holy Spirit told me. And the first thing He showed me was something which I want to share with you out of the Bible. If you have your Bibles, I'd like you to go with me to Ezekiel chapter 8. And in Ezekiel chapter 8, now some of you may know Ezekiel was the prophet of the exile. And basically, he was taken away in the Babylonian captivity and did all of his prophetic ministry in Babylon. Now in Ezekiel 8, the Lord has taken him in vision back to Jerusalem to look at the temple. And starting in verse 12, this is God speaking to Ezekiel, and says, Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark, every man in the chambers of his imagery? For they say, The Lord seeth us not, the Lord has forsaken the earth. He also said unto me, Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do. And he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north. And behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Then said he unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east. And they worship the Lord towards the east. So they worship the sun, towards the east. Now, that may not seem all that riveting to you, but if you knew anything at all about Masonry, you would know that all Masonic temples are oriented, by the way, that's a Masonic term too, oriented towards the east. In other words, they, unless real estate or whatever prohibits, they essentially have a place so that the worshipful master and all devotions are offered facing east. Now, on the other hand, if you study Solomon's temple, which is what is being discussed there, you will see that the Solomon's temple faced west, with its back, as it were, to the east. And here were elders of Israel turning their back on the Ark of the Covenant and facing to worship the rising sun in the east. Now, the interesting thing is that the Temple of Masonry is supposed to be Solomon's temple, and yet it's 180 degrees off. And not only that, there's implicit or explicit sun worship that is done in the Masonic Lodge, because we are told when the worshipful master is sitting enthroned in the east, the ritual says, as the sun rises in the east to rule and govern the day, so rises the worshipful master in the east to rule and govern his lodge. Now think of that. That is absolutely contrary to what is done in the Bible in the temple of God. And the reason why God had his temple built that way is because all around Israel were pagan nations, amen? There were nations that worshiped various pagan gods, Chemosh and Baal and all these other gods. And all of those were what are called solar phallic gods. They were rooted in the sun and in the worship of the male organ. And so God wanted to have something radically different. He wanted his people to have to turn their backs on the sun to worship him. And really, that's what God asks of all of us. He asks all of us to turn our backs on the old paganism that we used to be part of, even if we were just regular old heathens, even if you weren't part of some weird cult like I was. So what happens is that God oriented his temple the other way. And that really smote me in my heart when I read that passage. Now, let's talk about how Masonry got started. Its origins are basically shrouded in the mists of time. Masons claim that their first Mason was in fact Nimrod. Now, if I was a Mason, I would not brag about the first Mason being Nimrod. But as that most people of us understand, he's the person that helped build the Tower of Babel, and it is from Nimrod that basically all false religion stems. Okay, then you'll notice after that we see the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris. And then we have King Solomon and the building of his temple, and there's a character in there that's going to be very important later called Hiram the widow's son. Then in Greece, we have...
Apologies. Actually, yeah, it's that for me too. Just a moment. Let me see what's going on with it.
have the rights of Eleusis. Now that...
Yes. Oh, certainly.
Talk about how Masonry got started. Its origins are basically shrouded in the mists of time. Masons claim that their first Mason was in fact Nimrod. Now, if I was a Mason, I would not brag about the first Mason being Nimrod. But as that most people of us understand, he's the person that helped build the Tower of Babel, and it is from Nimrod that basically all false religion stems. Okay, then you'll notice after that we see the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris. And then we have King Solomon and the building of his temple, and there's a character in there that's going to be very important later called Hiram the widow's son. Then in Greece, we have the rites of Eleusis. Now that was the mystery religion, the predominant mystery religion in the days of Greece. And what a mystery religion is unlike your church, okay? Your church, I'm sure anybody can walk in, right? It's not like they have to have a secret handshake to get into your church, do they? If they do, you better talk to me after, okay? Anyway, if, on the other hand, if you were in a mystery religion, that would only be open to initiates. The best known modern example of a mystery religion other than Masonry would be Temple Mormonism. Because while anybody can walk into a Mormon church, nobody can walk into the depths of a Mormon temple unless they have a special card called the Temple Recommend. Okay, so that was a mystery religion. It involved a mystery, and you had to go through secret initiatic rites and ordeals in order to be a part of the rites of Eleusis. Then beyond that, there was a group called the Dionysian Artificers. Now, artificer is just a fancy name for builders. And these folks were architects and masons who worshiped the god Dionysus, who is the Roman, or actually the Greek god of wine and orgies. Then we have the Kabbalah, which came around about the 5th century BC. It's Jewish mysticism. And then we have Gnosticism, which is Grecian mysticism. And all of these things all contributed to what today we have in modern day Masonry. Then during the medieval period, we have a different group that came along around the year 1000 called the Hashishim. And this was the world's first real modern day cult, relatively speaking, and secret society. And I talk at great length about the Hashishim in my other video. I don't have time really to go into it now. Suffice it to say that the name is both where we get the word hashish and also where we get the word for assassin. If you look carefully, you can see the word assassin in there. Then after that, along came the Knights Templar. Now, the Knights Templar were a Catholic order of knighthood. And they went over to the Holy Land, and of course the Hashishim were over there in the Middle East, and so they kind of swapped initiations and information and all that, and the Knights Templar brought them back to America. About the same time that same information got into the Stonemasons Guild. And that's why today, if you look at the great cathedrals of Europe, you will see that many of those cathedrals have pagan symbols on them, even though they were built by the Roman Catholic Church. And that's because the stonemasons who built those cathedrals were actually concealing Masonic mysteries and all those gargoyles and caryatids and demons and unicorns and everything you see all over those cathedrals. Then finally we have the Brothers of the Rosy Cross, also known today as the Rosicrucians. They were the inheritors of the secrets of the rites of the Templars. And what's interesting is the first recorded printed use of the word Mason in the history of the English language involves the Rosicrucians. It's from a poem called Muse's Threnody, which is written by a guy named Anderson. And this is the passage. It says, "For we be brethren of the Rosy Cross, and we have the Mason word and second sight." Okay, now, most of you probably know, but the word second sight refers to psychic ability, or ESP, or paranormal power. And the Mason word is the secret lost word of Masonry, which we'll talk a lot more about later. So right up front, we see the Masons from the very first are associated with occultism and with the Rosicrucians. And yes, by the way, I was a Rosicrucian. I got it to the 9th degree in the Rosicrucian order. Now let's go to the early modern period. This is what happened. A major watershed event occurred in European history that we call the Protestant Reformation, okay? And because of that Reformation and of the controversy over indulgences, cathedral building ground to a halt. And because of that, all of a sudden, all these stonemasons didn't have nearly as much work to do. It would be sort of like, say, if you had like a Boeing plant or a John Deere plant in your community, it would be shut down and everybody would be laid off, except this was all over Europe. Now, what were these guys going to do? Well, they got a big idea. Let's say we admit non-Masons to our guild as long as they're rich and charge them big bucks, to get into our fraternity. And so we had operative Masons who were genuine stonemasons, but they decided we're going to admit what they called speculative Masons, who were just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have an important event in Masonic history. On July 24th, 1717, oddly enough, was on the eve of the Great High Satanic Holiday. They had a meeting in the Apple Tree Tavern of London, England. My, isn't that spiritual? And in this tavern, all the lodges of England got together, and they just speculative Masons who were just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have an important event in Masonic history. On July 24th, 1717, oddly enough, was on the eve of the Great High Satanic Holiday. They had a meeting in the Apple Tree Tavern of London, England. My, isn't that spiritual?
1717 is the date that it goes back to. So it's about 300 years old. you ever want me to go back and visit,
Jeśli kiedykolwiek będziesz chciał, żebym wrócił lub przetłumaczył cokolwiek, daj mi znać. Wyjaśnię za sekundę.
1717 is the year we trace back to modern Freemasonry as the start. So modern Freemasonry is about a little more than 300 years old.
1717 to rok, w którym cofamy się do nowoczesnego wolnomularstwa jako początku. Tak więc nowoczesne wolnomularstwo ma nieco ponad 300 lat.
Let me go back and let me see.
Just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have an important event in Masonic history. On July 24th, Nick charged them. Work to do. It would be sort of like, say, if you had like a Boeing plant or a John Deere plant in your community, it would be shut down and everybody would be laid off, except this was all over Europe. Now, what were these guys going to do? Well, they got a big idea. Let's say we admit non-Masons to our guild as long as they're rich and charge them big bucks, to get into our fraternity. And so we had operative Masons who were genuine stonemasons, but they decided we're going to admit what they called speculative Masons, who were just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have.
So basically, the people who made the great cathedrals and basilicas of Europe were out of business around the year 1600, and they didn't have anything else to build.
Zasadniczo ludzie, którzy budowali wielkie katedry i bazyliki w Europie, bankrutowali około roku 1603. Nie mieli nic innego do zbudowania.
So they decided that they could keep their traditions while admitting people who were not Masons but who were wealthy. And over the course of about 100 years, modern Masonry was great.
Postanowili więc, że mogą zachować swoje tradycje, jednocześnie przyjmując do grona członków osoby nie będące masonami, ale zamożne, i tak w ciągu około 100 lat powstała nowoczesna masoneria.
Satan used, at least not recently in this lecture, but he does use it previously. Masonry at no point uses the term Satan in any of these rituals.
Nie słyszałem tego słowa. Szatan użył przynajmniej nie ostatnio w tym wykładzie, ale nie używa wcześniej masonerii w żadnym momencie. Używa terminu szatan i żadnego z rytuałów.
Now, people may interpret something like light bearer or creator in anything that they wish, but generally, in order to be a Mason, you just have to believe in a God or higher power of some sort, but it need not be Satan or anything like that.
Ludzie mogą interpretować coś takiego jak nosiciel światła lub stwórca, czy cokolwiek innego, jak chcą, ale generalnie, żeby zostać masonem, trzeba po prostu wierzyć w Boga lub jakąś wyższą siłę, ale nie musi to być szatan ani nic takiego.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Always, yeah. are being amazing. There are female versions of it which are available in Poland. It is known as the Eastern Rite, and I can send that information to you.
Jeśli chodzi o bycie masonem, to są żeńskie wersje tego, które są dostępne w Polsce. Jest to znane jako wschodnie, prawda? I mogę wysłać Ci również te informacje. Tylko na chwilę. Pozwól, że Ci to wyślę.
We have an important event in Masonic history.
Do you have any other questions?
Jeśli będziesz miał jeszcze jakieś pytania, daj mi znać, gdy będę to robił.
Okay. I'm here for you. You should know that I am an optimistic person in your life. I want to ensure that you have positivity in your life and that we are a light to all nations. So just know that your life is only going to get better from this day on.
Jestem tu dla Ciebie. Powinieneś wiedzieć, że chcę być optymistyczną osobą w Twoim życiu. Chcę się upewnić, że masz pozytywność w swoim życiu i że jesteśmy światłem dla wszystkich narodów. Więc po prostu wiedz, że Twoje życie będzie się tylko poprawiać od tego dnia. Dalej.
Absolutely. One moment. You should know I feel one of the most important things living in Africa maintaining positivity. And I learned that some difficult things in your life, especially recently, and just know that the future is very bright, and I will explain why.
Powinieneś to wiedzieć. Uważam, że jedną z najważniejszych rzeczy w życiu szczęśliwym jest utrzymanie pozytywnego nastawienia i wiem, że przeszedłeś przez trudne rzeczy w swoim życiu, szczególnie ostatnio, i wiedz, że przyszłość jest bardzo jasna i wyjaśnię dlaczego.
We talk about some things on the street that aren't normally discussed in society that you've already witnessed, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien explosion, Freemasonry. We talk about life extension technology, which I will talk about next. So just for a moment, I'll talk more about life extension technology.
Rozmawialiśmy o kilku rzeczach na streamie, o których normalnie nie dyskutuje się w społeczeństwie, których już byliście świadkami, jak antygrawitacja, antymateria szybciej niż światło podróże oficer ujawnienie masonerii. Rozmawialiśmy o technologii przedłużania życia, o której opowiem później. Więc tylko chwila i opowiem więcej o technologii przedłużania życia.
When you were born, you were probably going to live to be about age 80 or so. But with life extension technology, things like stem cells and human growth hormone and nootropics and cryonics and cryogenics and cold shock therapy, you may be able to extend your life past age 80, past age 100, even past age 120.
Kiedy się urodziłeś, prawdopodobnie miałeś żyć około 80 lat, ale dzięki technologiom przedłużającym życie, takim jak komórki macierzyste, ludzki hormon wzrostu, notropy, kryonika i kriogenika i terapii szokowej, możesz być w stanie wydłużyć swoje życie poza wiek, 80 poza wiek, 100 nawet przekroczyło.
Now, you may say, well, Rabbi, all of that's really expensive. And I would tell you, I know, but I have a plan. So let me just tell you about it.
Teraz możesz powiedzieć rabinowi, że to wszystko jest naprawdę drogie, a ja bym ci powiedział, wiem, ale mam plan. Więc pozwól, że ci o tym opowiem.
I have more data online than any person in global history. I have been online 24/7, 365 for more than 3.5 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than gold, food, water, air, petroleum. And I have more data online than any person. And that may make me a very influential person. And I will help you.
Mam więcej danych online niż jakakolwiek inna osoba w historii świata. Jestem online 24/7365 od ponad 3,5 roku. Dane są najważniejszym zasobem Ziemi, cenniejszym niż złoto czy jedzenie. Woda to ropa naftowa, a ja mam więcej danych online niż jakakolwiek inna osoba, co może uczynić mnie bardzo wpływową osobą w przyszłości, a ja ci pomogę.
Even with life extension technology, we may be able to get you past age 120, 150, maybe even 200. But eventually your body's going to break down. Mind uploading technology is where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. We know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And we can use that data for later download when needed as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be.
Technologia przesłania umysłu polega na skanowaniu do komputera na później. Pobierz wiemy, gdzie każdy atom znajduje się w swoim centralnym układzie nerwowym i obwodowym układzie nerwowym i możemy wykorzystać te dane na później. Pobierz, gdy jest to potrzebne jako android i awatary plan samego siebie. Jako cybernetyczna istota cyborg, robot i kłodki śniadaniowe.
When before people lived a life of whatever their life expectancy was, maybe it was age 50 many years ago or age 80 today, we won't have the same type of limitations in the future, particularly with mind uploading technology. Essentially, you will have a digital immortality if you want, which is very exciting.
Kiedy wcześniej ludzie żyli przez tyle, ile wynosiła ich oczekiwana długość życia, może to było 50 lat. Wiele lat temu lub mając 80 lat dzisiaj nie będziemy mieć takich samych ograniczeń w przyszłości. Szczególnie jeśli chodzi o technologię przesyłania myśli. Zasadniczo będziesz mieć cyfrową nieśmiertelność, jeśli zechcesz, co jest bardzo ekscytujące.
Well, I can tell you, I really mean this. I don't think you're going to die. And maybe no one has ever told you that before, but I really believe it. You have another 40 or 60 years for the technology to advance, and by the time you are a little old lady, the technology will be there so that we can mind upload you into anything that you want to be, if you want, or you can die like a normal person.
Więc mogę ci powiedzieć, naprawdę tak myślę. Nie sądzę, że umrzesz, może nikt ci tego wcześniej nie powiedział. Ale naprawdę wierzę, że masz jeszcze 40 lub 60 lat, aby technologia się rozwinęła. A kiedy będziesz staruszką, technologia będzie już dostępna, więc będziemy mogli cię wybrać do wszystkiego, czym chcesz być, jeśli tylko zechcesz.
We are already experimenting with brain computer interfaces, known as neurolinks, and this has already been successful. The next step is moving towards mind uploading technology, and when we do, people will be testing this, and once it is successful, it is a potential for you and for me and our friends and family, and we may never die, which is very exciting.
Eksperymentujemy już z interfejsem mózg-komputer, znanym jako Neuralink, i to już się powiodło. Następnym krokiem jest przejście w kierunku technologii przesyłania umysłu, a kiedy to zrobimy, ludzie będą to testować i kiedy to się powiedzie, to jest potencjał dla ciebie i dla mnie, dla naszych przyjaciół i rodziny i możemy nigdy nie umrzeć, co jest bardzo ekscytujące.
Additionally, there's another type of technology of which you should be aware, which is known as revivification technology. Basically, bringing people who have died back to life. And in the next 100 years, this may become a reality as well.
Ponadto istnieje inny rodzaj technologii, o którym powinieneś wiedzieć, który jest znany jako technologia rewitalizacji. Zasadniczo przywracanie do życia zmarłych ludzi, a w ciągu następnych 100 lat może to również stać się rzeczywistością.
We will be able to reproduce every aspect of a human, including their soul or their spirit. This can be done in numerous ways. Essentially, if we get their DNA, we can create a clone of them. And through photographs, we can be able to map their brain, where all of their memories are and their personality, and bring them back to essentially exactly as they were on the day they died.
Będziemy w stanie odtworzyć każdy aspekt człowieka, naszego ducha. Można to zrobić na wiele sposobów. Zasadniczo, jeśli zdobędziemy ich DNA, możemy stworzyć ich klon. A poprzez fotografię możemy być w stanie zmapować ich mózg, gdzie znajdują się wszystkie ich wspomnienia i ich osobowość i przywrócić ich zasadniczo dokładnie takimi, jakimi byli w dniu, w którym umarli.
This could be done in other ways as well. People don't know, but satellites have been taking pictures of the Earth for at least 80 years now. And thus, with advanced technology, you would be able to map their brains using that satellite footage, or just using home pictures or family photographs or home videos of them, and make them 99 point.
Można to zrobić również na inne sposoby. Ludzie nie wiedzą, ale satelity robią zdjęcia Ziemi od co najmniej 80 lat. Dzięki zaawansowanej technologii moglibyśmy mapować ich mózgi, korzystając z nagrań satelitarnych lub po prostu ze zdjęć domowych, rodzinnych, fotografii lub filmów wideo ludzi i sprawić, by...
Now, what about people 500 years ago when there weren't any satellites? That's where AI comes in. Artificial intelligence, specifically artificial general intelligence, and moving forward into artificial superintelligence, will be able to allow us to map perhaps every event that has ever happened on Earth in reverse. And when that is done, we would be able to know every single event that ever happened to a person. But there are other ways as well in other.
A co z ludźmi 500 lat temu, kiedy nie było żadnych satelitów? Wtedy właśnie wkracza AI. Sztuczna inteligencja ogólna i przechodząc do sztucznej inteligencji. Superinteligencja pozwoli nam odwzorować prawdopodobnie każde wydarzenie, które kiedykolwiek miało miejsce na Ziemi w odwrotnej kolejności. A kiedy to zostanie zrobione, będziemy w stanie poznać każde pojedyncze wydarzenie, które kiedykolwiek przydarzyło się człowiekowi, ale są.
There is another way to do it as well. Essentially, the speed of light has traditionally been the limitation of what physicists have thought as fast as anything can go. But we are learning that there are other particles, specifically some known as tachyons and other types of particles that move faster than the speed of light. And we'll talk about that in a second.
Istnieje inny sposób, aby to zrobić, a także zasadniczo prędkość światła tradycyjnie była ograniczeniem tego, co fizycy uważali za tak szybkie, jak wszystko może się wydarzyć. Ale dowiadujemy się, że istnieją inne cząstki, w szczególności niektóre znane jako tachyony i inne rodzaje cząstek, które poruszają się szybciej niż prędkość światła i porozmawiamy o tym za chwilę.
So currently, there's light that comes from the sun that bounces off the earth, traveling at the speed of light and into the universe. And we have previously thought that that is as fast as anything can go. However, especially with the idea of bending the space-time field, we may be able to move faster than the speed of light. And I'll talk about that in a second.
Pokaż obecnie jest światło, które pochodzi ze Słońca, które odbija się od Ziemi, podróżując z prędkością światła i do wszechświata i wcześniej myśleliśmy, że jest to tak szybko, jak cokolwiek może się poruszać, jednak szczególnie z ideą zginania czasoprzestrzeni kwit. Możemy być w stanie poruszać się szybciej niż prędkość światła i opowiem o tym na sekundę.
This is just an example, but imagine we were able to travel faster than the speed of light and move very far into the universe and create a very big mirror so that once everything that was reflected off of Earth going at the speed of light got far enough in the universe, we could reflect all of that information backwardly and see exactly what was happening.
To tylko przykład, ale wyobraź sobie, że moglibyśmy podróżować szybciej niż prędkość światła i przemieścić się bardzo daleko we wszechświecie i stworzyć bardzo duże lustro. Tak więc to wszystko, co zostało odbite od Ziemi, poruszając się z prędkością światła. Dotarliśmy wystarczająco daleko we wszechświecie. Moglibyśmy odbić wszystkie te informacje wstecz i zobaczyć dokładnie, co się dzieje.
So essentially, if we could travel faster than the speed of light, we could watch light coming at us, and we would be able to perhaps watch all of Earth throughout its evolution from the beginnings until the present day, and then zoom in on people and directly know exactly what particles made them up and reproduce their body and their soul.
Więc zasadniczo, gdybyśmy mogli podróżować szybciej niż prędkość światła, moglibyśmy obserwować światło docierające do nas i moglibyśmy prawdopodobnie obserwować całą ewolucję Ziemi od początku do dnia dzisiejszego, a następnie przyjrzeć się ludziom i bezpośrednio dowiedzieć się, z jakich cząsteczek się składają i odtworzyć ich.
There are other ways as well.
Istnieją również inne sposoby.
Go ahead. Sure. That's okay. That's okay. It happens. Well, just know you're safe now, and all of that is in the past. And you will be able to in the future if you want to have a type of technology known as memory erasure, where you can get rid of all those bad thoughts and never have them again. But until then, just know we will help you to be able to deal with it in the present day. You seem like a very smart person, and nothing seems to be wrong with you.
Wiedz, że teraz jesteś bezpieczny, a wszystko to jest przeszłością i będziesz mógł to zrobić w przyszłości. Jeśli chcesz mieć rodzaj technologii znanej jako wymazywanie pamięci, gdzie możesz pozbyć się wszystkich tych złych myśli i nigdy więcej ich nie mieć, ale do tego czasu wiedz, że pomożemy ci sobie z
Please tell me the quote that is something like this. During extreme lies, the truth is seen as bad. In times of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. This is from George Orwell's 1984 book.
W czasach powszechnego oszustwa mówienie prawdy jest aktem rewolucyjnym. To jest z książki George'a Orwella 1984.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very important book.
Tak, zdecydowanie. To bardzo ważna książka.
If you've ever heard terms like Big Brother or pre-crime or truth speak, these are all terms that came from this book. It was written in 1948, published in 1949, and is about the future of humanity. So if you've ever heard the term Big Brother, it's from this book.
Jeśli kiedykolwiek słyszałeś terminy takie jak Wielki Brat, Krajków, Speak, to są wszystkie terminy, które pochodzą z tej książki. Została napisana w 1948 roku, wydana w 1949 roku i dotyczy przyszłości ludzkości. Więc jeśli kiedykolwiek słyszałeś termin Wielki Brat, to właśnie z tej książki.
Now, you should know there's a much lesser known book known as 1985 by a man named Anthony Sutton. And I recommend you read that afterward because it is different than 1984. It is positive. 1984 is very dystopian. 1985 is more positive.
Teraz powinniście wiedzieć, że istnieje o wiele mniej znana książka znana jako 1985, napisana przez człowieka o nazwisku Antony Sutton i polecam wam ją przeczytać później, ponieważ różni się od 1984 roku. I jest pozytywna, 1984 jest bardzo dystopijna, 1985 jest bardziej pozytywna.
1984, the book is where we get the idea of Big Brother and cameras watching you all the time and a very strong corporate world that only cares about profits and not against people, not about people. And you should know that there are alternatives to this. And with the right knowledge, you will find them. And I will teach you everything I know.
1984 książka, w której pojawia się pomysł Wielkiego Brata i kamer, które cały czas cię obserwują oraz bardzo silnego świata korporacyjnego, który dba tylko o zyski, a nie o ludzi lub nie o ludzi. I powinieneś wiedzieć, że istnieją alternatywy, dlatego i z odpowiednią wiedzą znajdziesz je, a ja nauczę.
I'm going to send you a link right now. You can see my life from many different angles, and you can see that it's archived 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm always here if you need me, and you can watch my life like a timeline, like a time capsule, going back to the pandemic.
Zaraz wyślę ci link. Możesz zobaczyć moje życie z wielu różnych perspektyw i możesz zobaczyć, że jest ono archiwizowane 24 godziny na dobę, 7 dni w tygodniu, 365 dni w roku. Zawsze jestem tutaj, jeśli mnie potrzebujesz, a ty możesz oglądać moje życie jak oś czasu, jak kapsułę czasu, wracając do pandemii. Chwileczkę.
check the link that I just sent you, you will see on how many different cameras and devices I am on. And the world, when they find out about this, will realize that this is a time capsule for society. It is essentially a timeline of all human events for many years, going back 3.5 years, more data than anybody else has. And it's very exciting when the world finds out about it.
Sprawdź link, który Ci właśnie wysłałem. Zobaczysz, na ilu różnych kamerach i urządzeniach jestem, a ślad, kiedy się o tym dowie, da sobie sprawę, że to kapsuła czasu dla społeczeństwa. To w zasadzie oś czasu wszystkich ludzkich wydarzeń z wielu lat wstecz, 3,5 roku, 2 razy więcej danych niż ktokolwiek inny i będę bardzo podekscytowany, kiedy świat się o tym dowie.
Excellent. I don't want more. And so more than 3.5 years ago, I devoted my life 24 hours a day to streaming, and I know the value of data. I am a certified project management professional. I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I know a lot about technology. And I've done what I can to set up humanity to be able to study itself from now and into the future, which is quite exciting.
Nie chcę wojny. I tak ponad 3,5 roku temu poświęciłem swoje życie 24 godziny na dobę na streaming. I znam wartość danych. Jestem certyfikowanym specjalistą do spraw zarządzania projektami. Wprowadziłem aplikację w App Store i Google Play, wiem wiele o technologii i zrobiłem, co mogłem, aby przygotować ludzkość do studiowania samej siebie. Od teraz i w przyszłości, która jest.
Essentially, it will just take a little bit more time. Everyone in the world will be able to learn from this, and we will see that we are not that different as humans, and hopefully be able to have diplomatic relations amongst foreign peoples so that we can have a common ground. And with translators like we're using, we can communicate even now better than we could previously.
Zasadniczo zajmie to tylko trochę więcej czasu. Każdy na świecie będzie mógł się z tego nauczyć i zobaczymy, że nie różnimy się aż tak bardzo jako ludzie i miejmy nadzieję, że będziemy mogli utrzymywać stosunki dyplomatyczne między walczącymi narodami, abyśmy mogli mieć wspólny grunt i z tłumaczami, których używamy. Teraz możemy się komunikować lepiej niż wcześniej.
Any other questions right now?
Czy masz teraz jeszcze jakieś pytania? zapanuje pokój, możemy zacząć skupiać się na tym, co jest naprawdę ważne, jak turystyka kosmiczna i ewakuowanie innych planet, takich jak Mars, a ostatecznie dostanie się do przestrzeni międzygwiezdnej, a następnie międzygalaktycznej i nigdy nie będziemy mogli skupić się na tych rzeczach, jeśli na Ziemi będzie wojna. Więc musimy przekonać ludzi, żeby nie mieli więcej wojny. Wiem, że łatwiej powiedzieć niż zrobić.
Sometimes this thing gets cut off and doesn't translate correctly, but I think you understand.
Czasami ten fragment zostaje ucięty lub nie da się go poprawnie przetłumaczyć, ale myślę, że rozumiesz, co mam na myśli.
Absolutely. So what you're referencing is likely dancing in a weightless environment, and that can be done permanently. It can be done using a type of plane known as a nickname known as atomic rocket, which can allow for no gravity, but also low Earth orbit can do that. I will make sure to find the power that you get that dream.
Więc to, do czego nawiązujesz, prawdopodobnie tańczy. W środowisku nieważności, na to można obecnie zrobić, można to zrobić przy użyciu typu samolotu znanego jako pseudonim znany jako rakieta wymiotna, która może to umożliwić. Brak grawitacji, ale Ziemia orbita również może to zrobić i upewnij się, czy mam moc, że to zrobisz.
You're gonna dance in space. I have, like, I don't know, another 40 or so years here before I need life extension technology or perhaps mind uploading technology, and you have even more time than that. So I imagine I'll go viral before then, and then you'll pay to have you be able to live out your dream.
Będziesz tańczyć w kosmosie, nie wiem. Kolejne 40 albo coś koło tego lat tutaj przed. Potrzebuję technologii przedłużania życia, przygotowania technologii przesłania, a ty masz jeszcze więcej czasu. Więc wyobrażam sobie, że stanę się wirusowym przestępstwem, a potem zapłacimy, żebyś mógł zrealizować swoje marzenie.
I have a question for you. What kind of dancing do you want to do in space? Do you want to swing dance? Do you want to waltz? Do you want to tango? Do you want to samba? What kind of dancing do you want to do in space?
Mam do ciebie pytanie. Jaki rodzaj tańca chcesz uprawiać w kosmosie? Chcesz tańczyć swing? Chcesz walca? Chcesz tango? Chcesz śpiewać migowę? Jaki rodzaj tańca chcesz uprawiać w kosmosie? wiedzieć, że to stanie się rzeczywistością z czasem. Nie będzie to już tylko marzeniem, ale teraz mamy. To cel. Różnica między marzeniem a celem to plan, a my mamy plan, który jest bardzo ekscytujący.
Well, keep that coming. We have another question.
Świetnie. No cóż, wiem, że jestem tutaj, aby odpowiedzieć na wszelkie twoje pytania. Więc nie przestawaj. Masz jeszcze jakieś pytania?
You are, I think, on the right track. Meditation is very important. I also think some other things are important, like flexibility and stretching and positive mindset and sunshine and proper vitamins and nutrients. And I think a very important thing though with all of this is flexibility. So
Cóż, myślę, że jesteś na dobrej drodze. Medytacja jest bardzo ważna. Myślę też, że inne rzeczy są ważne, takie jak elastyczność, rozciąganie, pozytywne nastawienie, słońce, odpowiednie witaminy i składniki odżywcze. I myślę, że bardzo ważną rzeczą przy tym wszystkim jest elastyczność. Pokażę ci.
well, I'm not, but I'm talking to someone close. I would. Okay, yeah, you're probably more flexible than I am, so you know that flexibility allows for more range of motion, which allows you to do more things as a person. And so I think maintaining flexibility as a person, both internally and externally, is very important.
Tak, prawdopodobnie jesteś bardziej elastyczny niż ja. Więc wiesz, że elastyczność pozwala na większe perspektywy, co pozwala ci robić więcej rzeczy jako osobie. Więc myślę, że utrzymanie elastyczności jako osoby, zarówno wewnętrznej, jak i zewnętrznej, jest bardzo ważne.
One way I like to stay as flexible as I can is a process known as active isolated stretching. Many times you just use a rope and you focus on a certain area of your body, just let it stretch as much as you can.
Jednym ze sposobów, w jaki lubię zachować jak największą elastyczność, jest proces znany jako aktywne izolowane rozciąganie. Często po prostu używasz liny i skupiasz się na określonej części ciała, pozwalając jej rozciągnąć się tak bardzo, jak tylko możesz.
Like this.
Tak,
And you just stretch. And with enough time, and you just stretch, and with enough time, you become very flexible, and it releases serotonin in your mind, and it releases other types of hormones that may perhaps be beneficial to you. And maintaining flexibility internally and externally allows for oxytocin to be released in your brain and serotonin and all kinds of good things that will help you.
i po prostu się rozciągasz, a z czasem stajesz się bardzo elastyczny, co uwalnia serotoninę w mózgu i inne rodzaje hormonów, które mogą być dla ciebie korzystne, a utrzymanie elastyczności wewnętrznej i zewnętrznej pozwala na uwolnienie oksytocyny w mózgu, serotoniny i innych dobrych rzeczy, które...
Now, you said something about there are external things gut instinct.
Teraz powiedziałbyś coś o ich wewnętrznych rzeczach, które cię niepokoją. I rozumiem, że jeśli tak się stanie, ważne jest, aby zrozumieć, że masz wewnętrzny monolog, który jest twoim wewnętrznym głosem i jest jedyną osobą, głosem, którego słuchasz. To twój instynkt, twoja intuicja.
Do you have any other questions?
Masz jeszcze jakieś pytania? Masz jeszcze jakieś?
Both. I'll explain. Advice is usually longer forms of tips. Tips are usually short, and advice is usually sometimes with a tip.
Porady są zazwyczaj dłuższe. Formy kroków dla zwierząt domowych są zazwyczaj krótkie, a porady są zazwyczaj czasami jednak ambitne.
Yeah. Yeah. Advice. Yeah. Your subconscious. Yes, absolutely. Yes. And you should know you are excellent at communication, and your English is very good. So you should continue to have confidence in yourself. Whenever you have questions, just ask.
Tak, i powinieneś wiedzieć, że jesteś świetny w komunikacji i twój angielski jest bardzo dobry, więc powinieneś nadal mieć pewność siebie. I kiedykolwiek będziesz miał pytania, po prostu zapytaj. Czy ty?
Excellent. Just one more.
Przepraszam, mój współlokator zatrzymywał mnie na sekundę.
So you have an internal monologue and it seems healthy. Have you ever thought that maybe you were misdiagnosed?
Więc masz wewnętrzny monolog i wydaje się zdrowy. Czy kiedykolwiek myślałeś, że może zostałeś źle zdiagnozowany?
Exactly. Yes. Americans. Americans. Yes, it's insane. That's why I'm skeptical of this. It seems very normal. And if you continue to just live your life with normal life, perhaps the doctors were wrong.
Tak, to jest biznes w Ameryce, dlatego jestem sceptyczny co do tych rzeczy. Wydajesz się bardzo normalny, a jeśli po prostu będziesz żył swoim życiem w normalny sposób, być może lekarze się mylili.
I see a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds. They're very smart, very educated. Frankly, you seem like a very normal person. And there's the chance that you could have been misdiagnosed and I think that might happen.
Ty wydawałeś się bardzo normalny. Widzę wielu różnych ludzi z wielu różnych krajów. Jesteś bardzo mądry, jesteś bardzo wykształcony. Szczerze mówiąc, wydajesz się bardzo normalną osobą i istnieje szansa, że mogłeś zostać źle zdiagnozowany i myślę, że tak mogło się stać.
So live your life without that placebo. Live your life without the medications. Eat well, drink water, get sunshine, and do your best to live a happy life without medication.
Więc żyj swoim życiem bez tego. Dlatego żyj swoim życiem bez leków. Jedz dobrze, pij wodę, wychodź na słońce i rób co możesz, by żyć szczęśliwym życiem bez leków, jeśli możesz.
And take vitamin D supplements. Vitamin D is very important, and that's what we get from sunshine. So if you don't have sunshine, find vitamin D supplements.
Można przyjmować witaminę D, suplementy. Witamina D jest bardzo ważna i to właśnie otrzymujemy z sunshine. Więc jeśli nie masz słońca, znajdź suplementy witaminy D.
Just regular vitamin. I can I'm going to teach you something in just a minute. Let me see if it works. Just a minute.
Tylko zwykła witamina D. Mogę cię czegoś nauczyć i tylko minuta. Zobaczę, czy to zadziała. Tylko chwila.
Do you use AI or ChatGPT?
Czy używasz AI czy czat GPT?
ChatGPT. Do you use AI ever?
Porozmawiaj z GPT-2. Czy kiedykolwiek używałeś AI?
In 500 words, imagine that I was living in a cupboard and did not get a lot of sunlight. How could I get the necessary vitamins like vitamin D in 400 words or less? Give it to me in bullet points. And whatever else I need. Maybe it's vitamin D, maybe it's serotonin. Give me those list. It's vitamin D3, which is available in supplements, but just one moment, I'll translate it for you.
Dodaj witaminę D3, która jest dostępna w suplementach, ale zaczekaj chwilę, przetłumaczę ci to.
One hundred to 200 international units per day.
Od 100 do 200 jednostek międzynarodowych dziennie.
I misspoke. 1,000 to 2,000. I misspoke. 1,000 to 2,000.
Ładnie mówię od 1000 roku do 2000 roku. Ładnie mówię od 1000 roku do 2000 roku.
Just one moment. This should explain to us.
Jedna chwila powinna wszystko wyjaśnić.
Yes. It's known as light therapy in the United States, and I will tell you more about it in a second.
W Stanach Zjednoczonych jest to znane jako terapia światłem. Opowiem Ci o tym więcej za chwilę.
Please tell me about light therapy and its availability in Poland in 300 characters or less. Don't overly format. It is like they have tanning beds that look like light therapy, and you can even buy things like on Amazon for light therapy. It just helps with seasonal affective disorder. Basically, generally people who have issues with there not being as much daylight in the winter as in the summer.
To jest jak. Mają łóżka opalające, które wyglądają jak światło. Terapia nie możesz nawet kupić rzeczy takie jak na Amazonie do terapii światłem, ale to pomaga w przypadku sezonowego zaburzenia afektywnego. Generalnie ludziom, którzy mają problemy z tym, że nie mają tyle światła dziennego zimą, co latem.
Just for a moment, let's take a look on Amazon and see how expensive some small ones are.
Zatrzymajmy się na chwilę i sprawdźmy, jak drogie są niektóre małe egzemplarze na Amazonie.
Hey, what's going on? How are you? Tomorrow, and we'll talk more about that.
Wróć jutro, to porozmawiamy o tym więcej.
It was a pleasure to meet you. You take care.
Miło było Cię poznać. Dbaj o siebie.
Bye. Bye-bye. How you doing? aliens and masonry, light therapy. How are you guys? Alright, well then you seem to be not that well informed. How many hours of your entire life is there are dogs? There are. They even had a briefing on it in the Congress last month. I don't watch movies. I look at press briefings. I look at radar. I look. I'm talking about the United States government talking to the White House about it all over the weekend. Here's a press briefing on it. Just one moment. This happened today. Cool. Why do you need to storm Area 51? I know what's going on here. Lots of things. And we're watching Bob Lazard talks about it. Here's one moment. No, he's a government official. No, but he talks about talking to Joe Biden. Dog, if you're not going to shut the fuck up, this isn't going to go. Hey, dude, shut the fuck up until this is done. Dog, if you're not going to shut up, then I'm not going to teach. I'm not going to listen. I'll just do my own thing.
And for example, one of the things that is kind of funky is they'll give an answer. And you say to it, is that answer correct? And it'll say, no. And why does that happen?
Fascinating, right?
Why can it do that? Well, the answer is because it is going one word at a time sort of forwards. And it didn't, it came along with some sort of chain of thought in a sense, and it came up with completely the wrong answer. Mm-hmm. But as soon as you feed it the whole thing that it came up with, it immediately knows that isn't right. It immediately can recognize that was a bad syllogism or something, and can see what happened, even though as it was being led down this garden path, so to speak, it came to the wrong place.
But it's fascinating that this kind of procedure converges to something that forms a pretty good compressed representation of
Boom, boom, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there's.
He's going to talk about it. He's going to talk about his experience. Guys, I'm going to tell you what, I'm a very serious person, but I don't have time for bullshit. Okay, you either listen to this or you go do something else. I didn't tell you to come in here. If you want to learn everything about aliens, though, this is the place to do it.
There's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51, and UFOs
And flag saucers.
and flag saucers.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and flag saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, you went, huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked in Los Alamos.
Right.
National Lab.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. That, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200 mile an hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car. You could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I moved out to Las Vegas and had left Los Alamos and went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter, but what do you get?
Well, I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time, out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said, it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off. And, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because the Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't say anything about
classified.
Area 51.
Okay, so
They just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, and that whole area. There's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept a job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day. Really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper, and I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights, just passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51, and it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day, from security clearances to it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize? At what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. Had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab, and Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner, so he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this was really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think it didn't exist? Technologically.
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity like that. You can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands in, just like two light poles of the magnet. So that was
So like when you take two magnets and try to press them together. And
Yeah, you
push
have
them
that.
against each other.
yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
And you felt that physically
with
in
my
your
hand, yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
Then
this.
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that everything that I read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft, and specifically it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on in the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their their existence. So everything from metallurgy to weapon potential and craft. These were all essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion, and it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to say if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into it, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to look at.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again. Load meaning you can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it. When I left the project.
So there was no progress made.
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
So yet he let you touch it?
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now,
Jesus.
they had more than one there. It was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's scientific process to cut, analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete the task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you actually absolutely be certain it's not from here. Your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, and now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of taking a small portable nuclear reactor and putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, so they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation that's in it. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on it will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. It's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs, just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and like, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave.
This could have been there for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're giving you instructions, what are they saying? Like when they're giving you direction, showing you all this stuff, like what are they saying? What specifically? What are they asking you?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
but they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials that were, turned on, and what was discovered. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the podcast. You told everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I?
We were talking about
right, so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I got home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star. Two stars that orbit one another, and it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation, like you were talking about before.
Yeah.
If you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and this bizarre guy said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew that it was.
When you read Zeta Reticuli, you were like, "What in the fuck is this?"
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was, "What in the fuck is this?"
You're like, "Why did I sign up for this?"
To me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. This is awesome.
How old are you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so probably totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I mean, I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything, and
so you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it.
Well, was
that later or before?
That was before.
So before. So you see the thing before, and you say, "Oh, this is American."
Wait, what's that before?
It's hard. So many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit.
Do you remember the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay. And,
you think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
You just realized.
Now I don't. I mean, because when I read it, I hadn't verified anything. This was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember and crazy information. But like I said, I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about. It took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't touch it.
Right.
What is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity. Most people's gravity is bringing something towards them.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
And did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off and a wagon train to use, and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it, poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
And what progress was made?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators and linear particle accelerators are just a long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on the periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table, the charts?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they?
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. So it lasted 220 milliseconds for the atoms. It's nothing, right? And later it was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it, and they gave it a place then on the periodic chart after that, called it Muscovy.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well, we kind of,
1982.
What year was this?
it was 88 and 89 when I was there.
Oh.
82 is when
82 was when you were
in
in Los Alamos. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. The losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think through this. Just give me a minute.
I'll just give you more
I just
clues.
want to say one. Yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. About for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob. Getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do, was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Jim. You and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him. Yeah. The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said. But over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them. Right?
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of two different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. And cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable, it's not radioactive. But there's also 2 other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive, it's another stable isotope of hydrogen, but tritium is radioactive. Now they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version. But it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another acquired the stable version. Did they say that the stable version would come with this crap?
Yeah, it absolutely came with it. Yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Um, Again, I forgot what.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? What are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than you.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half.
So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made for something small, but there was no, like, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panel. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
And you could
Yeah,
see
it just
through
became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about it?
No, there's no
There's no asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent and you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, now that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. And
Yeah,
it's
even
smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch, so I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion, and ideally you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrive at this bottleneck that they need to get this man with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot? Was there a pilot seat?
There were 3 seats. They sat around. The reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats.
So
that's all. There was a large. They're not consoles. They're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's no lights.
And
no
they look the same color, the same
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's just
color.
a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is the roughly the size of this thing?
I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, the guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. So I think that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now, you said there's 9 of them. You got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How are they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I call it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size?
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there were several teams that were working on the propulsion systems? So there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. The goal is to try to figure out how this reactor, you would imagine they would give you more time with just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had, that isn't weird. I mean, up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, yeah, I think he pretty much acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh, I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did.
Right.
And I think I took so much flack and so much shit for what went on. I think actually I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of doing or saying anything.
Language on the internet.
Yeah.
That's quite.
But
I'm not sure what to make of it.
Well, look, I think, there are many things we don't understand. Okay, so, for example, 175 billion weights, it's maybe about 1 trillion bytes of information, which is very comparable to the training set that was used. Why that? Why it sort of stands to some kind of reason that the number of weights in the neural net. I can't really argue that. I can't really give you a good, in a sense, the very fact that, insofar as there are definite rules of what's going on, you might expect that eventually we'll have a much smaller neural net that will successfully capture what's happening. I don't think the best way to do it is probably a neural net. I think a neural net is what you do when you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And it's a very good thing to do if you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And for the last 2,000 years, we haven't found any other way to structure it. This is a pretty good way to start. But that doesn't mean you can't find
sort of, in a sense, more symbolic rules for what's going on, that, you know, much of which will then be, you can kind of get rid of much of the structure of the neural net and replace it by things which are sort of pure steps of computation, so to speak, sort of with neural net stuff around the edges, and that becomes just a, you know, just a much simpler way to do it.
So the neural net, you hope, will reveal to us good symbolic rules that make the need of the neural net less and less and less.
Right. And there will still be some stuff that's kind of fuzzy, just like, you know, there are things that, it's like this question, what can we formalize? What can we turn into computational language? What is just sort of, oh, it happens that way just because brains are set up that way?
What do you think are the limitations of large language models, just to make it explicit?
Well, I mean, I think that deep computation is not what large language models do. And that's just, it's a different kind of thing. You know, the outer loop of a large language model, if you're trying to do many steps in a computation, the only way you get to do that right now is by spooling out, you know, all of the whole chain of thought as a bunch of words, basically. And, you know, you can make a Turing machine like that if you want to, like, just doing that construction. You know, in principle, you can make an arbitrary computation by just spooling out the words. But it's a bizarre and inefficient way to do it. But it's something where I think that's, you know, sort of the deep computation is, it's really what the humans can do quickly. Large language models will probably be able to do that. Anything that you can do kind of off the top of your head type thing is really, you know, is good for large language models. And the things you do off the top of your head, you may not get them always right, but, you know, it's thinking it through the same way we do.
But I wonder if there's an automated way to do something that humans do well, much faster, to where it like loops up, generate arbitrary large code bases of Wolfram language, for example.
Well, the question is, what do you want the code base to
do? Escape control and take over the world.
Okay. So, you know, the thing is, when people say, you know, we want to build this giant thing, like a giant piece of computational language, in a sense, it's sort of a failure of computational language if the thing you have to build, in other words, if we have a description, if you have a small description, that's the thing that you represent in computational language, and then the computer can compute from that. Yes. So, in a sense, you know, as soon as you're giving a description, that, you know, if you have to somehow make that description something, you know, definite, something formal, and to say, okay, I'm going to give this piece of natural language, and then it's going to splurt out this giant formal structure. That, in a sense, that doesn't really make sense, because except insofar as that piece of natural language kind of plugs into what we socially know, so to speak, that plugs into kind of our corpus of knowledge, then that's a way we capture a piece of that corpus of knowledge, but hopefully we will have done that in computational language. How do you make it do something that's big? Well, you have to have a way to describe what you want.
I can make it more explicit. So how about, I just talking in my head, iterate through all the members of Congress and figure out how to convince them that they have to let me, the system, become president, pass all the laws that allows AI systems to control and be the president. I don't know. So that's a very explicit, like, figure out the individual life story of each congressman, each senator, anybody, I don't know what's required to really kind of pass legislation, and figure out how to control them, manipulate them, get all the information. What would be the biggest fear of this congressman? And in such a way that you can take action on it in the digital space. So maybe threaten the destruction reputation or something like this.
Right. If I can describe what I want, you know, to what extent can a large language model automate that?
With the help of concretization of something like Wolfram language, that makes it more grounded.
It can go rather a long way.
I'm also surprised how quickly I was able to get it.
Yeah, right. Oh, look at that. That's it. Yeah.
You know, I swear I did not think about this before. It's funny how quickly, which is a very concerning thing, because that probably, this idea will probably do quite a bit of damage. There might be a very large number of other such ideas.
Well, I'll give you a much more benign version of that. You're going to make an AI teaching system. And, that's a benign version of what you're saying. Is, I want this person to understand this. You're essentially doing machine learning where the loss function, the thing you're trying to get to is get the human to understand this point. And when you do a test on the human, that they correctly understand how this or that works. And I'm confident that sort of the large language model type technology combined with computational language is going to be able to do pretty well at teaching us humans things. And it's going to be an interesting phenomenon because sort of individualized teaching is a thing that has been kind of a goal for a long time. I think we're going to get that. And I think more that it has many prospects for like just if you know me, I think if you the AI know me, tell me I'm about to do this thing. What are the three things I need to know? Given what I already know, or let's say I'm looking at some paper or something. Right? It's like there's a version of the summary of that paper that is optimized for me, so to speak, and where it really is, and I think that's really going to work.
You can understand the major gaps in your knowledge.
Yeah.
That it fills, it actually gives you deeper understanding of the topic. Yeah.
Right. And that's that's an important thing because it really changes. Actually, I think when you think about education, so it really changes kind of what's worth doing, what's not worth doing, and so on. It makes I know in my life I've learned lots of different fields, and so I don't know. Every time I use think this is one that's going to I'm not going to be able to learn. It turns out sort of the sort of meta methods for learning these things, and I think this idea that it becomes easier to it becomes easier to be fed knowledge, so to speak, and it becomes if you need to know this particular thing, you can get taught it in an efficient way. Is something I think is sort of an interesting feature, and I think it makes the things like the value of big towers of specialized knowledge become less significant compared to the kind of meta knowledge of sort of understanding kind of the big picture and being able to connect things together. I think that there's been this huge trend of let's be more and more specialized because we have to we have to sort of ascend these towers of knowledge. But by the time you can get more automation, being able to get to that place on the tower without having to go through all those steps, I think it sort of changes that picture.
Interesting. So your intuition is that in terms of the collective intelligence of the species and the individual minds that make up that collective, there would be more trend towards being generalists and being kind of philosophers.
That's what I think. I think that's where the humans are going to be useful. I think that a lot of these kind of the drilling, the mechanical working out of things is much more automated. It's much more AI territory, so to speak.
No more PhDs.
Well, it's interesting. Yes, I mean, the kind of the specialization, this kind of tower of specialization, which has been a feature of we've accumulated lots of knowledge in our species, and in a sense, every time we have a kind of automation or building of tools, it becomes less necessary to know that whole tower. And it becomes something that you can just use a tool to get to the top of that tower. I think that the thing that is ultimately when we think about what do the AIs do versus what the humans do? It's like AIs, you tell them, you say, go achieve this particular objective. Okay, they can maybe figure out a way to achieve that objective. You say, what objective would you like to achieve? The AI has no intrinsic idea of that. It's not a defined thing. That's a thing which has to come from some other entity, and insofar as we are in charge, so to speak, whatever it is, and our kind of web of society and history and so on, is the thing that is defining what objective we want to go to. That's that's the thing that we humans are
necessarily involved, but it would push back a little bit. Don't you think that GPT, future versions of GPT, would be able to give a good answer to what objective would you like to achieve?
On what basis? I mean, if they say, look, here's the terrible thing about that, they're taking the average of the internet and they're saying, from the average of the internet, what's the answer?
But that's the Elon Musk adage of the most entertaining outcome is the most likely.
Okay.
So that could be
Yeah.
that could be one objective, is maximize global entertainment.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Conan and Who's ready for the best fucking night of their life? It's a bright red band, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna hand for the best damn band in the land, live in the flesh. Raul Alejo, Carlos Sosa, Fernando Castillo, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John B's on the keys, and this is Deep Madness live in the flesh, right here, right now. Very exciting stuff planned for tonight. How do we feel? You guys happy? Before we get into it, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Come on, are you guys with us? Are you guys ready for the best damn show? Brought to you by Game Time. This is Kill Tony. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings. One of the greatest guests in the history of the show. The other guy, it is his first time on panel. This is a perfect chemistry match as I bring to you a couple of my favorite comedians, a couple of my favorite dogs. Make some fucking noise for the great Matt McCusker and LaMare. Oh, yeah, baby.
view of Lemaire. He's already sweating fucking bullets. Look at this guy. Holy shit. Oh my god, there it goes. Whoa! Oh my goodness. Hoodie off. The forehead is soaked. Lemaire, welcome to the Kill Tony universe.
Well, thank you for having me, Tony. I came here to black out and hear jokes.
I love it. I love it. Let's do it all together. Matt McCusker.
That was such a nice nerd fest.
Matt McCusker's on tour, mattmccusker.com. Of course, he is one half of Matt and Shane's Secret Pod, but very may well be the greatest podcast. Not shot. Lemaire has the Panties in the Mouth pod. I have only heard of this tonight while asking him if he has a podcast. It is the Panties in the Mouth pod. Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir. We're perverts.
Well, LemaireLee.fun is his website. For those of you looking for the cheapest URL in the history of websites, Lemaire, Lemaire, Lee, and when it couldn't get any cheaper, .fun. LemaireLee.com, blatantly available for only what I would guess is $29 more. But he went with .fun and got some extra chicken nuggets that day, is my guess. Well, any kind of nuggets. I don't know why I had to make them chicken. Anyway, Matt McCusker and Lemaire, 248 human beings signed up to be on this show. They are wrangled in a bar across the street right now. Absolutely. Oh, why went up my sleep? Look at that. Here, guy with the American flag. I get the first name. Very exciting. Anything can happen. The first name has been picked, and we're going to go wrangle that person. While that happens, just so if you guys don't know, if someone brought their brain-dead girlfriend that doesn't know anything about comedy here tonight or something, they get 60 seconds on stage, you know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up there, or else they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which interrupts them abruptly. I interview them. We all meet them all together. Maybe give them some advice. Maybe just find out more about their lives, what makes them interesting. Goes from a podcast or a stand-up set to a podcast in 60 seconds. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Your first comedian tonight, a golden ticket winner on this show. We don't get to see him that often. He's a growing young boy. He is a wild, growing young boy. Suffered brain damage while in the military. We love him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from True Nickens.
One of my brother's nicknames was Mr. Brittany Griner Jr. His name was Jesse. He was an all-state athlete, but he was wild. He was a combination of Antonio Brown and Kanye West with a sprinkle of Seth Curry. Yeah, he didn't identify as male or female for a week. He thought he was Crash Bandicoot, the video game character. My man escaped 3 mental hospitals on pure athletic ability. I thought he was Mexican the way he was hopping fences. He reminded me of an outside cat because he would disappear for 4 days. We wouldn't hear a peep from him, but then he'd come back like nothing happened, and then he'd be real hungry. He'd go from Crash Bandicoot to Garfield really quickly. One time he came back, he had a bunch of cardboard, and he proceeded to dance to the Step Up soundtrack for 2 hours. My parents were so worried. They were like, where you been? He's like, don't worry about where I've been. I'm safe now. Do we have pizza rolls? All right, thank y'all so much.
All right, Drew Nickens. Brain damage is bumping here tonight. A lot of keywords, a lot of references there. Brittany Griner Jr., Jesse, Steph Curry, Crash Bandicoot, Mexican, Garfield. You hit a lot of... There's a lot going on in 60 seconds. Not a ton of like, boom. Like not a lot of punch, not a lot of hooks, a lot of jabs.
Yes, sir.
Tiny little feel it out, like touch the opponent's hands kind of jabs. This was your brother?
Yeah, yes. My brother Jesse. Yes, he was a wild one.
What happened to Jesse in real life? What's he up to?
So he's dead.
Oh, okay. See, that would have been so. Wow, you were quick with that. Did you know he was dead already? That was amazing. He just had his hand over the button, like, oh, got it. Fucking nailed it, Red Band. Absolutely incredible. We're like dead band over here. You were just waiting for it. Absolutely incredible with the bell toll. So how long has your brother been dead for?
He passed away 7 years ago.
Okay, 7 years ago. What exactly happened to your brother?
Okay, so he was like extremely bipolar, like a little bit above Kanye, and he would run away for a long time. But one time he took too many dabs, and then he was walking down like a farm to market road, and he got hit by 2 cars.
2 cars.
2 cars.
Red Band, where's your noise at? Where's your noise? You are absolutely hijacking the episode. This is what happens when Red Band kills. Red Band! Wow! 3 minutes into the episode, Red Band on a destructive path. I noticed you were sucking in those vodka Red Bulls a little fast earlier. All of a sudden, I'm a fan of it. Okay, so 2 cars at once. Talk about Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh my god. I think I'm like Frogger.
Frogger is black.
Oh, and your brother is black. Now, it's something that we forget a lot here is that Drew Dickens is black. It's like good old white chocolate, meat milk chocolate. I like to call Drew half Megan's. That's what I know.
Hell yeah.
My goodness.
What was the angle of the crash? If you don't mind me asking.
So he got hit by one, and then he spun out like a cartoon character, and then he got hit by another, and it made him collapse and like hit his head really hard, and he rolled into a ditch.
Oh, so he hit.
Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Red Band making up for 11 and a half years. 11 and a half years, he was the weakest link, and now he's thriving, ladies and gentlemen. This is his moment. I had the Tom Brady roast. He had the first 5 minutes of this episode. This is a breakout mainstream moment for Brian Redband. We are waiting for it to slow down. It is unbelievable. We've never seen anything like it. No. He's drinking his power juice. This is absolutely amazing. This is a moment nobody will ever forget, especially Drew's brother. Drew, how's comedy going for you? Enough about your brother.
There is one thing about my brother. So he died, and then 2 years later, there was a program called Jesse's Place that was made in his name. It's a shelter for young adults 18 to 24, and they get all the help they need. They get medical help, they get job help, and it's in Yakima, Washington. It's 500 people have come through the doors of Jesse's Place and have been helped with it. So I just wanted to talk about the Jesse minute so I could talk about Jesse's Place.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Do they come through the door voluntarily, or do you have to get hit by a car? And
So the reason why Jesse's Place was made is he would come to the thing, and the guy like him would be afraid that he would beat him up, so he'd give him cheeseburgers and hang out with him, and he got to know him. So it's all for like people that have like troubled past, 17 to 24. So it's a really amazing place I wanted to have.
Yes, absolutely amazing. How do people find, like, where do you go? What's a website or something?
You can go to the Camp Hope website, and you'll see Jesse's Place, and you can donate to Camp Hope. It'll go towards Jesse's Place. I'll also have something in my Instagram that'll also have a way for you to donate. They have an Amazon list for bed linens and hygiene products and everything of that nature. So anything of that you guys want to donate, that would be awesome.
I have a question, Drew. If they have fresh needles on the Amazon place, I don't want to support any place like that.
There's no needles or anything. Drug use is prohibited. They have a drug jug that comes every week over there.
Okay, absolutely amazing.
Oh, yeah.
We have really, we covered it. Drew, thank you so much for starting the show. A new minute. We're going to continue to watch him grow, ladies and gentlemen. Drew. All right, our first bucket pull of the night. You guys know how this goes. Anything can happen. Could be somebody having the life-changing moment of their career like Red Van is tonight. Or it could be somebody that fails miserably. Maybe they live down the street. Maybe they travel from around the world. Anything can happen. Your first bucket pull, getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight, goes by the name of Fred